is in position, lollipop in hand. Yeah, but 3 players alive for Panda, and they're still not into the circle. They just lost 2. Unicorns alive out of match.
Trying to make it happen. Talon Ren got out. The kills are going to be delivered.
Welcome to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile EMEA Championships. It's day 2 here, and we are ready to rock and roll again to see our 16 teams go head-to-head across 6 games. It's a long and testing day for many of these teams, but we get to watch all the action unfold and see who will be at the top of the leaderboards today, and will they be at the halfway mark, which is a big deal for a lot of these teams. Now is their time to shine, and 2 guys that always shine by the side of me, maybe just because the weather's hot, is Froz and Matty, as we are here ready to do this once again. And yeah, you're looking fresh as well. I see you just like brush your shoulders off, boy.
You know, it's midsummer after all.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're out here in Sweden celebrating it. This is my first midsummer, you know. You guys are used to this.
Yeah, I mean, we have the midsummer in Finland as well, so definitely nice to be here in Sweden and, well, enjoy the Swedish midsummer instead of the Finnish one.
And we also get some amazing PUBG Mobile esports action with it all as well. Now, one thing we got to touch on to start off with is yesterday was a day of where we were looking at teams that started off very strong, then maybe slowed down when you look at Na'Vi, other teams that came into their own as the day went on. And we have this amazing ability as a team to mention teams that weren't doing so well, and then they find success. So I'm expecting, you know, some players to start dropping us some DMs, you know, and say, can you please mention us?
Who do we want to mention today, though? I'm not sure. Who do we want to start
I'll go
with?
with my boys in Destiny. Let's give them a shot, you know. We down for that?
Okay, let's go with that.
You just want to agree, you know, we'll just take that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
we'll see how it
definitely
happens.
Na'Vi, we can expect things from them as well. I mean, yesterday was a little bit complicated for them after the first 2 matches, so I think definitely they are one of those teams that we are at least expecting great things to happen.
Well, let's take a look at our daily overall ranking, what we had come out of yesterday, because we had 6 games coming your way, and this is where we're sat to start off with. Now, the interesting one here is Fate Esports at the very top. They were the slow burners with it. They had a good amount of placements. You mentioned it, Froz, right? In the overall placements they were able to achieve across the games, and then they got that chicken dinner, and it saw them propel themselves above the Na'Vi.
Yeah, talking about the top 5s, and they had 4 of them out of 6 games yesterday. Of course, they have a win as well there, but as you can see, Na'Vi with 2 wins is still below them, and it all comes down to having those top 5 consistent placements, because that's going to generate a lot of points. Even though kill points itself is going to matter a lot, I think in the end, it's going to be all about those top 5 placements.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, placements are very important. I did check the rankings kind of like, and it was the actually top 11 teams. They were like shining on the placement points more than the kill points. So there were some teams which were like very tied with the situation, but then only like on the 11th place, actually, Konina Power was the first team who actually had more kills than the placement points. So definitely that's like showing how important the placement points are.
And then you were mentioning them here a lot, Froz, was GUNZ. We expected so much from this team, and then finally they got that chicken dinner. It started to look better for them, and we see them currently sat in 6th place.
Yeah, it started off super slow for them. They had a 13th, 13th, and 11th place to start off the day with, but then it all started happening. What we wanted to see, what we knew that they were capable of, getting that 4th place and then that win and then ending with a 6th place. That's really good. That's really solid way to end the day. And I mean, coming into today, I feel like they're going to be much stronger, having the potential to look back at what happened yesterday in the first 3 games and know what they changed for the last 3 games and just keep on doing that.
And another team we have to mention within this top 8, right, is Panda, because we came in with high expectations of a very skilled team that seemed to be able to do a lot of damage within the EU West region, but they didn't get off to the greatest of starts this time around. And you guys were mentioning it here, right, Copter, that we're looking at this team and saying when they can keep 4 alive, when they can have this system together, it's a lot better for them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pretty good start from multiple of the matches yesterday, but then, and they kind of like had some good strategies as well. I mean, they had some great executions as well, but when it finally came to the couple last circles, they kind of like hit a wall there. It's just like kind of like stopped completely the movement, and I'm not completely sure what happened there. When they had some losses happening, they, just like Frost said yesterday, they weren't able to cover. They didn't continue as a 4-man stack with the 3 guys as they should have done, so they kind of like hit the wall, and then it seems that they are just not covering, and then they started losing more players because of the change of the playing style.
Yeah, sometimes that can be the way it goes down, but maybe today will be better for them. We're going to take a look now at the other teams that we have left down towards the bottom 8, and NASR Esports right now, down in 16th position. Things not looking so hot for them, but we've seen some teams also like Destiny, who I praise quite highly. They've not found their groove just yet, but this reminds me very much of their PMPL performance back in the US, where it wasn't a great start, then they came into their own and they did qualify.
Well, the thing is, it can't go much worse than it did yesterday for these kind of the teams towards the bottom right now. It's basically just downhill for them right now, and they can do whatever they want, and it's going to be better. And seeing a team like Destiny, for example, we saw them yesterday getting that circle time after time after time. They were in the center of circle, but as we mentioned yesterday, they need to move out of there. They don't want to be in the center because right now it's not working out for them. So what you do is go back out, play towards the edge instead, try to get some kills instead of getting shot by 10 different teams, and you're basically just losing people and losing the game.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the points that I'm watching today, what Destiny is going to be changing, how they will be playing the games today. And yeah, I mean, and if they move away from the middle of the circle, there's going to be still teams outside of the circle as well. So it's not just fixing that yeah, we'll just play a little bit more on the outside. They will have to be also fighting, and probably if they will change the playing style that direction, they will be most probably finding 12-18 from the side of the circle, most probably as well.
Now we've got a very special interview with one of the Fate Esports players here, the guys that sit at the top of the table right now. And after we come back from the interview, I've got some little tidbits to share with you, as I was able to catch up with some of their players yesterday. So let's take a look at this.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أعزائي المشاهدين. معانا حريف من فريق الفيت اي سبورتس، واحد من الفرق المتأهلة معانا من بطولة البي ام بي ال اريبيا، ومشاركين معانا في بطولة الاي ام اي اي تشامبيونشيب. حريف، خبرني والله كيف إحساسك بما أنك مشارك معانا في بطولة الاي ام اي اي تشامبيونشيب وداخل وتتنافس مع أقوى فرق موجودة معانا في الريجنات الثانية؟
أول شيء مرحبا، أنا حريف من فريق فيت اي سبورتس الاي جي ال بالفريق. طبعا إحساس جدا جميل إنه بعد ما تتعب 2.5 سنين لحتى تقدر توصل هاي المرحلة. أنا شخصيا إلي 2.5 سنين بحاول وببدل لعيبة بدخل لعيبة لحتى قدرت أوصل لهاي المرحلة اللي هي اليومية. طبعا جهود مشكورة للشباب والعلامة الفارقة كانت اللي هي الكوتش بيل. صراحة ساعدتنا كثير وغيرت تفكيري بشغلات كثير، وإحساس صراحة لا يوصف. كانت منافسة لآخر مباراة ولآخر دقيقة، كانت المنافسة على التوب 5، والحمد لله قدرنا إنه ناخذ المقعد اللي بوصلنا للإي ام اي، والحمد لله شعور جدا حلو كان.
حريف، خبرنا بالله شو هي توقعاتك للفريق ولأدائك الشخصي خلال ال4 أيام من البطولة؟
طبعا راح يكون في شوية تغيير باللعب من ناحية الأجريشن، راح يكون في شوية يعني لعب بقوة بصلابة أكثر زي ما نحكي. ما راح يكون في تحفظ، لأنه صراحة هاي البطولة بتعتمد على الكلات أكثر مش على المراكز، والستايل اللعب الأجنبي غير عن ستايل اللعب العربي. فيها بوشات أكثر، فيها يعني حماسية أكثر، فإن شاء الله راح يكون ستايل اللعب مختلف، ما راح يكون في خوف، ما راح يكون في توتر، وإن شاء الله نقدر نحصل على يعني توب 5. أنا بالنسبة لي بيكون مناسب كأول تجربة مع في الإي ام اي، يعني توب 5 بيكون أنا مرضي جدا لي، وإن شاء الله بنحصل أحسن من هيك بإذن الله تعالى.
هلا الفيت اي سبورتس لما بنطلع عليهم كانت لهم بدايه صعبه جدا في البي ام بي ال، عدم تاهلكم لاول سوبر ويكند، بس لما شفنا الشباب الفيت من الاسبوع الثاني من البطوله، ان كان من السوبر ويكندات لما وصلتوا لنهائي بي ام بي ال اريبيا، وبرضه فاجاتوا الكل بادائكم. فايش التغيير اللي صار في الفريق، وهل ممكن نشوف نفس الاداء اللي شفناه في نهائيات بي ام بي ال اريبيا في بطوله الاي ام اي تشامبيونشيب؟
تمام. بالنسبة للتغييرات اللي صارت، صراحة أنا رجعت للروستر القديم اللي هو مكون من راغنر، ليث، عيساوي وأنا. الخربطة اللي صارت إنه دخلت أكثر من لاعب على الفريق، كنا 6 لعيبة وصار في تبديلات كثير، وهالإشي أثر كثير سلبيا على الفريق، والأداء تراجع وكان يعني متراجع بشكل ملحوظ من الجميع. فلما بعد السوبر ويكند الأول قررت إنه أرجع للروستر القديم اللي فيه سينرجي أكثر مع توجيهات المدربة. طبعا كانت في لها فعالية كبيرة جوا الفريق، والدعم النفسي، دعمت الشباب نفسيا، قلت لهم يعني السوبر ويكند مش نهاية الليج، وقدرنا بالليج بلاي الثاني أول يوم حصلنا على المركز الأول، وقدرنا نأمن مقعد في السوبر ويكند. ومن خلال هذا الدافع لما حصلنا المركز الاول بالليج بلاي وتاهلنا على السوبر ويكند عرفنا انه الفيت القديم رجع. فهي شغله السينرجي والروستر هي اللي كانت سر انه نتاهل للEMEA.
Well, we got to hear from the Seventh Reef there to discuss what was going on with the Fate Esports team before they came into this tournament. And another thing that I wanted to mention as I was catching up with some of their players yesterday is that a really interesting thing is Ragnarok, who got the MVP yesterday. This obviously means so much more to him because right now his dad is sadly in hospital, has been there for quite some time. There's a lot obviously in that, right? Imagine having a family member in hospital during a big tournament like this that means so much to your career and you've got to focus on both things at one time. We talk about mental fortitude a lot, right? Just in playing the games, let alone when you've got someone like that going on. So a huge amount of respect to these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to try to focus on just the game itself, but at the same time, it also comes down to having really strong teammates, really strong players on your team that can help you out with that, help you focus, help you be mentally stable on the right track as well.
Yeah, it's definitely the mental support coming from the teammates, kind of that helps out so much, of course, in these kind of situations. And also sometimes people will find strength from these kind of situations as well.
Now, we also got to talk a little bit about Na'Vi when it comes to all of this, right? Because they started off so strong. 2 chicken dinners, Imperium ready to write the check away for these guys. Thank God we didn't let him write the check. And then we sit in a situation now where they were not too happy. I was catching up with some of the players, talking to them yesterday, and I was just seeing like how they were feeling. And they were very disappointed with what happened towards the end. They know that wasn't good enough and the chances they had because they looked at the leap they had in the first 2 games. It was like, okay, they wanted to push it further.
Yeah.
But obviously they pushed too far. Maybe, like you mentioned, sometimes you get a bit complacent in moments like this.
Yeah, to me, it felt like the first 2 games, they were super prepared. They knew exactly what they were going to do. Not just 1 step ahead, but 2-3 steps ahead of what was actually happening in the game itself. So they were prepared all the time to do whatever step was necessary. But after the first 2 games, what actually happened was that they were trying to just like adapt with the game itself, not being a step ahead or 2 or 3, but instead just playing as it happened. And that's what we saw. They weren't really prepared. They didn't know what was happening and kept on losing player after player because they didn't do these kind of small steps like scouting ahead, looking what's actually happening. Instead, they would just bombard it straight away and just lose players.
I think the first 2 matches which we saw getting the chicken dinners, they had those very long rotations coming out of the blue as well. They actually spent a good amount of time on the blue and they came on the edge. And they didn't lose any members on the rotations there. So they got to the phase 3-4 with the full stack, not losing anybody. But then on the later matches, where they didn't succeed, they were losing players on the first early rotations, and when they finally got to the circle, they found a different team like Panda or somebody who was like very aggressively welcoming them. So definitely I think the kind of the initial rotations, and also it's about the circles as well. It wasn't just on their side anymore after the first 2 matches. So I'm very excited to see how they will be like getting around this issue.
Well, we can take a look at some of the map stats we have here from Na'Vi as well, right, to understand exactly how those days panned out for them. Because one thing you'll find very interesting when you think, was it the 18-point game they had to start off with, right?
18 kills.
18 kills game in there, right, when it came to Erangel. And then in the end, you average out 3 overall because of how badly the other games go. That's a telling sign to how they did drop off for these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, that kind of stuff does happen, though, especially if you have a really good start. I mean, a good start like that, having 2 wins straight away, it almost can only go downwards. It's hard to keep that up and keep it going. And because of that, now it's gone down so far, they can only go up again.
So we're looking at the roller coaster effect, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, it's I mean, the amount of kills, of course, those first 2 matches, they were just perfect. But then also later on when we had them, well, kind of like suffering those players, there was some good moments definitely on the games as well. I mean, it wasn't only about the bad things happening on the last games, but just missing those couple, 1 or 2 team members on the last circles, that kind of like was the difference. So if they can do the rotations well, if they can get those 4 men, let's say phase 4 and forward, I think they will do fine. But if they will lose players and they don't like adapt on the situation, that they don't have that firepower which they used to have, it could be a problem.
One thing to also remember about yesterday's Erangel game is that the second one was a military island ending,
yes,
and the third one was actually ending on the north side of military, on the main island. So it was 2 really rough circles to end the game with on Erangel games. The first one was a pretty normal one. So in terms of that, not being able to adapt to that means that it's going to be rough if the circle keeps on going down there and you're one of those teams like Na'Vi being up in North George, starting to loot there. You have a very long rotation route from the start. So you need to figure that out. What is actually going wrong? How do we work that out for today?
Yeah, and just like we have Fade on the leaderboard as a first team on front of them, they were actually coping with those circles pretty well. They had the cover and they did find those nice places, and they actually made it all the way to the last circles on the matches as well. I mean, so that's kind of like how the Fade, even though we spoke it yesterday, they kind of like, first they had the circles and then they started the aggression. So it's a little like a vice versa situation with Na'Vi.
It certainly is. But when we're talking about Fate and Na'Vi at the top of the scoreboard right now, I want to take a look at a head-to-head we've got here between Ragnarok and Tixi coming in here. Because Tixi, he started off really strong, right?
Yeah.
We spoke about Old Boy being like the key face of this team. Well, Tixi came through and said, you know what? I'm going to step it up beyond belief early on to show it. But Ragnarok here, right? Not only we spoke about the situation with his dad, but this man got the MVP for yesterday, and you know he'll be looking for that again today.
I mean, you can look at the efficiency. Ragnarok has actually a little bit less damage than Tixi, but still has more kills than him. And Tixi, of course, he had 11 kills in the first game,
yes,
which is just mentally. In total, Na'Vi had 34 kills yesterday. So 1/3 of those kills came from Tixi in game 1.
Yeah, usually when you get like double-digit kills, you're gonna be very happy. Like on a one day, but on a single match, getting those 11 kills, that was like a huge performance, of course, from Tixi there. And I mean, this graphic is just showing so well what are of course the strengths and the weaknesses. But I mean, still they are shining almost on the same segments, both of the players.
One thing to look at is actually the healing stats there. You can see that Ragnar is close to 900 healing, while Tixi is almost at 1300. That means that Ragnar basically haven't healed as much. It doesn't say that, it doesn't tell the whole story though, because it could be that he gets killed a lot earlier,
yes,
or that he's not getting himself shot by other players as much either.
Sometimes it can be that way, right? Sometimes it can be a misleading stat sometimes on how it all goes down. But when we look right at the other teams coming into today, the thing that I found most interesting was towards the end of the day, the teams that we hadn't seen so much from, they were the ones stepping up, right?
Yeah.
They started to adapt. They started to learn a bit better, you know? Maybe they were shaking off some of the nerves coming into a big EMEA Championship like we have here today. Do we expect more of the same today? Do you expect to see like more of an even field out there? Because the points are still very close, right? One game can propel you so far forward.
Definitely. I mean, two teams I would bring up is probably next Rüya. Again, I've talked about them the whole day yesterday, but we saw in the last game a very hard game, but they were basically ready to adapt to that, took the rocks on the south side there, and basically played that really well and won that game. The other team is going to be World of Wonders, even though in the last game they were below playing on the downside of the rocks. They got himself a second place, but only 1 kill. But the game before that, we saw him getting that third place with 6 kills as well. So they're bringing it up again, and that's what we want to see. We want to see a team like World of Wonders, because we know that they beat a team like Futbolist in their PMPL, and that's a big thing to do.
Yeah, what we have there on the scoreboard actually is that we have the Conqueror sitting on the 3rd place, and we have Konina Power on the 11th place. There's only 19 points between these teams. So all these teams, there's a lot of teams, so it's a very tight situation. Of course, the top 2 is like a little bit separated, and then we have some teams which are like below but not far away. So even like one good game for any of these teams, let's say next Rüya, for example, takes the chicken dinner home, gets the kills, they will be probably on the top 3. So that is how close they are. And all these teams who kind of like didn't perform on the first half yesterday, but then kind of like improved on the later half, just like GUNZ, for example, as well. I mean, they can just make a huge pop in one game.
Well, when we're looking at the kills that these teams have been able to achieve, we want to also take a look at the top 10 kills we had coming out from yesterday. Who's up there rocking this leaderboard? Ragnarok with his MVP performance, it makes sense he's up there. We already touched on him and Tixi. But actually, when I'm looking at this, Vito's a man I want to point out here. Obviously, Conqueror now, they used to be called Godsent. Vito, for me, we watched him during some of the pro scrims.
Yeah.
This guy has an uncanny ability of being able to be downed, get revived back up, and still act like it was nothing. He just pops off whenever he feels like it. For me, one of the key to successes with that lineup is getting Vito to do the big damage.
I mean, we saw him time after time. It was Vito that was the last man standing. He was doing the job, not only getting 1 versus 2 to get a clutch 2-point kills, but also a placement point on top of that. And then you see him healing in the blue after that, being able to take those meds with him. By him sitting with 11 kills, that's a lot, because Conqueror only have 19 in total. So out of those 19, he got 11 of them.
Yeah, that is a huge. And we saw some great plays yesterday, coming out of the blue, doing the damage. I think he was like pinning quite a lot on Destiny at one point as well. So, I mean, definitely, I love what Vito's doing there, and I just hope to see more of that. I think there's some players which might be, well, kind of like still also getting on that list later on, but only after first day. We'll just have to wait and see who's going to be getting on that performance.
Well, let's get into our first match. It's time for us to fly back in for game 1 of today and bring our commentators in as we mix things up a little bit here. And we've got Kyle Harris and my husband in Imperium ready to rock the mic for day 1.
That's right. Looking at it, it's like husband and, not husband. I mean, it's father and son with Imperium looking like my dad here with his lovely ginger beard. How are you doing, friend?
Whoa. I'm the older one out of the two of us? Okay.
Yeah, by like a few months.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take that, son. But game 1 of the day, it's going to be pretty spectacular. It's a new day. It's a new opportunity. Fresh mindset for all these teams. And let's see who can really put on the show.
Indeed, as we have our plane going from Severny down towards Milta Power, that's going to be happy times for Destiny. They did not have an opportunity to go to some of their drop spots sometimes, and we will see where this first circle is going to pop. It could be, to be honest, quite anywhere, and see how these teams are going to be able to rotate from said locations given the opportunity. Come on, circle, pop.
Here we go. It's like I was hoping to be there. There you go. It kind of complements the playing path. Let's be fair, right, Kyle Harris? Yeah. Most of the teams are already inside the circle, and yes, we will see the likes of Navi go to North George, maybe 12-18 go somewhere a little bit different. But for the most part, teams will once again, a little bit similar to game 1 yesterday. It's going to be a bit of a solid early game. Teams will already be somewhat solidified in this phase 1 circle outside of getting a bit of a stronger hold inside this phase 1. They won't have far to travel.
Yeah, definitely so. And there's a lot of, as you mentioned, with the compounds in this kind of circle, you're looking at those compounds north of Milta as hot spots. You're looking around that kind of lumberyard area as those hills as hot spots where people might take up. I mean, even north of Shelter slightly, where kind of Futbolist resides in their split right now. All very strong places to play from, I think.
Yeah, very, very solid places to play from. When I'm looking at potential rotations in the next 3 to 4 minutes, obviously as phase 1 starts to close in, Slime 4KD should have an easy rotation going across that western bridge. No way, shape, or form they should look towards that eastern bridge. Just too much traffic around them. Opting to go for a coastline position above Lipovka, I think provides a lot of benefits, because that kind of corner coastal area above Lipovka gives information to Lipovka without actually exposing yourself too far. And plus, you don't need to worry about like 180 degrees to the side of you. You only have to look up the hill. And for phase 1, where you're not going to have too many teams around you, I think it's a really good start for a team like World of Wonder, possibly Futbolist, to put themselves in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm curious, whilst we're looking at SUDOR here, looting on up, how is their transition going to be from Novo? Because I do feel like Conqueror could potentially be a team to sit around that east bridge, right? I mean, even hell, you could maybe see Konina Power. I'm less likely to see that, I feel like. I think they'll probably kind of come together, maybe take a position kind of south of where Lumberyard is. Who knows? They have good options. But Conqueror could be that one that potentially holds them out. So maybe SUDOR takes a boat down the line. I'm not sure yet.
Ooh, I never thought of a botation, but I don't think a botation is even worthwhile for SUDOR. If I were them, what I would do is I'd wait for phase 2 to pop up and then pull out a Western Bridge rotation. It's a little bit more passive, but to me, it's clearly a lot safer. Botation right now would be viable because they could rotate to Milta Power. Teams are still looting up, but the longer they leave it, the easier it is for them to be caught out in that boat, right? So it's going to be tricky for SUDOR. And to touch upon what you said about Conqueror, it's not even the fact that they could technically target intentionally that bridge camp. It is just a really good position to hold on to in this phase 1. It does give that strong exit potential coming into phase 2 and setting yourselves up into the mid game. So it's going to be exciting to see.
Oh yeah, that compound north of the garage along that east bridge, Imperium, is like great for like the height and the kind of line of sight you've got if somebody's going to be moving across there. Sorry, I interrupted you. You go.
No, you're cool. You're cool. I just kind of wanted to talk about Conqueror a little bit in terms of the bigger picture of them coming into major tournaments. And yes, it's an evolved roster now compared to, months and half a year ago. But I've always felt that with the volatility of their consistency, that they've come into finals of major tournaments, or even major tournaments as a whole, starting off on a little bit of a poor note, taking a couple of days to really feel themselves out, get that consistency on board. Day one of the EMEA finals, third place with a chicken dinner. That's one of the best starts I've seen them pull out in a major tournament. Now, can they keep it up? I actually have no doubt, because one of the things that they're lacking on in my eyes is kills. Only 19 kills. That's 20 below their placement point amount, and it's the only thing that's really stopping them from getting into second. So I really think that they have even more to offer in this lobby against the teams around them.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I mean, the thing is that, as you say, like, I think for EU West especially, it was a steady ramp up for Conqueror, right? And towards the end, we were like, oh wow, this team, the full package. They've joined the likes of Destiny. They've joined the likes of Panda when it came to that isolated incident. But yeah, so if this start for them is kind of, them even just starting to ramp up in this tournament, there's the potential there that they could be rocketing up even further than third place right now. We'll see.
Destiny, they dropped in Severity, their normal drop spot. They're now going for a 2-2 rotation with 2 inside the circle, north of Yasnaya, 2 outside the circle, outside of Kameshki. For Unique, they land in Lipovka. It's really important that they set themselves up as either a full squad 3-1 or a solidified position sooner rather than later, because we're over halfway through the phase 1 closing in. Teams are going to be wrapping in around them. If they're still trying to find a spot coming into the end of phase 1, it's quite obvious they could get caught out, 1 or 2 players alike. So I'm a little bit worried about Unique and how slow they've been to get into the position they want to.
The exact position, right? I mean, there's some validity to some of these spots around the sides of Milta Power. I've seen past tournaments where people can actually make that work to their advantage, but unless the shrink is maybe going towards the north of Milta or mini Milta Power, that then becomes a little bit more precarious because rotating towards the west side of this circle with the barrier that effectively a lot of the teams are setting up, yeah, you're right. It can be very difficult.
RICO Infinity going through the north of the river. They dropped outside, basically in between Zarki and Severny. It's a familiar drop spot for them, so the pathing line coming into this phase 1 won't phase them too much. Navi, they went to North George. Similar to kind of a military island kind of rotation. It won't be too hard for them, obviously a little bit easier. It is more about just this passive start to the game, right, Carleris? It is more about just teams still continuing to feed each other out. I do think, because I love the fact that Cast by Copter brought up the fact that a lot of the top 8 teams are relying on that placement point. I do think as we get through today, we will see teams start to delve a little bit more into their aggressive nature, hoovering up kills left, right, and center. But for the first game of the day with the circle and the playing path, we are seeing that passiveness.
And a very favorable circle for the majority of these teams. It doesn't really screw too many people over and go hard east or something like that. So plenty of land to work with. The teams on the west are going to be able to get in quite nicely. And a very relaxed rotation from SUDOR as well, being able to just come over the bridge and chill. Not too much in terms of threats in that regard as well. So this has been arguably one of the most chill second circles I've seen in a long time. I think everyone's going to be able to find a place.
Yeah, and I would argue that maybe 1 or 2 too many teams committed to that eastern side of the phase 1 circle, right? Where now they're kind of getting stuck in the traffic of that shift to the west as Conqueror are repositioning, Konina Power are repositioning. SUDOR have been able to benefit based on what you just said, crossing that eastern bridge. Fate are following suit. But the traffic in between Farm and Milta will start to get heavier and heavier as they opt to try and look for the compounds that they want to hold down in this phase 2.
Yeah, definitely. When I look at circles like this, I'm always thinking to myself, take the compound that's safe from SUDOR just took, take where Conqueror is right now. These are very, very strong compounds for this start, and there's not, it's quite easy to be able to hold on to them. There is one slight threat to the one that safe is in, which is that if GUNZ take that high ground above them, then that can be a bit troublesome. But you see in SUDOR here, looking to reinforce, looking to secure this location, because it's a very powerful one.
Nearly 11 minutes into the game, and we haven't had one single solitary kill. We started this game with 63 players with the full 16 teams, and we're still seeing it right now. It's just a little bit surprising. However much I've highlighted that the pessimist is in play based on the circle and the first couple of phases of circles. And World of Wonders, right? They had 6 of their kills in one game, and they're lying on a total of 8 kills in the first 6 games. The only thing I've put on my notebook about them is in all caps, need more kills, because that just isn't going to stand, right? It's just not going to stand. Get all the placement points you want, that's great. But if you're not able to pick up those kills, or if you're not able to balance that out with a hefty amount of kills, you're going to hit that brick wall, right? You're going to hit that plateau.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I have high hopes, high aspirations of World of Wonders. I have a soft spot in my heart for them ever since we kind of covered them back in 2020 when it came to the EMEA tournament that was going on at the time as well. And they had, you know, a blast performance to start things off. It teetered off slightly towards the end, but we know what they can do. And on Erangel as well, if you think about some of the performances around Potato Hill, etc. But anyway, that's by the by. That is long past now, as Na'Vi is just going to be trying to find their berth in this circle. And right now, they're in a little bit of a scary spot. There's not that many compounds that they can potentially take up here. And when the circle shift comes in, they might have to adjust where they are. Ooh.
Wow. Okay. It's a little bit to the north. Yasnaya fields are in play, and there's a 1 or 2 kind of golden compounds in play. The Alamo that RICO Infinity hold on to is probably the best spot inside this phase 3, but you can instantly see Na'Vi reacting to this circle shift. Matic pushes forward, scouting for the rest of the team. They're following in a similar path on. They are probably going to go to that compound in the field of Yasnaya. So credit to Na'Vi for how quick they were able to react upon this phase 3 circle.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, for me now, as these fights do go down between Futbolist as well as Konina Power is going to be pushing down on them here. This is a symptom of all these teams having to make these rotations right now and committing to where they want to go to. Nice little peek around to be able to get him behind the car. And going to have to lie down, but no, Soulcade will go down thanks to the supporting fire from Konina Power. I think the rest of Futbolist is a little bit further away and won't be able to reinforce too easily, but the crash comes in here and Pyramid's continuing on.
Oh, Gonzo's being knocked down. He went into the sniper tower on his own. Lavazan doing a great job of holding that down with the Uzi in his hands. Lutz following suit. For Konina Power, they're on a bit of a stalemate. Nomi's in front behind the tree. He goes. Lavazan wrapping around. The knockdown comes through, and Futbolist, they gain the advantage.
Yeah, they did. Konina Power here. You have to be walking away with your tail between your legs, or you might even lose everything you do. Oh, no. A great little spray coming in to finish things off on towards that smoke location. And even the pickup on Soulcade. Oh, wow. Futbolist. You only lost 1 for this. That's a win in my book by far.
Konina Power shouldn't have lost that, to be fair, right? They had the advantage coming into that. But then Gonzo pushed into the sniper tower on his own, felt the wrath of an Uzi, and it all went downhill from there. Slime 4 KT, 2-2 split on the southwestern edge of the circle, either side of the road. They've Conqueror in front of them, but for the most part, coming into, you know, the end of this phase 3, phase 4, Slime are in a really good position right now. They are a bit of a passive team, so their position makes sense.
Yeah, and Vito's in a bit of a precarious position where he was having to smoke himself off against the potential prying eyes of Panda down towards the south from him. This circle's an interesting one as we're seeing this fight continue on. We'll talk about the circle in a few moments' time as Panda is defending against Rüya here. Will Rüya be able to do too much. I mean, both teams have kind of found themselves a spot. A good grenade goes on towards Frozen. That's a nice pickup already. That could be the go sign. You're seeing GK First already pushing around on the right-hand side there, looking for an off angle, going for another nade in towards the house. Will that be a catcher? Oh, it is. Oh my God, the utility coming out from Panda. Brilliant execution so far.
And now Yeke, he's left on his own. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. In through the window. He gets a knock, but that's going to be the return. That's GK getting the squad wide. 4 kills on board for Panda, breaching that compound on the south end of the circle. You could not argue with that one. We're kind of coming in today too. Not a bad overall position for them, 7th. But definitely a much better start in this game 1 of the day.
Yeah, they're looking to bang today. They are looking to get themselves some points on the board and taking out Rüya of all teams there who looked fantastic in their previous PMPL. That was pristine execution. If they can get all 4 up from that, then brilliant stuff by Panda. We're seeing Slime here. Sitting aside the road. I think they're a little bit indecisive as to which side of the road that they want to take. This is what I wanted to talk about with this circle. This road effectively acts like a soft river, not in the literal sense of soft. But again, you need to kind of decide which side of this road you're going to take. And then from there, the circle may decide your fate.
Well, the circle's a little bit like the yin and yang symbol, right? You know, you got to have that balance between the calmness and aggression. And for the team to come out on top in this game 1, it is very much required. Conqueror holding on to the McLaren showroom. It's a good spot to hold on to on the southwestern edge of the circle, whilst Vito stays surviving in the more mid part of the circle. For Navi, they're still inside it on that compound that they rotated to. They're gatekeeping Destiny quite nicely with World of Wonders joining in on the fun.
Been difficult for Destiny to really find their spot during all of these circles, as the teams have proactively moved north as the shifts have been going on throughout them, and that has caused Destiny some problems due to the fact that they were one of the only teams coming in from that kind of northeast angle. Little peaks here and there, and we're already seeing Panda getting another few kills. Very, very nicely done, and still 3 alive for Panda. But I mean, going through the wars and losing 1 or 2 at a time whilst you're picking up like 3 kills, 4 kills here or there. I think they've only got 5 right now. It's not too bad, and we've seen them win with less.
I think they're at a stage where they kind of need to just be that controlling Panda team that we saw them in the PMPL EUS.
Agreed.
EUS, right, Kyle Harris? You know, the fact that they not only taken down 1 Turkish team in this compound, but they're looking to take out another Turkish team. That's very strong looking for them. But right now, they only have that line of players. There's no angle as he comes in from the third party, takes down XT, and gives Futbolist a chance.
Yeah, a bit of breathing room and a bit of an opportunity to actually peek around. Before that happens, I feel like Panda is in the better position to take this fight. But now that really has opened things up for Futbolist. They are making an effort to push on forwards. GK First. I think they have a decent idea of where he may be. And a few shots come in against him as well there. So he's got to be a bit careful. GK First now making the escape. Little Houdini over here, jeez.
Well, lots of utility through the smokes trying to wrap around, and nobody's really committing to the fight between the 2 teams, and it's that stalemate factor, just looking for the opportunity, that clean headshot, that first knock, and it's going to come through. Lutz makes it happen.
That was ambitious by GK First. I think he got a little bit too bold taking down that door, maybe trying to get rid of it for that cover potential, but brilliant punishment here by Futbolist. Brilliant execution, pushing up, getting the victory off the Tommy. I love it by Futbolist.
Yeah, 7 kills so far for them in this game 1. And, you know, another note that I looked at coming into today's games, where are the Turkish teams, right? They are such a strong region. They have such a strong history, such a huge competitive factor in play, but Futbolist are the closest team in the overall standings after day 1 and 8th. All of the 3 Turkish teams need to turn it around.
It shows that I think that just the general EMEA region has leveled up, right? You look at these games and I'm like, wow, look at how these teams are stacking up against some of the favorites from the previous PMPLs that they were competing in to then get into this. Even, of course, Na'Vi had a great start, and now they're not doing too bad in these fields, but they're going to have to push up against Alamo. Not the easiest position to breach upon, but actually from this high ground, it's probably one of the better ways to try and breach upon it, but even then it is difficult. Right now, RICO Infinity has a better position than them. Nades coming in from Unique. Oh, Kobe to the T.
Like a mini red zone towards the Fate players, and then you have World of Wonders coming in third party. Recent is going to fly in on that vehicle in through the smoke. The pre-fire comes on board, maybe a little bit of a cheeky grenade, but it's not going to be easy. Lace is knocked down. Recent is going to make that one count. It should work. Indeed it does.
You have to do this. Zessi getting a few kills there as well as things go on. This is so important for them to make this happen. Either you do this here or you try and push up on Destiny where their position was. But this is a good move from World of Wonders. Even though it might be for naught, they might die here. They had to make a bold play because they were so far out of the circle. Speaking of bold plays, Navi's going to be pushing on towards this Alamo. Good smokes to cover the progression onwards, forwards with those buggies in tow. Here comes another one. Looking for an off angle here is Na'Vi. RICO Infinity going to have to greet this in kind. You can already see him with that around the peak on the corner. Goes for the spray. Does not get the connection they want. Oh, and an actual knockdown. RICO Infinity having some problems.
Only 2 players up for RICO Infinity. I was a little bit worried when Navi and Ishi sent 2 players in. I thought it wasn't going to be enough. I thought that's all they were going to send in. But the full squad, the cavalry arrived, and now they have the body advantage, the bruiser way to push in.
And try and take the roof here, but even that's very dangerous because you're open to so many other teams and potential angles. But Na'Vi sweep in and conquer the position here of RICO Infinity. Prestige going to have to make something happen from down there, but I don't know if it's going to be possible. Na'Vi looking strong for this attack overall. And I mean, they have cover against some of the other teams. Even though 12-18 is looking over in that direction, they can't really find any connections themselves. Here comes the Hail Mary to try and make something happen. Sprays through, gets him through the smoke.
And that's where Navi made the mistake going for the revive. When you know you have 1 player left from the team directly in the compound, despite you getting third party, you have to clean up the direct opponent in front of you. Job done, but you should not have lost the second player in that fight.
Yeah, so having 2 people compared to 3 people makes their next transitions easier. If you've got the 3, it will be difficult now. 12-18 knows that that fight went down, and they're going to be firing on against them very quickly. And there they do go. 12-18, as soon as you have to leave that compound, 12-18 had brilliant line of sight to be able to greet that. Now, where else the circle has gone, GUNZ in a good place. NASR in a good place. Yeah, Conqueror will have a difficult time of transitioning forwards, but Destiny's still alive, sneaking up towards the north, maybe finding a little fight with 12-18 here.
And they even have Mazzaro across the road. Now, he's under a bit of pressure for NASR, but in my opinion, he needs to make a little bit of noise. He needs to pop off like that firecracker that I described him about as he steps on up. Going to make a bit of noise, but Prone's right back down.
All right, let's take lay of the land here. We have a very open downward slope from this road. Smokes are going to be important. Thankfully for Frags, they have a few vehicles still alive, and they're making good use of them, moving them up to that little shack that they did see. And the return fire goes down as they attempt to be shot at. Taking out Conqueror as well. GUNZ moving up. Very, very nice little position that they've got here. If they can hold on to that, it might be the game-winning location.
Oh, Conqueror fell for the bait that 12-18 threw in front of them. They're taking out and sweeping in all the players on towards the northeastern side. And now as they look to, of course, get across the road, Tulika has pushed in. But is that a little bit too early from 12-18? Is that a bit too much of an early push? Will they get caught out for it?
It's a good question right now. Looking at NASR's position, actually, I think that this is amazing for them. They have cover against where 12-18 and Destiny currently are and are able to fire down at GUNZ. Still 4 alive. 12-18 using good positioning of these vehicles once again. Chulik is going to be moving on towards Destiny. This is big. If they're able to secure this position, this could lead nicely into the next circle. Looking for a nade through the window. Will it? Throw it. It was so perfect before. He didn't know. He goes for it. It catches anyway. And then pushing on against Mazzaro. I don't think he knows he's there. Peeks around. Gets the spray. Oh, he's going for the spray through against Mazzaro. He doesn't quite catch him just yet, though.
Mazzaro is still alive. He's still alive. He's still alive. But as the smokes disperse, his position is exposed. The rest of 12-18 are also joining in the backline, even getting the revive onto Konina. That is a little bit bold, but I can't help but respect it. Does Mazzaro have a nade in his hand?
Big question. NASR going to move on up now here. I think they have to third-party this. I think you just get involved once you hear the shots coming in once again. There's the run-over attempt and tries to get him. Mazzaro actually takes down Tulika, knocks him down. That's going to force the revive. They do clean up Mazzaro, but now for NASR, it is go time. Bring the fight to 12-18.
Tulika's knocked down. Konina is knocked down. It is just one left up, but the revive being pulled off.
Oh, and he's going to go for the extra spray, and that is going to be a very easy cleanup for them. They get the victory. Brilliant stuff. 12-18 goes down. NASR with a good, strong victory, considering that position that they had on the east. There's not that much cover, but the terrain and the way the hill dips up acts as that lovely bit of cover for them to ward off the rest of these teams.
Wow, what a way to kick off day 2 of the EMEA finals. NASR Esports, such a rich history within the PUBG Mobile competitive scene. A name that has just bred life into the MENA region. But coming into day 1, there was no life in them, right? 19 points across the first 6 games yesterday. And then today, 14 kills, 29 points in total. How's your father? Good start from NASR.
Yeah, if you're looking for a step up, that's the one that you absolutely need. That's going to be propelling them up the standings here. So great stuff by NASR. I do have to say, though, as well, Imperium, for 12-18, I mean, they already had 2 second places in the previous day. So to get another one here, I'm thoroughly impressed by 12-18, who in some of the past tournaments haven't quite been like oomph for me. But this one so far, very nice start.
Yesterday's games were, to me, the most consistent across the top 4 or 5 teams, to be honest. The way they pulled out some pretty massive performances. It's games that they didn't do well in were a little bit flat in terms of 0 and 1 pointers. But again, you talked about it. The second place yesterday, the second place today. Keep it up 12-18, and you should be looking for that first.
Yeah, they'll be looking for it here with this consistency. Well, gentlemen and ladies, we are going to go to a short break. And when we return, we're back at the desk with Froz, Copter, and Banks. Don't go anywhere.
NASR Esports get the first win of the day with a 29-point game. Fantastic stuff from them. But before we break down what we saw in this game, you best take a look at our amazing sponsors here in Xiaomi, because they are delivering an amazing set of phones for us here, as you guys can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. And it's certainly what Frost wants to put his hand on, but they moved it away so you can no longer touch it, man.
They're too far away. I wish they would close it to me.
You just like Magneto them to yourself, you know, bring it in. All right, we'll try again after the break. We'll try it afterwards. But you know who did Magneto themselves throughout the game? It was the players on NASR. They Magnetoed their way from 19th and probably skyrocketed up quite high. I haven't obviously seen what the overall standings will be for them, but we keep talking about teams down at the bottom, and they're finding success. They're finding ways to get it done.
I mean, it was only a downhill yesterday for them, and now uphill. I mean, now it's just downhill for them. Them getting that win, that is super important for them, because as you mentioned earlier as well, Copter, that is just going to propel them up in the leaderboard, because it was super close towards the bottom of it.
Yeah, it was good result, definitely getting the, of course, the placement points, but also getting the kills. They kind of like managed to stay, I wouldn't say safe, but I mean, they had like smart positioning on the last circles. They didn't like run into any huge situations. We saw multiple teams getting destroyed on the all the other sides of the circle, but they kind of like stayed in a safe place. They, of course, defended the area as well, but I mean, definitely they had a great game, and it really showed.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings, right, and see how all the teams have done throughout the opening game here. So NASR right at the top, 1, 2, 1, 8. Just below them in their guns now, though. You mentioned them again, as always, for us. They're starting to find their form. And Destiny, finally a game where they can start to say, okay, look, this isn't getting so bad now.
Well, it's only one kill. That is the problem. But it is a step up to actually get that third place and get those placement points. It is a step forward, and that's what you want to see. And what we did see was also that they didn't just bombard the middle. We saw them when they got the circle. They were pretty close to it. They started playing more of the on the edge side instead. And that's what you want to see, because that's when they can start creating something.
It's almost like they listened to you guys doing your analysis, you know? They just took it into their game.
Maybe more teams should.
Maybe. I don't know. But Na'Vi on the 5th place as well. I mean, they got the top 5s yesterday as well. They got the chicken dinners. Kind of like an average game, I would say, more or less for them, but definitely like keeping themselves still there on the pretty good place on the scoreboard.
If you look at Tualitino, another second place. This is the third second place they've gotten so far. 1 4th place as well. Still no victory, but again, those top 5s. Yesterday, I mean, without those, without a win, they were still on 4th place coming into today. And if they can keep on doing this, even though they don't get the wins, they still get a few kills here and there. They still get those top 5s. It's going to be good for them.
It is going to be very good for them. We're going to take a look at the second side of this as we go down and look from 9th to 16th from Panda, just outside the top 8 this time around, but still able to pick up some kills. And one thing you noted, Frost, was that XTI, he's now into the action. We've seen Kato come out.
Yeah, Kato was playing all of the games yesterday, but today we see that XTI is coming in, and it feels like they changed up their playstyle a little bit. We saw them with a super aggressive playstyle early on there, crashing into the junkyard and making sure that they wanted to take control over that straight away. They wanted to have that for themselves, and they took out next Rüya in Circle 2. That is not something you normally see, but Panda, they were determined. They knew that this is a compound we want to play from. We want to hold this. And it doesn't matter if a team is already there. We're going to try to take it.
Yeah, the whole fight with the Panda, of course, with the next Rüya. I mean, they were crashing the compound. They had the kind of like, it was actually taking a little bit long time, but still they managed to get that one. But that meanwhile also Futbolist and like scouted that one. We want to third party that one, and they came to the scenery as well, and that was the end of them. But definitely we can clearly see change on the gaming style here.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? Making those changes day by day, making these slight improvements with it all. Now, another one that you touched on, right, was Na'Vi going up against RICO. And it started off very well for Na'Vi, and then they maybe got a little bit carried away because they lost a couple of players, which massively hindered them afterwards.
Yeah, one of the big things with both Na'Vi and RICO is that both of them start off in the northwest side of the map itself, and they're pretty slow on their rotations. They know they don't need to rush into it, but the thing is that they're both playing in the blue for a long time, kind of just poking each other, scouting each other out a little bit, just, you know, feeling a little bit, seeing, hey, what do you want? What do you want? Nothing, not yet. But then we saw, of course, RICO taking that compound. Na'Vi wanted to crash them, and what they did was they crashed it in a really good manner. They did it really good. In terms of what they did was not just forcing themselves from one side of the compound, but what they did was that they surrounded the whole compound, and they herded RICO into one house, and from there they knew exactly where RICO is going to be. They don't need to cover their surroundings, and they just need to focus on one spot. They can start using all the utilities into that house as well, and that's what we saw happening.
Yeah, I mean, that situation was definitely very nice. I mean, the execution was good. Of course, there was some changes, and in the end, both teams didn't get away from that location anymore. So I think that the circle shifted at the same time towards the south, so it took a little bit longer time probably than they expected. And then kind of like they lost the momentum on the rotation at the same time. So it was a little bit unfortunate. It was definitely a great try from Na'Vi and both from RICO as well. I mean, there was both teams had a chance to win that fight. But before that, actually, I mean, the circle shift, the rotation, or the changing of the circle going on the south, that was a little bit complicated for, of course, for Na'Vi, because when they kind of like engage on that situation, it was forced because they came to the circle and they needed to go to that fight even to get anywhere on that circle. But then at the same time, when they were fighting, the circle shifted on the southern side and then they kind of like left away from it. Before that, I mean, if the circle would have been coming on the northern side, it would have been a great place to hold for the next circle.
Now, one thing I also want to touch on is the fact that 12-18, yes, they got away with the second place, but it was almost like theirs to win. But Mazzaro from Destiny, the solo player, was able to get a couple of knocks in there and really change the game for him and massively help NASR at the end.
Yeah, and that's that kind of thing that happens sometimes. I think that 12-18, they got a little bit too excited about the whole situation, thought they had it under control there, and that's what happens then. You get a little bit overconfident. You're trying to take that fight by doing a wide peek, which you shouldn't do there. Instead, you get yourself knocked, and the whole game turns around there.
Yeah, Julika just went so close. I mean, of course, they had the smokes, and they know where the enemy is going to be hiding there behind that hill. But Julika he got some knocks, he got some openings there, and then he got like maybe a little bit more too overconfident about the situation, just like you said, and then kind of like it backfired a little bit. But anyways, the Destiny and 12-18, of course, fighting there on the other side, and then NASR was, just waiting for the right time.
What I do like is that Tulika actually was a little bit overconfident. That means that he has the confidence. That means that he will take those fights instead of just staying behind cover, not doing anything. And that's what we want to see. Sometimes you get overconfident, but then you know at least, hey, I'm ready to take these fights when it matters and when it's needed.
Yeah, and when all this happened, because Mazzaro was the last player alive for their Destiny, and that was definitely one of the players on my books that I'm actually expecting to be there on the top 10 killers later on. I've been watching that player for a while, and he definitely has like this firecracker moment, just like Imperium likes to call it. So this definitely was one of them, but I still think that we can see more from that player.
Oh yes, we certainly can, but I know what we want to see more from as well. We've got to start talking about the PMCO that we have here. The PMCO has been absolutely huge when it comes to what it offers here for PUBG Mobile. The Club Open showcases the best mobile PUBG players and squads among the 23 regions across the world. 23 regions is absolutely huge in that. The PMCO is regarded as the gateway into becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. So make sure you sign up together with your team and compete against others in your region. Now, Froz, Copter, we got a 3-man squad here. We need one more player.
One more player.
Who we getting?
How do we get one more player?
Easily. I mean, maybe we'll just take Kyle Aris.
No, definitely not. No,
Froz knows him well enough.
Yeah. That's a bad idea.
Maybe someone out who's watching?
Yeah, maybe someone home there want to play with us.
Someone tweet us, Instagram message us, just hit us up. We need a fourth player to go and enter the PMCO. We probably should check though that we can enter, maybe being talent at the same time. We might be hindered by that.
Maybe.
They'll be like, no, you can't. You got too much insight.
Well, we can play the game and then we can sit here and talk about it afterwards.
Yeah. Damn, I was good. I
got all the insights about exactly everything and what happened.
You guys are acting like we're being able to win some of these games, I'm thinking like, we're going to get ourselves handed.
Of course we're going to win.
I like your confidence. You're always talking about confidence,
Yeah. You need to have that confidence.
It's been a long time since I was a pro, mate. Long time.
You're going to be one of those, sitting behind cover, not doing anything. I'm going to be the one over-peeking and just getting myself knocked.
And I'm looking at Copter to just like micromanage everything that's going on.
And I can be the medic.
Oh, the medic. Okay, perfect. So you're going to be in the blue healing then. Yeah, Panda mode you're going to go into, right? All right, going into game 2, right? Now we get to see how things are going to pan out a little bit more. We've started to talk about these teams that maybe lower down, working their way up. We got any hot picks of who we're going to look at this time around? Anyone you're putting a focus on going into game 2?
I'll let you start, Copter.
He's throwing it to Copter.
Well, when I was looking at this game, the first game, I mean, 12-18, okay, did get on the top 3, so didn't get the chicken dinner. But I mean, I really like how they approached the circle. They were coming from the western side, like they were actually waiting a long time outside of the circle. I was like phase 3 or phase 4. They were just watching what the others are doing, and they rotated in very late. So I think that with that kind of strategy, it kind of like reminds me from what Na'Vi did yesterday in the first 2 games. So I'm really hoping that these guys can get the second chicken dinner.
I'm going to go with Panda. Once again, seeing that aggressiveness coming from them in the early game, that's what I want to see, because they know that they want to take those early points, and no matter what happens, they're going to be able to leave the game with a few points, even if they go out earlier. Yep. And that's very important, I feel like. Even if you don't get those top 5s, you know, we're not going to have a bad game. But at the same time, you can propel yourself. You can just rock it off and get yourself a really, really nice game. Kind of like, you know, Navi first game yesterday.
Yeah, it can go that way. We should also, right, talk about obviously fate coming into this, because this first game was less than ideal for them, right? Not the start they would have wanted at all here, but they kind of had a slow start at the beginning of yesterday, so we shouldn't be too worried, I guess, at this point.
No, I mean, yesterday they started off with 10th place, 0 kills, so it was kind of similar. Yeah. Maybe it's just fate.
Yeah, the circle was difficult for them as well. I mean, they were just holding the southern side. For the first circle, they were just fine. But when it actually hard shifted on the north, was it phase 3, then they kind of like were having a lot of issues because there were so many teams coming and the whole southern side was definitely blocked. So I think with their usual gameplay, and if you can also, well, starting to get those kills as well, I think definitely they can do huge.
Yeah, they certainly could be with it. Now, another thing, right, was Conqueror up here. They have been one of these teams that can consistently get the points in. They're looking very strong overall. But when we're looking at them and what they can deliver in these games coming up, I still want to see more of a change-up, because what I'm noticing when I'm looking at them is still very much what I saw back at the PMPL. They started off better this time around compared to what they did back in the PMPL for EU West, but I still I want to see more adaptation. I want to see more change up from these guys. And I think if they don't, coming into, obviously, it's only 4 days, right? They've only got a short amount of time to do it. If they don't, there may be a bit of a struggle coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much we've seen from teams trying to adapt and change up the playstyle compared to yesterday. I feel like Conqueror could do something like that. They could do a little bit more splits to try to take a little more ground. And talking about that, it reminds me of the last game there, how we saw NASR towards the end, for example. They did a 3-1 split with Batika towards the south side, while the other 3 was just holding towards the north side and basically taking a lot of ground. And that's how they got so far into the late game there.
Yeah, I'm sorry to stop you guys there, because we need to get ourselves into the game. We're going into match 2. We've got our commentators ready, and Kyleris is there, but he's all on his own, and Imperium finally stands up, and it's time to shine. So let's watch this game go. Imperium, wake up, man, because you're ready to deliver this action, and I know you're going to bring the hype.
I'm here. Now, Kyleris, you have something to say, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, what on earth is Frost talking about? When we were playing PUBG Mobile together, I was the one doing way better than him, and he's like, no, not Kyleris. So, whatever, he might carry me elsewhere, but when it comes to mobile, I got him covered, mate.
You know what? We'll form our own team. We'll get 2 more gingers, and we'll call ourselves a ginger squad. How about that, Kyleris? How about that?
Team Soulless, I like it. All right, let's get into this one. Porto Paraiso over to Oasis is our playing path as we get things going and see where these drops come in. A pretty lenient playing path, I would say, for these teams to be able to get where they want, aside from maybe far west.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard, but here's the thing. Teams should be always familiar with this with Miramar, right? It's the biggest map in the game. You're not always going to have the playing path. Remember, unlike us as casters, we don't see the playing path until it actually gets into the game. Whereas the players in the lobby, they have a good 2 minutes to know where the playing path is and to plan their drop spot accordingly. The phase 1 pops up. It is quite complementary to the playing path. It's a little bit more south to the map, but all things considered, despite Los Leones being slap bang in the middle of this phase 1, it's a good way to start our first Miramar game of the day.
Yeah, and let's make it chaotic and end in Los Leones. That'd be nice and spicy, but we will see where it ends up going. Na'Vi already
So
dropping
toxic.
in terms of a 2-2-esque split, and we'll be looking for vehicles, I can only imagine, to complement where they currently are. And yeah, we'll see how this pans out.
Obviously, teams do have to consider when it comes to later on in the game which side of which half of the circle is really going to be the best way for them to hold on to a strong position in the early to mid parts of the game, because the south half has, to me, higher ground for them to play with, but you can get yourself stuck there if the circles shift up north. So a little bit like what we saw in the first Erangel game yesterday, I think we could see quite a few teams more on the west and eastern edges of this first couple of circles, caveating around that mid part to try and develop that exit strategy coming into phase 2, phase 3.
Yeah, like we've seen it a few times here in PUBG Mobile, where if you take this south side, it's a bit easier to rotate north compared to being north and rotating south, because it's big open areas. You know that there's going to be some high ground your opponents are going to be shooting you at from, and then we've even seen it in some games, a la in EU West, where a barrier of teams is created along that road between Los Leones and Monte Nuevo, and then good luck transitioning through that. That is murder, as we see a few attempts at the same through these rotations. Next, Rüya does get away. There was even some winnie shots going off against him. I was loving that. I was hoping one would hit, but I think maybe one did, but not enough to get a knock fully Imperium. Ooh, damn. Good shot.
Okay, frags. Good stuff from Rue. Freak is going to come in and provide that support. Frozen, of course, frozen in time as he's knocked down to his knees. Yek has a sliver of health trying to get to the warehouse, but I can't see that working out. No, it does not. Red dot mini 14 from Freak. It works. It's a double knock, and that's going to leave GUNZ with 2 kills right off the bat.
Even when you don't have a scope with one of these DMRs, they're still deadly if you've got the kind of control that these guys have. I mean, they're called guns, for Christ's sake. That's what they do. But we see a little bit of an attempt at maybe a salvage situation, but I don't think so. It's almost impossible for them to ever get any rescue down there, especially since GUNZ now, again, looking at where they've taken up residency in Pozo, has created kind of a barrier. And actually, now that I think about it, when we were looking at Miramar before, next Rüya was this almost happened exactly the same in our first Miramar game of the tournament, where next Rüya takes the east side of Pozo, but this time GUNZ has been able to take that, and that's quite powerful indeed.
And I also think it's without maybe not fully known, but having a strong idea of who it is that you're fighting in that area. Let's be fair, Frags could be taking advantage of a somewhat broken, beaten down next Rüya in the first couple of days of this EMEA Championship, right? They won PMPL Turkey. They dominated overall. Frozen 16-year-old stepping up to play big time. But, you know, there's a reason why this is the bigger leagues. There's a reason why this event is a next step, because it is more stressful. The competition is higher, and mistakes such as dropping, you know, in a weird way, trying to contest, trying to go somewhere different and not having a secondary drop spot, it's going to get punished more heavily. Teams are going to recognize that, and they're going to prey on that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering, obviously we have a very limited amount of Miramars, but does one of these teams bail? Does next Rüya think to themselves, next Miramar, okay, maybe we shouldn't go Pozo, maybe we should go, as you say, for one of those alternate drop spots if we have them? Because losing to this early in the game, effectively 95% of the time, it's a death sentence, and you're not going to be getting a top 5 unless you're scrambling for a position, right? And then, never mind, not a top 5, are you even getting kills off that game? So sometimes it's just not worth. It's not worth those early fights sometimes at all. No.
Oh my God, the amount of teams that are rotating so central in this circle, essentially hovering and populating the edge of Los Leones on towards the north side. You have Conqueror, Futbolist, Fate, NASR, SUDOR, and 1218 all in a line on the northern edge of Los Leones. Of course, that's great for all the teams that are outside the circle. That creates way more space going from the likes of Power Grid on the northwestern edge of the circle down to past Picado. So that viability for those teams is very good, but a little bit similar to the last game in Erangel. I think it's so many teams having the same idea allows for more traffic and more kind of craziness in phase 2. If it does shift up to the northwest, you're going to have those teams that are around the north of Los Leones going for a similar pathline to get into a more centralized circle position.
Yeah, of course, you guys at home might not have fully seen how this circle is developing so far. Of course, the circle hasn't moved, but as Imperium is saying, with those teams kind of on that edge of Los Leones, I think it's kind of smart, right? Like we constantly repeat the phrase of like, don't go into a city unless you know it's going to end there. Now they have good options. If the circle does shift and Los Leones is still a huge focal point, then they can take up a deeper position in that city. And if not, then at least they have an opportunity to be able to just shoot and drive wherever they would need to, likely maybe compounds near Picado, not necessarily in Picado, etc., etc. So I think it's cool to take up those edge spots.
It is. I'm really a big fan of an edge of circle play style. When it's executed right, it just looks so smooth. It looks so powerful. Panda are sitting really nicely inside this phase one, and it's a familiar spot for Panda on this kind of circle. Going back to the PMPL EU West, they were a team that would go from kind of Valdemar to around this hillside down the south of Vincere. Now, unlike then, they've kind of been pushed away from Valdemar by Konina Power, but by sticking to the same path line, there's a familiarity, there's a consistency so that they can focus coming into this phase two. As it does pop up, it shifts to the west, and that's the cluster that I was talking about, right? Calaris, that is the craziness now that is on the eastern half of this phase two.
A little bit fortunate for next Rüya after their early transactions with GUNZ. RICO Infinity in a good spot as well. And the teams that come out of that Los Leones cluster best, Conqueror and Futbolist, of course, there is still a lot of room to work with in these circles. So I think we'll see some kind of wider moves from some of these teams to get into those compounds, kind of near Picado, etc. But if Futbolist kind of takes up a little bit of a split across some area there, they could control big swaths of area for quite a while, as long as they're peacocking as well, kind of, you know, showing the other teams trying to rotate around who's boss with a few shots. But Smoke goes, next Rüya cannot catch a break. Oof.
No, they really can't. They can't catch a break. It's the first thing I saw when I saw him getting knocked down in the kill feed. The judge upon Navi as they look to rotate out of the blue into the edge of the circle. I really loved what Froz brought up about how in the first two games yesterday, they looked 1, 2, 3 steps ahead, like a well choreographed dance. But then afterwards, they were really falling behind. In this game one, despite not getting the win, they did look a lot more in control of their surroundings, of their position. And if they can carry that forward and add a bit of consistency, that will be happy days for them as Kudor tries to get away. But I don't see that lasting for too much longer.
No, indeed. And as you say, you know, with Frost talking about dancing, he knows a thing or two about dancing. Hello. Of course, 2002 Stockholm tap dancing champion. As he doesn't like to boast about it.
I don't. Are you actually being serious?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 2002's tap dancing champion for Stockholm. He doesn't like to boast about it. I shouldn't have mentioned it on the broadcast, but you know, he sometimes, you know, you gotta give credit where credit's due. But anyway, moving on. RICO Infinity. I can't keep a straight face. You take it, Imperium.
I'm struggling as well. RICO Infinity dropped in Los Leones. They made their way across the main road in towards that kind of not quite centralized position in a circle. But what I love is I love their spread in between the north and the south half of the phase 2 circle. It's on the north or Vincere side, so I think it gives them a lot of viability. For the teams that look to play around and move away from the north of Los Leones, they've all done it pretty fairly. They've all done it pretty fairly indeed. Futbolists are still close to Destiny, who are still close to World of Wonders, with Conqueror laying down south of both of those teams.
Nice little spray. Gets a few connections, but not enough. Oh, that's weird. I just got a message from Froz. Why did you expose me? I was planning a return. Oh, interesting. Anyway, we got Destiny still firing off, but I don't think they'll get much from this. It's a bit too far to do, but Destiny, actually, I mean, fair play. We're looking where they are right now, could easily have a decent split. We've seen these compounds just kind of southeast of Picado be very, very powerful, but where's the circle going to go? And it does actually fall towards them. So that is going to allow them good line of sight over a lot of this battleground for now.
So on one hand, this circle shift is great because it avoids Los Leonas, right, and the craziness that can come about that. But it now includes Picado. And around Picado, especially on that southwestern side of Picado, there's a lot more kind of low ground and the cover isn't really as controlling. But the benefit to that is there's a number of warehouses and a few little compounds that a team can instantly go to. Navi's going to be the first there. RICO Infinity have a few players across Prestige, already has the anchor point, which Navi are getting very close to.
And we will see now as this fight continues to unfold between Fate and Panda. Panda kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's going to be difficult for them to get up against this. And Fate has shown yesterday that they are no small task when it comes to dealing with them. Little push up from Lin. Can he get much done? And Nate goes over, but he takes some damage on the backside. Laith with the spray down is able to get that knock. Very nicely done. GK first is going to have to salvage the civil situation alongside Yiz, but Yiz is just a little further back, and I don't know if that's going to be able to help out.
That's a third party from Conqueror on the shots towards Panda as well. Oh, actually, no, not Conqueror. It's 12-18 joining in on the mix behind him. Zakanafor nearly gets knocked down in return. XT chucks out the smokes. This is where the smokes have to come in, but guess what's going to counter the smokes? Utility. Grenades are going to start flying from 12-18.
That's right. Very nice little spray down there on towards Ragnarok, the MVP from yesterday. He was looking fantastic, but goes down now. It's going to be difficult for Fate to get there and be able to pick him up. They might have to rely on the 3-man on the right-hand side. Unless Savi is able to get over there. Tuliko with a good nade on towards GK first. Panda on the receiving end of a Froz prediction. That is unfortunate. They go down. I don't know why I'm going so hard on Froz this broadcast, but you know what? He said he wouldn't have me in his team, so I'm going to go harder.
Keep going, my friend.
Get him.
I love how much you're just digging their heels into Frost across the board. This 12-18 are digging their heels into the teams on the southern edge of the circle. They are still being gate-kept by the players from Fate, right? They are still being held back. And with the high ground going over to Fate, there's not too much 12-18 can do unless they get that cheeky head knock. For 12-18, what they do have to their advantage is that ridge side by the road, which are able to wrap around and go for more of that southwestern edge of the circle. But they need to bear in mind that they're going into the path lines of another team. In this case, it's Team Unique.
It's actually amazing how many teams have been able to settle in this circle so far, but now it's going to get tough. How do you settle in this next circle? Ricardo Infinity got themselves a great little spot. Kuta technically has a nice position, but good luck holding that down because there are going to be teams crashing onto you quite quickly. I won't be surprised if Unique is one of the ones that comes in on that position as quickly as possible. It could be a nice transition for them. Futbolist might also be on the way here to try and break down onto this spot.
Great play by Conqueror. Send Vito forward, holding on to that compound, the anchor point on the northeastern edge of the circle, and they stop Fate in their hands. Reef is taken down. Fate left with 3 players. And as Futbolists claw their way in, they're gonna get a double knock onto the members of Unique. Happy days. Turkish side Futbolists go from one game to another, becoming more aggressive, feeling more comfortable inside these games.
That's right. I didn't even predict the amount of teams. I thought some of those teams that I'd called may go on to this location,
right?
but then Konina Power rocking up as well. That's just nuts. And also, I'm hearing that I said Ricardo Infinity, but Ricardo's a legend, so I can't complain.
Okay, fair enough. Is Ricardo Froz's tap dancing partner?
Maybe
From 2002?
Maybe.
Pioneer did get a knock onto one of the Futbolist members, so Futbolists have been slowed down. But here's the thing, right? One mistake that teams make far too often is when they have a player knocked, they slow down. It's only one player getting knocked. You've now allowed another knock to come through despite getting the revive. All you're doing, Futbolists in this case, is you're giving Konina Power a chance to reposition, move around, and get a continued level of aggression on you.
This is too close. They're just on the opposite sides of the wall. Konina Power peeking around as well. They see them get the third knock. And will they be able to finish off Solke, who's going around the other side here, looking through those high windows, trying to get the knock and seeing where he's going, even going for the bolty. Excuse me, calm down. You can't be doing that. That's illegal. And trying to find him around the corner here. Looking for it. Push together. Don't go for the opposite peaks. There we go. Wide peak. Getting the kill. Bringing down Futbolist. Brilliant stuff by Konina Power. The weird thing, Imperium, is Kuda survives all of this. He's just been a silent mouse in that little building over on the other side.
He's a John Cena of this Miramar game, right?
Yeah.
You can't see me. But for that team fight, it was a great pre-nade coming out from Konina Power. But again, I just have to say, when you get a player knocked down, don't go for the revive. Continue the push. Have the confidence to know that you're still going to close out that engagement with 2 players left up. SUDOR eliminated. SUDOR Esports have been eliminated across the board. We're currently looking at Navi trying to take the fight against NASR Esports across the road. But for NASR, they can't stand up, because the second they stand up, Slime 4KT are looking in their direction.
Gotta be careful. Definitely careful. It's not the easiest terrain to play as this. It gets quite flat around some areas, and with that, I mean, RICO Infinity still has a good position. Let's see where this circle collapses once again. Na'Vi is going to have to fight their way in. Or, I mean, I'm trying to think, could they make a wide rotate around the east side towards Destiny and try and play that out? Because I think sending it center is it's a death sentence, no?
It is a bit of a death sentence, but then again, you got to take the chances on board. Aimer being knocked down, Navi still looking to control the area around them despite the pressure they're being put under. One of their players is knocked, but Meku should be able to get revived up. Kitsune, their IGL, is able to lead the way, sending himself forward, trying to get that scouting information, but RICO Infinity is waiting in the wings by that compound.
All right, so Conqueror as well, as you say, with this position at the bottom, not too bad. 12-18 is going to be the ones that I think have to dislodge them maybe from that position. Destiny, man, up in the north of this circle. Don't you have this like compunction almost, Imperium, to want them to do well? We saw them do so well in EU West, and it's not quite hit home just yet here.
Right now, it kind of looks like they're waiting for the results to come to them rather than actually taking the results, as in, you know, as in the good games they've got, nothing against them, but it's been based off them having the majority of these circles, right? But the second they've really had to look to push into the circle, take control of a team fight, they just haven't succeeded in it. They are such a good team. They have the potential of being one of the best teams in the world. I genuinely mean that, but they need to show it right here, right now.
RICO Infinity have moved on towards where we're seeing that previous Konina Power fight and engagement. Kudor is still alive in there, but Na'Vi is slowly making their way forwards into these circles. It's difficult. They're still going to have to take these fights. Oh, a nice peek across there. Very, very well done. Sprays go down. Trying to clean up Slime here is NASR as well. It's just going to cause so much collateral damage. Another spray comes in. NASR eventually goes down. Na'Vi, can they salvage this situation as Slime goes for the spray? Matic is dancing, juking, and jiving just like Frost can there. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And is able to get that knocked down. Very well done by Matic. But now you got to get moving, boy.
Yeah, but I've got to say, I love the fact that Slime 4KT end up taking that fight, that 1v1. Yeah. Can you believe you look at a player like Mickey, you look at players like Matic, and you dream of being able to go up against those teams, those players, and that's exactly what Slime 4KT have done, and they tried their best, but unfortunately they didn't succeed. Destiny now should be able to clean up Navi, but again, the question begs, as the next shift has gone to Southwest, will Destiny finally be able to control a late game outside of the circle?
I mean, that being said, it shows the class and fruits of their labor if that Na'Vi are able to get through those fights, survive, and then get to the circle. I thought that it was just going to be a killing field, but they were able to get through somehow, some way. I mean, wounded, of course, but still very impressive stuff coming out from them.
When you're talking about, you know, the circle shifting far away, the mindset has to change, right? It has to go from playing for that little bit of a position to killing your way in, shooting your way in, right? Yeah. Creating that kind of wall, that path line in front of you. And now Destiny is their next blockage path in front of Navi.
Let's see, Destiny going to be falling down pretty swiftly, as you say. This has been the case for Destiny for a long time here. 12 and 18 though, going down, getting knocked even, I should say, but they will take out GUNZ throughout all of this. Very good stuff for them to be able to push up, but now they got to get people up. RICO Infinity would be looking over that direction, but thankfully for 12-18, the buildings are against it. And again, 12-18 inching close to another podium finish here. It's amazing.
Consistency personified coming out from CIS boys. Looking at the other CIS team of this game, number 2, Navi. They are looking to clean up their players from Destiny. Mishi is knocked down, confirmed up. Mazzaro, the only player left standing. We saw what results he could pull out as a solo player, Miramar, the PMPL EUS, but I don't know if it's going to last much longer for now as Conqueror went out. Yeah, RICO Infinity Prestige finds one of the Navi players.
Just a little bit too difficult. Tixie in the distance as well. Going to get absolutely blasted from this lobby. And he falls. World of Wonders. Hello, hello. Welcome to the game. Right now, looking pretty good. It's going to be maybe difficult to get across that road when the time comes, but got to deal with that snake Mazzaro, and we know what he's able to do and capable of doing on Miramar as a solo. But again, 12-18. I feel like 12-18 is just riding this wave right now, and I would be scared of them right now in this lobby.
Like, the thing about 12-18 is they don't look spectacularly, like, flashy in the way they play the game, but they just look so stable. And stability in the EMEA Championship, I think, is just that little bit more important, right? Navi started yesterday with 2 chicken dinners, but they fell apart after that, right? I wrote checks that Navi just couldn't cash. Well, it seems like that check might be heading towards 12-18 if they continue with their consistency.
You might have been right about the region, at least. Yeah, this is true. True. This is not bad. Okay, interesting thing developing right now. RICO Infinity are not looking at all in the direction, really, of 12-18. They know a team is there, but they know as well that kind of their back is covered almost. This was a bit of a bold play to go up there by NASR. They were constantly looking at World of Wonders position. NASR goes down. Going to that roof, yeah, you might have wanted a higher vantage point against some of the smokes that were being laid down, but a bit bold, a bit ambitious when you had that easy cover.
I'm all for information is power, but the only thing that's powerful in the late game is just getting the kills as World of Wonders go down. Mazzaro's still left alive. We're into the top 3 teams. It is realistically going to be that battle between 12-18 and RICO.
I love that all those teams were just, they knew where World of Wonders was, just blast them as they come out the road, because the road was going to be a death sentence for them. And Mazzaro, he might be forgotten about for quite a while here, if he's a sneaky enough snake. But
that's true.
Because the thing is now is that 12-18 and RICO Infinity are completely focused on one another. Destiny actually does end up falling, though, down across that. That's fine. Now it is this fight going down, and I gotta say, I favor 12-18 here, considering the power they've shown.
No, this is 12-18s for the win. Prestige is knocked down, 2 players left standing. Unless RICO Infinity can pull off a Konina Power, this is all for them to take over.
A nice attempt at a spray there from this suppressed AK. Nade already came in against him, though, and doesn't quite connect. Got to be careful. The pickup on Prestige, not bad. Where are we prepping this grenade? Where's it going? Into the garage at the back. Does it find a target? I doubt it. Didn't go in quite as far. Marmalade's going to be prepping another one. Will it connect? Gets himself the Mirado in there, but here's the push. Goes for the peak. Actually gets already caught there. 1-for-1 trade. Good for 12-18. They've got to continue this pressure on now. After getting that knock, it would still be a 3v2. Pushing on around. Prestige going to get lit up, and that will be the game. 12-18. Second place is abound, but you know what? They can finish as well. Scary stuff coming out from them.
Man, they're looking so good. They're looking so good. This win was coming. It was bound to happen, right? They were like, you know, the second place team, the third place team, happy days in terms of consistency. But that chicken dinner shows to me that they can finish it out right. They can really get the job done when it matters. And 2K damage, 13 kills, 28 points. That cushion at the top becomes ever bigger for the 12-18 boys.
Yeah, with the second places they got, they were a cat playing with tassels, having a fun time, doing what they can, but they just pulled the whole curtain down with this one. This is very nice for them. The 28 points coming on in. And as you said, they were already doing brilliantly yesterday relative to a lot of the lobby. But now, a second place and first place. Now you've got to kind of make sure that you're not going to have that Navi fall off that we saw yesterday, right? I mean, this second and first coming in here, keep that, well, as Max would say, metal to the pedal or whatever came along in EU West. Sorry, Max, I don't want to do you dirty. Only Froz dirty here for this tournament so far. But I would like to see them continue with this on 12-18 side.
Definitely. And looking at Navi as well, that you mentioned them, 5th place in the first game of the day. I think a 4th or 5th this game too, with a high amount of kills. I gotta say that bounce back from the fall from grace they had yesterday is quite strong. And you know, we shouldn't be surprised, but I still think it's healthy to point out. For RICO Infinity, right, they were coming into today's games down in 14th place. You know, not only them stepping back up to play day 2, but I just gotta say, the Arabic region, so much wealth of ability that they're showing in the EMEA Championship. Very, very proud of all 5 teams participating in these finals.
Yeah, definitely. I think that I feel like there was probably even some underestimating of some of these teams coming in from some of the teams like from Western Europe, for example, or Europe West, and seeing how these are played out. I think it is difficult, of course, though, to kind of gauge how things are going to be playing out until those first days. But we're going to go to a short break. When we're back, we answer some very important questions with the guys at the desk, and as well, is the Froz curse real?
Xiaomi.
Miramar is all done and dusted, and we see 12-18 continue the consistent dominance here for the EMEA Championships. And at the EMEA Championships, we got to thank Xiaomi here, our big sponsor, putting this all together, helping us be able to put this on, where you guys can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. Certainly one we all want to grab our hands on. And when it comes to this phone, right, when it comes to what you can deliver, the pro players best be playing on the best phones possible, because you need every little edge you can get in order to find success. And 12-18, well, they're showing that they can find a lot of success in this one.
I mean, time after time, we see them getting those top 5 positions, and finally they get themselves that chicken dinner. They were totally worth it of getting it, and they played so well towards the end there. I mean, every strike was pretty much calculated. They knew exactly when and what to strike.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the whole approach from the southern side, of course, there was a moment on the phase number 3 when they kind of like had a little problem with the circle, but then in the end it was shifting on their way, so then it was an okay situation, and they kind of like executed the same edge play which we saw yesterday, being there, holding that place, doing the aggression there, and of course like competing that and doing that all the way on the last circles as well. But then when the final circle hit, and of course we had a team holding a compound and they were approaching from the south, they kind of like came from an angle which they didn't see, and that was like the final nail on the coffin, which we didn't see yesterday. I mean, otherwise, a lot of similarities with yesterday.
It's almost like, you know, they would tap dancing, you know, a little bit left, a little bit right, and then, you know, everything's just going well. And then,
you're ready to get up and go.
I don't want to do that. You know, it would be too good. Imperium would right mid a check straight away, and Kalaris would just be envy of me.
Kalaris was like hyping you up. You almost started to move a bit there. It was like, you could see the feet starting to tick away. Yeah, you can see him starting to dance.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit right now, you know.
You don't fancy it?
No, I don't think so.
I reckon we can do it, man. I reckon we can do a little. Come on.
Yeah.
Teach me. Yeah, here we go, Franz. This is it.
Yeah, that's how you go.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to watch it from the side.
True champion. Sweden's lucky to have you, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
So first of all, you were good at tap dancing. Now you've killed it in PUBG as well. You've carried Kalaris through to success.
Time after time after time. I don't know what to tell you.
Copter, any hidden skills?
I don't know. Not any hidden skills. I mean, I'm just completely wide on the open about my skills as well. But I mean, this whole thing with the Frost and Kalaris there on the left side, the only thing how this can be settled, it's on the server. It's got to be on the server. I mean, there's no other way.
I always win on the server against him, though.
Yeah, but we got to get some Xiaomi phones on you guys, and then you go on a PUBG Mobile, and we'll see who's going to be fracking the most.
Well, let's take a look at how the match stats went down after we've had our fun here. We'll be tap dancing our way into these scoreboards to see how many points these teams were able to grab. And, well, 12-18, they grabbed the lion's share of it because it was very competitive this time around.
Yeah, very, very. We saw a lot of the teams getting a lot of points there. But I'm also impressed with Well of Wonders. Finally seeing them stepping it up. We've been talking a lot about them. And also I know Kalaris is a big fan of them. He's been talking a lot about them. Finally seeing them. Even though they didn't get the win, that second place, second place with the score here, it's going to mean a lot for them, pushing them up on the leaderboard.
Yes, they're massively so. And another thing here for Destiny, right? Okay, again, it's the same 1 kill point, right? But the placement points are carrying them through, and that's where we talk about this consistency with your placements. And again, it was a solo player alive getting it done for him.
Yeah, but the difference from yesterday is that yesterday when they were playing on the circles, they were of course in the middle, like we've spoken of multiple times already. But then they just didn't survive there. They didn't get the placement points. They were eliminated like phase 4, phase 5, and they just didn't get on the top 10. But now they're like staying more alive. They're still doing a little bit passive, as we can see from the kills, but still staying alive on the edges and getting the placement points. That is definitely good, because now it's 2 games in a row when they get the points.
It's 1 step at a time, and right now they're stepping it up 1 step at a time. They're doing 1 step, making sure that they're staying alive, getting those placement points. The next step is to get those kills.
Yeah, just like Fate yesterday. They did exactly the same. They stayed alive, and then they started killing on the later half.
I was just smiling at you, Frost, because you said step so many times. I thought we were just going to bust a step as well again. I thought we were going to go back into it. I was like, you want me to do it again? I would love you to do it again, but we probably should take a look at the rest of the leaderboard in there as well when it comes down, because, right, this is good for these teams up here, but when we come on to the rest of them, Slime 4KT, I'll give them an honorable mention, because things people have to remember, for Slime 4KT, they come from the African region. They only got their first PMCO slot to get here, right? So they had a PMCO last time around, and this has been their first time to qualify. This is a big deal for these guys of who they're going up against.
So we talked about earlier how Panda subbed out Kato for XTI.
Yes.
And yesterday we saw actually Slime subbing out Fex for Andrew. So Andrew is now playing. He started playing yesterday. I think it was second to last game he went in. And I mean, we're not seeing a big difference right now, but in terms of their morale and how they're playing it, it might be better on the team, on the comms right now. And that's going to matter in the long run as well. So hopefully we'll see some more coming up from them.
I mean, the whole Panda situation on this last game, that was a little bit unfortunate because there was a lot of going on the, was it like phase 3 when it was coming on the south, there was Panda, we had Futbolist, sorry, Fate and 1218, we had them there. So we kind of like had Panda there, then Fate was like, you know, having an initial fight with them. And then we had actually 1218 who was like coming and poking from the backside and kind of like collecting some of the points away from there. And Panda got eliminated very early. So the 0 points from Panda, that is not what we usually see from them.
But again, though, it's the aggressiveness, the early aggressiveness, and that's what you want to see, because then you know that it can happen. It's all about taking a risk, high reward, and they are doing it right now. They want to have that high risk, but they also want the high reward. Right now, they're getting 0 reward.
Yeah, I think the whole situation was kind of like under control until 1218 came up, because they were like fighting with Fate. It was like calculated move more or less, but then of course third partying is always third partying, and well, sometimes it just doesn't go the way you want.
In one of the last games, right, that we had from Panda during the PMPL for US, they were sat there and they were already in first place. They were well in and no problems at all. It was Erangel. You know what they did? They just went on an absolute killing spree. 17 kills, didn't even get high placement points because they just went outrageously aggressive. And this is what a team like Panda can do. So when you see them here on Miramar and go out early on, I'm not too worried about it, but I will say Miramar was something we saw them have a lot of success on. And things do need to turn around for these guys if they do want to sit here and be within the top positions of the EMEA Championship.
But you also got to remember, when stuff like that happens, that's when you're sitting in a very comfortable position. You know that you're basically through. You're already sitting really good on the leaderboard. Right now, they're not in that position. So they got to work their way up before they can get into that position to actually play out like they did there.
Yeah, definitely. They have the confidence, but they just don't have the results currently. And, you know, of course, getting those huge kills, just like getting a similar result what Navi was getting yesterday from, we're always referring to Navi matches at the start because it was just such an explosive start for the whole series. But still, like, getting that kind of a performance, that could change the whole confidence and the whole how Panda is doing on the later matches on this tournament.
And another thing we must discuss here, right, is that Navi and their change of style we've seen in today's play.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they started off with a really good style, and then it went downhill very far down, kind of like Kalari's clothing style. But then they went back up, and now they're on my kind of style again, looking pretty fancy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the Navi rotations this time, I mean, there was the first couple circles, it was a little bit similar to what we saw yesterday on those matches. I mean, it started the same way, but then like forward from phase 3, then the whole situation changed more or less, and then kind of like they needed to do some more work. But still, very good play, more like more aware what's actually happening around, and not so fastly going into situations. Of course, unfortunately, they got eliminated on the, was like phase 6 or something, so that, no, sorry, phase 7, but still, like, they got the 5th place, but the game which we saw before that, the ultimate fight on the end, it was good gaming, and you know, just getting a little bit more players on the end, we could see some very good results as well.
Well, 1218 obviously had the win here, so let's take a look at some of their stats and what they were able to pull out when it came to this game, because this is a team that have been consistent throughout it all, putting up some big damage in there as well, and also obviously having to pull off a decent amount of heals to take them through that far. But the most impressive thing is when they went into that end fight, when they were the last 2 teams remaining, there were still 4 alive for 1218.
Yeah, they had 4 men alive, and one of the things was that they were up against RICO that had that compound. And you got to remember, having that compound means that you have a lot of cover.
Yes.
While 1218, they were in the open, and they had to fight towards the teams on the eastern side there as well. They had to take care of everybody, and we're taking care of everyone one by one, step by step, taking it just by the book.
Yeah, it was a little bit different. I mean, 1280 was doing all the work there, and then RICO, who was like was holding the compound, wouldn't say like completely sitting there, but still they were more like you know, taking what's coming towards them and trying to survive from it. And 1280 was more like, let's get these guys done.
Oh, yes, that's what I always liking to do. Now, another thing you mentioned, right, when it came to this, Froz, was Futbolist and Konina. They were coming in and meeting each other a lot of the time.
Yeah, we saw them yesterday, in the previous game.
It feels like yesterday sometimes.
It feels like yesterday, but I mean, in the previous game, they were up against each other as well. We saw them just on the east side of the prison there. And this is something that we see keep on happening between those 2 teams. And it's because they kind of like to play the same positions. They also know each other really well, so they know where the other one is going to be playing, and they try to counter that, but in a way they're countering each other.
They're like going around. It's like a constant circle, right?
Yeah.
Run around, chase each other, a little bit of tag. And one thing, right, when it comes to that, Do you think when you see teams that like match up, they can also kind of look at each other's style when it comes to these fights? So they say they're going up and they go, yeah, okay, we're looking and we know they're going to be close by. Do you think they're also going to be learning patterns in how each team likes to engage and have to focus on them smaller details when it comes to it?
I definitely think that there was a lot of information on Konina's side on that fight, because what actually was when the final moments came for, it was only 2 guys pushing from Konina towards them on the concrete building. And to me, it seems that they were like pushing very heavily inside from Konina. So I think that they actually knew that Futbolist, they will be reviving on that corner. They knew that they were holding the place. And even though they had 2 guys alive, one was being revived, still they made the push. They knew that this is going to be happening. So I think there was a lot of information and experience behind that push.
These are 2 teams that have been playing on the international stage for a long time. They've been playing against each other, not just like against here, but also against with a lot of the top teams in the world itself.
Yes.
So they're very experienced when it comes to playing against each other on this kind of level.
Yeah, it was a good execution. I mean, I just enjoyed when the Konina actually went inside, and there was like a lot of smokes inside. Probably we didn't see that angle, but I guess there was so many smokes outside, so there's going to be smokes inside as well. And they kind of like, you know, they just went to the room, they got the guns blazing, and everybody down.
Well, let's see some more guns blazing as we move into our 3rd match of the day. It's time to get back with Carleris and Imperium. My lovely husband is sat there waiting, and he has to deal with Carleris and his tap dancing moments, his bad fashion sense, and everything else alongside. So, Imperium, can you help him out?
Hey, no, I just gotta say, I love the fact that, you know, Froz was flexing his fantastic tap dancing skills, because it's funny, when I was talking to Copter, before this EMEA Championship Finals, he actually said to me he's the 2014 freestyle breakdancing champion. Did you know that, Carleris?
I did not know that. Now that you say that, I hope he's going to break out some of that breakdancing on the desk, kind of similar to, you know, some of that insane tap dancing that we saw from Frozen Banks, I guess.
Yeah, like, hey, look, no pressure and all that, Copter, but I just thought I'd put it out there because, you know, I didn't want Froz taking all the limelight, right? It's important that all the analysts get a, you know, get a time to shine, so to speak, as these teams are going to have a massive time to shine in this game 3 today. We're heading over to Sanhok. Carleris, it's a brutal map to deal with.
Yeah, we need some of these teams to shine, unless 12-18 has got anything to say about it. Right now, they're on a roll with the 2nd place into this 1st place. I think the one thing that does triple up a lot of teams when it comes to that kind of wave that you can ride, like we were mentioning here for 12-14, is the fact that there is so much difference between these battlegrounds, right? And when you're going to Sanhok, it's very different to how Miramar plays out. So if 12-18 could keep that going into Sanhok, then they are machines at this point.
They are like a well-oiled machine at the moment. They really are. Their consistency across the board, when you look at yesterday's games and when you come into today's games, their average points per game right now is 13.5. 2nd place, to give context, Navi, not too bad. They're currently at a 10.4 points per game. So that gap in not only average points per game, but then when you lead it into the total, 25 points. Just, again, it's all about that cushion. Because let's be fair, as much as the consistency will shine, you can have that slip up, you can have that poor game. So when you create that cushion, that poor game really helps to cushion that blow.
Yeah, oh, definitely. For Navi, of course, they had that at the beginning. It kind of slips a little bit, but I'm actually very surprised at how they were able to kind of salvage the situation in this previous game. The circles were not kind to Navi in this game, and yet they're able to take out teams on their move through to the circles and somehow salvage. Maybe it was top 5. I can't quite exactly remember the exact positioning, but just very, very well done by them. And we will be getting on to Sanhok now to see how all of these teams fare. And once again, you know, when we look at how these playing paths work out, it's looking very even for these teams as we get into the game number 3 of the day here, Imperium.
Yeah, and it tends not to really matter with Sanhok because of how small the map is. But it is still nice to see a very clean, straight through the middle diagonal passing line in Sanhok, because it really gives that extra level of freedom for teams to go to where they go. And one thing that I low-key noticed with Konina Power in yesterday's Sanhok game is I think they were intentionally, not in a massively bad way, but I think they were low-key intentionally targeting Slime 4KT on the eastern side of the map in the early parts of the game. because not only did it allow them to play a little bit more of a passive early game, but picking up those maybe potentially easier kills allowed them to then focus coming into the edge of the circle. Now, as it happens, I don't think it really worked out the way they wanted to, but I think there was a level of intention there, which, not that they need to do the same today, but I appreciate what they were trying to do.
Yeah, it could definitely be that case. I mean, the fact that you can effectively buy yourself extra room is a brilliant strategy to employ when it comes into one of these kinds of tournaments. If you think that eventually that team might bail from that situation, not dissimilar to the way we see Miramar play out currently with GUNZ and next Rüya. But anyway, moving into this Camp Bravo. What am I talking about? So moving into Camp Bravo, you can see that Slime's going to get nicely geared up from this location. And then there is that potential that Konina Power, with the current split that they have, could try and collapse on them. Now, I'm not as keen on a 3-1 collapse. I would rather a 2-2 collapse onto a position.
I agree.
But they could make it work.
And this is where Slime also needs to have done their relevant VOD review and research and recognize that kind of northern side of northeastern side of Paradise Resort is a little bit freer for them to rotate to. And with this kind of circle, it would be a perfect rotational path line. SUDOR and RICO Infinity clashing in outside of Painam for early parts of this game. Well played by Safe to pick up that kill.
Not too bad at all, and that's what a Sanhok affords sometimes. The fact that you can get your hands on a QBZ, which is a very stable gun in general early, but then another come down. GK first out this early. This might be the earliest I have ever seen GK first go out in a game.
And also SUDOR picking up 2 kills, right?
Yeah.
Starting this game 3 of the day is somewhat as they did in yesterday's games, being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more controlling. I do have to question, 1, why GK was there, and 2, why RICO and Infinity are so heavily separated, right? This shouldn't be happening now. Between the preparation they had, between the fact that this is the second Sanhok game of the EMEA Championship, and also the fact that split dropping in Sanhok is always a massive risk when it's kind of so centralized around one of the islands or the trifecta area. Just unneeded.
Yeah, you can get away with it on some of the edges of the battleground, I think is fair to say. I mean, you're looking at Navi's position, which Destiny was taking up in EU West. You're thinking about kind of where 12-18 is, but even up against like Mong Nai, for example, those kinds of areas, you can definitely get away with those splits for a good portion of time. But Unique moving into this fight against NASR at the moment, and I don't think they'll be finding too many targets from that distance just yet. San has taken a lying down position. Atika gets himself the finish onto one of the members there of Unique. And just these little wounds here and there up in that barn area. You're kind of central still, but it's not the best start.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think Unique would have been expecting at least NASR to have been in that position, because NASR as a team, at least in previous games, have rotated somewhat passively, not super quick. And their drop spot was close to where they are right now on the western side of Quarry. But again, that level of unexpectation from Unique maybe made them feel as if they had the area to move in. Only losing 1 player in Sanhok, it's not the worst thing in the world. At least they know that's where NASR are.
Game's still doable with 3 very easily. Zessi doing Zessi things. We've seen him be able to flex out from World of Wonders in the past, and to varying degrees of success. Oftentimes he was very successful with it, but I think he knows that maybe it's just the one member here, because and actually goes for the peak and wisely kind of just pops his head around, darts right back on back. Lath now is on the hunt, or being hunted, I should say, through this window, looking for the opportunity. No, straight around the corner, spray down with the Uzi, finish with the M4, bish bash bosh, not too bad.
And I saw what Lath was trying to do. He was trying to slow down the members of World of Wonders until the rest of the team looked to join up. But that's SUDOR getting into the mix once again, looking to pick up a few kills across the way, hearing the noise around this compound region, and that is something that always teams need to be aware of in Sanhok compared to the other maps. You make noise in Sanhok, it is always going to alert way more teams compared to Miramar and Erangel.
Yeah, SUDOR on the warpath, man. I mean, I kind of like the aggression coming out, but I think they're kind of middle pack right now, right?
Yep.
And seeing that on Sanhok, it technically, in earlier stages of Sanhok games, it's one of the best times to be aggressive because you know that the teams are more likely still kind of spread out a little bit. So you're less likely to be third party now. So if you can get some kill points on the board, right now, I like the predatory instinct that we're seeing from them coming out as the apex predator, maybe in the middle of the circle right now.
And I think that fits to how they were playing in yesterday's games above board, right? They ended the day yesterday with a total of 53 points in 5th place. But in the first 2 games today, they've only been able to gather themselves up 8 points. And I don't know if it was an intentional level of calm that they were coming into today's games, trying to hone the late stages of the game, but either way it didn't go towards them. Whereas this game 3, they've turned up the heat and it's worked for the time being.
For the time being, yeah, because World of Wonders is peppering the side here of SUDOR, and with the 2 knocked down towards the bottom, it's going to be hard for the 2 towards the top of this hill to really do too much about it. World of Wonders now has 4 up and 4 with their crosshairs fixated on this direction. Spray comes in, gets a clip, and actually looks like Track as well as Skaten.
Yeah, they were revived up.
Good to go.
They were revived up. Good to go indeed, because that's risky in itself going for revives. In that kind of firefight, because again, more teams could be around you. For World of Wonders, this kind of level of control that they've applied in the early parts of the game is very heavily down to the fact that they exited and moved away from boot camp quite early in this phase 1. So they've been able to manipulate the traffic of the teams around them, and they don't necessarily need to get the kills onto SUDOR. All they need to do is push SUDOR towards other teams.
And actually spots them around this rock here. Got to be very, very careful. Marmalade pushing on around here. It's 12-18. They were already on the warpath. Molly to block off that location, but he already gets bullied himself. They come around and it gets sprayed down. That is going to be difficult for Slime to deal with. Slime, I think they have to tuck the tail between their legs and get out of here right now. 12-18 is looking primed to take this fight, and priming this nade to go forwards on towards Specs. Doesn't quite get in the window that he wants. Went for the gamble between the 2. Doesn't pick the right one. Pronto on this off angle with the ump, as well as QBZ in hand. Tulika looking for another nade going in. Tulika as well, I think currently like our lobby kill leader right now. Looking for another opportunity to lay down the hammer with these nades.
Yeah, it's some might say it's hammer time.
That's right. Sorry, I'll stop.
Thank you. I'm so glad you followed it up. Indeed, for Slime 4KT, to me, they shouldn't be backing away. They should take this fight. Right now, they're in 16th place in the overall standings. They have showed elements of strength in these games, trying to go up against Navi. Why not? You got nothing to lose. This is the time to go up against the best teams in Europe, the best teams across Europe and the Middle East, and try and prove yourself. If you lose, you can still hold your head high, knowing that you took the challenge. Do not disengage, Slime 4KT.
Yeah, test your mettle for sure against some of these teams that, again, are literally world class. And Marmalade here, just getting healed on up. Will be trying to take that engagement once again. But I think it's SUDOR down in the bottom that is trying to get some knocks here and there in that 1v1 that's going down now. There's 2 knocks around the corner. Taking a look at the picture-in-picture at the moment as that fight continues on. SUDOR trying to finish this off. A bit of a dance around this building at the moment. Standoff continues between Slime and 12-18. Will that kill go down? He's so close. He's actually mollying into that room. And he gets the knock as well and gets the full kill. SUDOR with another big win against RICO Infinity.
Yeah, RICO Infinity unfortunately cannot capture the magic that they showed in the previous game and have fallen flat in 16th place. As you look at the phase 2, that did go up a bit at north, but more importantly, it stayed in the mainland. There's no, oh, is it going to be this island? Is it going to be that island? All the teams can be more confident of the fact that they can play for a position across this mainland. Conqueror are getting extremely close to next Rüya and Paradise Resort. However, I've got to ask the question, why are next Rüya still in Paradise Resort in phase 2? The circle is very much around Paradise Resort. They should have disengaged in some way out of that region. Now they're going to be pinched by not only Conqueror, but Fate down south, 12-18, and possibly Slime to the west. It's not going to look too good for them if they stay there.
Yeah, Conqueror's bringing the fight there, it seems, and actually already got a knock on towards it. Again, as you say, it could be a symptom of sticking around a little bit too long. Slime, though, now going to be taking this fight once again against 12-18, trying to find an angle along as well. There's 3 people there for the peak. Oh my God, and instantly brings them down. Sorry, Slime, but trying to deal with 3 people wide peeking against you, unless you get the most insane spray. Yeah, 12-18 just had that one in the bag.
Again, just like a well-oiled machine. And here's the thing, 12-18 are not disrespecting this team fight. They're not disrespecting their opponents. You can see by having those 3 players together wide peeking, they're aware that they can still get knocked. They are human at the end of the day. They're not immortal, but they're playing this game as if, you know, as if they have the strength to become immortal across the board. Conqueror on 2 kills so far. They've been able to punish the lackadaisical decision-making coming out from next Rüya in this Sanhok game.
Yeah, and doing well with it. Moving on to Paradise Resort. I mean, there's a lot of angles to try and take into account when pushing on Paradise Resort. And next Rüya is not getting the favorable trade at all so far. I mean, it could still change. As I say, because there are so many angles, you could potentially find yourself a spot to be able to deal with it. But the circle is shifting away from all of this. So even this fight is not super worth it. You see next Rüya now bailing out.
Yeah, and the circle has shifted towards your favorite part of the Sanhok map, the ban area and the hillside around it. I know, I had to say it. I never forget, my friend. I never forget the callback indeed. But it allows Unique, that is on that kind of hillside to the west of ban, to control that area. They do, however, have SUDOR, they have Fate, they have I think I forget who it is as well around there, Konina Power. Either way, there's a cluster of teams looking towards them, so they really have to be careful how much noise they actually make.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate the call, but I know you're more used to casting with Max, man. I'll try, and you know what? I'll try and make you feel comfortable. Imperium, who's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh character? Mine's Charizard. Haha. What do you think? Does that sound like Max, man?
Perfect. Can you say oh my god, Shindaru? Can you do that?
I can say Baka Baka, and that's about it. That's idiot,
okay,
right?
Okay. Yeah, that is pretty much the antithesis of Max. Overall, Navi are getting stupefied at the hands of Panda. A double knock, 1 kill confirmed. Kitsune and Meku, the only 2 players up.
They've got to Datakai right now as the fight is very important. Nades go down the hill on towards Na'Vi. And they are kind of bunched up right now. A little bit un-Navi-esque, to be honest with you. Not really too many angles being taken. You can already see on the left-hand side, a Kitsune going to try and take one of those off angles to open up this fight a little bit. Because with Lin raining down nades, mollies, everything on Navi's position, and then switching sides. Oh, actually haphazardly gets caught by one of those grenades. Meku, will he be able to finish this off? He's pushing on around.
No.
Get him done. He's gone down.
He tried to get a heal off in time to get him up to 75% health. It wasn't meant to be. Navi make the numbers count. They push in, they get the knock. Panda's still up as 1, but I appreciate the fact they look to take that fight.
Definitely so. Reeves now finding the fight on towards Fate. They really want to get rid of Fate here. They effectively may hold them out of this circle when a shift comes along. And, I mean, technically speaking, they could try and rotate around the north. It's not out of the realms of possibility.
Exactly.
But a reposition from Reeves.
And technically the north is freer. I think heading towards Fate on that western side is risky in itself. Doesn't hurt to try and tickle them, but to me, they should look to commit towards more of that north position on the edge of the circle. They should be aware that this is probably Fate that is in front of them based on the drop spots, the passing that both teams look to take across the board as he snaking his way through. We head on over to the fight that's going on between World of Wonders and SUDOR, and with that next circle shaping up, it's centralized quite nicely, still with Unique in the center of the map.
World of Wonders here, coming off the back of a good situation on Miramar. What can they do here on Sanhok? Going up against SUDOR, not the easiest fight in the slightest, but right now already having that one knock on one of the players in close proximity to them at least will make things a little bit easier. It depends on how much Na'Vi's going to do. Na'Vi will get safe down and done. Shots coming down on towards Tixi. He knows which direction they're coming from. Maybe Destiny as well, who Destiny right now are controlling a pretty big swath of land. It's just not really in a great position to control the circle, but it does afford them position to eventually transition into the circle. SUDOR is done. They are SWAT team down.
Hook, line, and sinker. Take care of them. Bye-bye now. Two teams that we have to talk about, though. Still in the blue, fighting on phase 4. GUNZ and Futbolist. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are they? Now they... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're down by Campon. Oh, yeah, I know. I only noticed that now.
That's an interesting play. I guess, you know, sometimes when you get caught in those stalemate situations and you just like, no, you move. No, you move. No, you move. Just like, who's going to fire each other first in that situation as well? At least Lord as well as Hemori got actually out of that situation and are close towards the circle. But yeah, that is brutal for Futbolists.
Conqueror losing Swave earlier on, yet they have done what I kind of suggested, which is played on towards that northern side outside of Paradise Resort, and then they've come in on towards the edge of the circle. However, 12-18, they slowed down a little bit too much, in my opinion. And that's allowed Conqueror to get a little bit more of a control, keep them on the edge of the circle, plus next Rüya, they're two players that are left standing off the back of losing too early on, can have an impact in this game.
Definitely so. Na'Vi here still struggling to find their footing on this side of the circle. I mean, they've done a good job of racking up a few kills here and there. Destiny is Destiny is a shadow of their former selves when it comes to this tournament so far. I'm not seeing any of that flair, that pizzazz that made them a scary team on the edge. And I mean, to be fair though, they're meeting an edge team that, for all intents and purposes, is superior in terms of legacy, and that's Na'Vi. Tixi going for the blast on me. He's trying to spray through the smoke as well. You may see him on that left-hand side of the smoke in a moment if he's being observant. Maybe the bush is covering him. But unfortunately for Futbolists, they're losing people to the blue as well. Tixi finishes off Mihi.
Yeah, Na'Vi, Tixi, he's like a god reborn in PUBG Mobile. He's fallen off a little bit in terms of performance, I felt, but quite clear to see he's stepping up to the plate, and he's shined all the way through the game so far in the EMEA Championship. They may be struggling to really gain control as the circle has shifted once again over to the east. But when you're talking about the edge of circle, 4 a.m.-esque playstyle, Na'Vi are setting that up as Tixi finds Zessie.
Going for the blast once again. Imperium, look where the circle's gone. I don't like it.
I know. I don't like it.
Oh, okay, so let me explain. A barn, I do not like the structure down there. I don't think it really gives you a decent amount of cover. Also, it dips into a valley as well, which makes it even harder for those teams that end up kind of unfortuitously down there. You need to be able to control some of these kind of ridge areas. Na'Vi is trying to transition on this west-hand side, but they're going to be held out by NASR, blasting across this road. Miracle going for the shots. Tixi's gone down, and Na'Vi is gone. That was a hard rotation to make, and they can't do it.
Oh, man. NASR send Na'Vi back into the lobby like Team Rocket blasting off at the speed of light. surrendered now and they prepared to fight and they lost that fight indeed. World of Wonders are also eliminated. This is where Papa Blue comes into the mix. Phase 5, Phase 6 onwards. Conqueror are taken down. We have 7 teams left, 20 players alive. Konina Power, they've been quiet on the western front. Well, quiet on the eastern front, but they've made their way down the hill into the center of Ban.
And they're in Barn. Yeah, if they win from this position, there's going to be egg on my face. I'll tell you that much. Right now, they have the best position, technically. I can't believe I'm saying this.
They do.
Oh,
they do.
Imperium, save me. Oh, no.
Sorry, man, it's too late. We just can't be saved in this game. It's a fight for the death. Konina Power looking to conquer it. Arif steps up. He gets a knock. It's a knock in return. NASR also working wonderfully as Hassan has the gonna lowball that molly, but it's not gonna work out. It does work out because the support comes in and NASR get the squad wipe onto Fate.
There's a situation here where Konina Power could win this game without even taking massive fights towards the end. All these teams at the top might end up killing each other off before Konina Power even has to get involved. Meanwhile, Panda, once again, in the blue, employing the healing strategy here, trying to make that work. We know it was the usual go-to for them as a salvage situation, but no more meds. Looks like you're going down, XT. Goes for the spray, but dies to the play zone. But I mean, gets decent placement off of it, I suppose. NASR in the distance against Konina Power. All they have to do is hold them out. Look at the lay of the land here, Imperium. They have all the control.
8 players up. They have 4 of them alive. Futbolists go down. 12-18 are healing in the blue. And can I just say, once again, a top 5 finish for the leaders of the lobby.
12-18. Monsters, man. That's going to be scary for all these other teams trying to catch up. But Konina Power, I mean, to my defense, they haven't had to take a fight here, so they haven't even really had to rely on some of that cover or kind of those nade traps that do exist in there. But this has been... It's all Konina Power. They are dealing with a few solos. Healing in the blue. Hassan cannot do anything on the edge of that circle. Once he moves, the off angles are going to be brutal against him.
Unfortunately, like Sanhok has become in terms of the meta, a little bit of an anticlimactic finish, but Hassan gets one, Freak gets another. It's not looking so rosy for Konina Power right now.
Not at all. Will die off the way with GUNZ, so getting themselves a 4th position there, but even just that little knock could stunt the growth here of Konina Power. They'd still, though, technically have this in the bag as long as they're not too overzealous about pushing on towards Hassan, kind of waiting for him to come to him. 12-18 goes out up on the north-hand side. But still, Hassan making waves. Can he do this?
He hasn't got any heals. The nade's being cooked up.
He's gone. There's no way. He's going to go. Oh, it doesn't connect. Will he get it? Goes around the corner, goes for the peak. No! As we will see Konina Power running away with this win like the stallion in their logo. Good stuff by them. Not challenged that well at Barn, but Hassan made them work for it at the very end there, Imperium.
Those cheeky blue zone players at the very end do make Konina Power sweat just that little bit more for that chicken dinner. But like you said, the Stallions rise up. We'd seen 12-18 come into the mix, right? Being like the well-oiled machines. Navi looking a lot more consistent. And now Konina Power show us what the CIS region have to offer in the EMEA Championship. It was 8 kills, 800 damage though, so that, you know, return on investment is very healthy. And with 23 points, they are genuinely 23 much needed points.
Yeah, a relatively chill eastern side of this zone allows Konina Power to be able to control the hill above Barn, then move down when they need to. A lot of damage going on that west and northern side, again, which kind of causes those solos to just exist in those areas, I suppose. And Konina Power's like, oh, yeah, we'll take it. That's, I'm okay with that.
And this is a kind of Sanhok game where no team really massively stood out from a controlling standpoint. Yeah, okay, Navi came in from the edge of the circle. Happy days. But when you're talking about holding on to that circle, nobody really did that, pushing teams back, manipulating the state of the game. And I don't know whether that's just because the competition is so high or whether or not teams in Sanhok aren't really as used to kind of a mainland finish. So there's that potential lack of practice across the board. I know that might sound a little bit silly, but you'd be surprised how often teams come into Sanhok with the mindset of river finishes, of certain RNG aspects of the map. And in this case, it wasn't to be, and really teams kind of got caught out for it.
Yeah, you got to walk that fine line on a map like Sanhok when things can get very dangerous very quickly, I think is fair to say. But anyway, we are going to a short break, and when we return, it's the boys on the desk to break down after 50% of our games have concluded for the day.
Xiaomi.
Welcome back. You've seen the tap dancing. You've seen the break dancing. I'll tell you now, these commentators aren't ready for what we deliver here. And do you know what all you guys on at home are ready for? It's seeing the amazing, powerful phones that we have on offer. We've done our thing. You guys have spun around for long enough. It's time for us to focus on what we got to do best. It's time for everyone to enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G phones. That's what you want to see come into play as we get out of the nonsense, get ourselves back into form, and get ourselves back to talk about some PUBG Mobile. You know what? If they throw something more wild at us now, we're not going to be able to do it. We've hit the limit. There's no more we can do at this point.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is just us being us, doing our normal stuff. I mean, this is what we normally do when we're not working.
About 10 years ago, yeah, maybe something like that, you know. Maybe a bit more for Copter at this point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I shouldn't have told Imperium about my breakdancing habits, but I mean, one thing's for sure, this is something that Imperium cannot beat with this green screen.
Oh yeah, the Imperium, you tried, mate. You know, Kyleris, you tried as well. You guys, I think you need to show us what skills you have. Oh wait, they don't have skills. That's
yeah, that's.
We forgot all about that, didn't we? We forgot about how
it's
that
all
went
about
down.
us and skills, right?
Yes, that's why we're here.
That's why we're here, and they're on the green screens.
Yeah, you just have to put them to the side a little bit.
Yeah.
Lower the quality.
It's okay though.
Yeah, if there's anything like what we have seen on the past, they're probably changing the casting pair as well, so they can't even reply anymore. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Unlucky, boys. Unlucky. There we go. But guys, Sanhok. Oh my, there's a lot to discuss when it comes to Sanhok as always, but that was one of those games where I look at it and I think, okay, a lot of teams had to go for the healing strat. We often see that coming to Sanhok, but still, Na'Vi's way in, right? That was awkward for these guys as well. Konina Power finally getting the win. They're going to be very happy with that. The team we spoke about a little bit, not always so positively, but this time, at least on Sanhok, they were able to get it done. Benefited from the circle, obviously you can give them that, but they still have to fight for it at the end.
Exactly, it's all about utilizing that benefit that you get from the circle itself, and we saw Konina Power actually do that this time. And a lot of times, or lately, I feel like a lot of people have been doubting Konina Power and what they've been capable of. But, I mean, once again, they're showing us what they are capable of here. And getting that win on Sanhok, it's one of the hardest maps to actually win on as well, I'd say.
Yeah, it's one of the teams that I have been, I kind of like had expectations. If I'm completely honest, I was expecting more already yesterday from these guys. I mean, they are still, I think, on the top 3 on the CIS region. So they definitely didn't have the showing yesterday that we were expecting. And but this is definitely a good game for them. They're kind of like getting back to the play. They have been kind of like there on the scoreboard, like we spoke on the starting studio, that they were holding the 11th place, not that far away from the top 3. And now when they get the chicken dinner, they got the kills. So they will be definitely, well, getting more higher up. And I think they are ready to challenge anybody else as well.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings for our third game of the day of Sanhok. And let's see how these points were distributed. 23 up there for Konina, 12-18. Is there anything they can't do? Because the only thing they can't seem to do at the moment is secure some points outside the top 5. These guys are rocking it.
Time after time, we're just seeing them just completely dominate everybody. Even if they're not getting that chicken dinner, they're still dominating. It's still being in the top 5 all the time and getting those kills on top of that as well. And that's going to generate so many points. And if they get this kind of leap start here, going into the halfway after today, it's going to be hard for the other teams to try to catch up to that.
Yeah, I mean, the 12-18 game, they got 6 kills, so okay, definitely not the same amount of kills which we have seen them guys to be getting on the earlier matches. But they had a good aggression with Slime on the early game. They got guys down from there, almost destroyed the whole team. One guy got away later on. But still, they had definitely a great match with them. And then kind of like this Sanhok happened, you know, then you find yourself in a very small amount of space. You can't really like build your figures as you do on the bigger maps. And then I think if they would have been able to play their normal games, having a little bit more space on the side, they probably would have been getting more. But I think that the amount of space was the problem.
One thing to look at on this leaderboard is GUNZ Esports and Futbolist. 2 teams that were playing the South for a very, 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 very long time. Out in the blue there, Futbolist, they stayed in the blue. While GUNZ, of course, we saw them going in towards the circle, and they got themselves a little bit more points than Futbolist. But both of those teams being able to capitalize on this many points on a game like that, that is really good to see.
Yeah, on my notes there is actually like P3, Futbolist, GUNZ in the blue. Then phase 4, still in the blue. Phase 5, still in the blue. Actually, still when the phase 7 started, we still had players on the blue, as we can see from the scores. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on that place on the scoreboard. But I mean, they were just holding so long. I think there's no other teams on this tournament so far who has been there for so long.
They were basically just chasing each other around there on the south side of the map. We saw Futbolist having that big split with 2 guys on the far south side and 2 guys on the east side, while Futbolist had all 4 on the south side there, and they fought each other a little bit. Then they all went to the east side and fought each other for quite some time as well, before GUNZ were like, you know what? This is not worth it. We'll just go, we'll head towards the circle. You guys just stay here, okay? We'll meet each other in the next game instead.
There's a certain amount of time, right, where you have to go, do you know what? We need to back away from this fight. Disengage is certainly needed. We're going to take a look at the next set of teams, though, as we come further on into the match rankings for this Sanhok game. And here we go onto the lower side of things. And a sad day for Slime and Rüya in that one, not getting any points with it. Destiny this time around only picking up 3 points as well. And Conqueror alongside him just to be able to grab 4. This is one thing, right? The names I'm looking at here is SUDOR and Conqueror, because yesterday they did have good days overall, but now things are starting to look a little bit more dicey as teams start to catch up.
So yeah, that's one of the big things in the start of a tournament like this. It's going to be easier if you go very aggressive from the start, try to utilize that everybody else is passive, feeling all the other teams. I feel like that's what happened with those 2 teams, what we saw from them yesterday. Now coming into today, the other teams are adapting more. They are feeling a bit more secure here on what's actually happening around them in the surroundings, and therefore they're catching up on Conqueror and SUDOR, and they are not going the same steps.
Yeah, also on the scoreboard, definitely World of Wonders getting 2 kills, 1 placement points, but they were actually playing pretty aggressive game before that. So kind of like this result is definitely not reflecting what we actually saw on the server. Definitely those are the points which they deserve, but still they were actually taking a compound from Fade. They were crushing inside, getting those guys outside. Yeah. They were like coming on multiple doors and knocking and saying that we are here. But of course, in the end, the result is this. So maybe the strategy didn't work for them, but they were definitely playing way more aggressively than on the past. And on the other hand, Team Unique with 1 point. They were actually holding the middle of the circle, I think all the way till phase 5. They actually had a very good place on the circle, but in the end they were just not able to utilize that position and then just got a 1 point.
So what you're saying about World of Wonders there is that they're knocking on the doors, yeah? but then nothing else happens. So they're like the Grim Reaper, but just grim without the reaping part.
And maybe they need the sharpener.
Yeah, they need to take the scythe with them, sharpen it up, and try and slash a little bit harder to make it happen. But that was what we saw from these guys. Let's have a look at some of the top players within this lobby as well, because I think this will be quite interesting in terms of this. Because, okay, Tixi and Kitsune make sense. We saw Na'Vi, despite not getting the most placement points, they were fighting the whole way they were trying to push in, and their rotation was extremely difficult.
Yeah, extremely difficult. But once again, we've seen them in the blue fighting a lot. And this is kind of the story of Na'Vi. I want to see them being a little bit more aggressive in the start and being in the circle a little bit earlier, getting themselves into a better position to start the game off with. But still, we're still seeing, though, them on the leaderboard here. We're still seeing them getting those points today. It hasn't been as good as the first 2 games, of course, of the tournament, but still, it's getting there.
Yeah, they were playing on the west side on the end there, and then kind of like the entry was a difficult one. Of course, when we had the circle shifting towards the Brahm area, and of course then you need to cross the road. There's the building, so kind of like crossing the road from the west side all the way to the east where the circle was shifting. That was the most complicated thing. Well, not the most, but definitely one of the complicated things, and that kind of like, well, didn't get them all the way to the best result.
Look at Sando, 7 kills. That is really good for NASR. We saw him, of course, starting off the day with that win and 14 kills, but them continuing on that kind of road now. That is going to be really good. I want to see them stepping up a little bit more after yesterday having a very bad day. Today, it's looking really good.
Yeah, the jump up is real for NASR Esports. Let's take a look at a head-to-head between NASR and Na'Vi, because it's quite interesting, right, to see the top players there, see 2 of them on the Na'Vi side. But when it comes to this, look, only just about, and mainly because of Hassan, that we see NASR able to jump up in terms of that amount of kills they were able to get here.
7 out of 9 kills on NASR's from Hassan there. So, I mean, it's big effort from his side. But again, you can't forget about his teammates as well. They are enabling him and making sure that he's in the position to frag out while they're hurting the other enemies into that position.
And also it's very good to note that Na'Vi getting those 8 kills, but they do a whole lot more damage. So basically they were working a whole lot longer with getting the kills, and kind of like NASR was, maybe it's wrong way to say, but they were getting the kills a little bit easier with the less damage.
You know, we see here the healing, 191, 313. I wonder what we would see if we had healing on a team like Futbolist.
Oh my, yeah. Futbolist or GUNZ out there, right? Those guys just healing non-stop. Maybe even Panda.
Yeah, maybe even
Panda. They tried
to
push their way through. Panda's strat, by the way, we got to say, is like, okay, they go to heal in the blue as early as possible. They realize things aren't going their way, and normally you'll see them send the team forward. But at the moment, what I'm seeing from them on Sanhok is, in this kind of a lobby, they're not getting a chance to send people forward and keep him as medded up as possible.
Well, what we saw there was that they actually had one guy staying behind with all the meds when there were two people left on the team, and the other one went full aggressive against 3 Na'Vi players. I mean, so they already knew there that they were not going to get further in. So what they were trying to do is, okay, one is staying behind, he's going to do all the healing, while the other guy is going to try to get at least 1 knock, 1 kill, 1 point. That's going to generate something at least.
Yeah, getting those kills on the blue, it's I mean, when you get 1 down, it kind of like starts this domino effect, more or less, that then you can actually trigger even more, because then they kind of like have lost the one, they really can't anymore, especially on the later stages, go for the revival. So if you can get those 2 more guys down, and then of course the guy from behind can come and help as well, so they can, it's like you know, going back and forth as a duo, and then, you know, each one of the players is kind of like handling their duties for a while, and then they kind of like changing a little bit.
It's an interesting one for me with Panda, because when I did interviews with some of the players during when the PMPL ended for Europe, and one thing they were saying is like, oh, we don't really need to change our style so much, like we know what we're doing, we know how to execute on it, and we've got this plan going forward.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, because I basically noticed on their circles, no matter where it went, right, they would have a path based on if it went here, 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 like they were very set in stone, and teams were not challenging them so much for it. What I'm noticing this time, like what you're saying there about the healing, is before, when it came to Sanhok, you'd see 3 of them scoot off ahead and already have given the meds to him if they start to see it's a bad situation. So they still even have a full squad up and be thinking with that kind of mentality, we'll have someone in the back lines and ready. And if not, if they were able to push as a 3-man, he'd then join up and then they split it up and try and do it that way. What I'm seeing this time, though, is they're not often getting there with a full squad. You mentioned it yesterday. How many times have we seen them limping from very early on?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we've only seen them 1 game with all 4 up and actually trying to go for something. But at the same time, I feel like we're seeing some difference from them being much more aggressive now. They're trying to adapt to the lobby itself and seeing what they can do against all the other teams. And maybe they're just feeling out and they're going to come back soon. But they're running out of time to try new things right now. This is not the time to do it.
This is it, right? We are running out of time. But you know what the time is for now? It's for our next match to come on through. It's game 4 of 6 for today. We're going to be back with our new commentators this time around. We're going to have the wonderful Span Cargo and my weeb little brother, the man I love more than anyone else out here. It's Max, man. Why are you making that face, Max? Me and you are weeb brothers. We love this.
Okay, you know what? You turned it around in a way where I can take it as a compliment. Thank you very much, Max. I don't know how to feel today. I'm not going to lie. I've been bullied by the desk because I cursed teams. Then Kalaris made fun of my anime references. Imperium got rid of me. And we had to do a rock, paper, scissors to see who was going to cast with me today. And Span, unfortunately for you, you lost. So you're casting with me today. How are you doing before these games?
I'm doing great, going ahead and watching those 3 games so far. I mean, it's really setting up the hype for coming into these next 3, because after these next 3 conclude, that's going to be halfway through our 4 days of competing.
Yeah, I'm not going to do the math, but I think you're pretty accurate on that assessment for sure. Yeah, we're going to go straight back into Erangel for our games, and as of teams that already surprised me today on a personal level, 12-18 has been looking amazing so far, able to get himself that strong performance back on Miramar, also pretty strong end on that first Erangel game of today. But, you know, I said 12-18 surprised me a little bit. In your eyes, which have been the teams that have maybe stepped up in really big ways on this second day?
In really big ways, I mean, I will say it looks like GUNZ Esports have kind of figured it out. You know, they weren't too low on the leaderboard, but it looks like they definitely went ahead and got themselves a few more points now, grabbing a 4th place position. And also another team that's now being a little bit consistent. You know, yesterday I got to watch Navi in the last 3 games not do too hot, but now today it looks like to be getting this first 3 games and once again have kind of figured it out. So hopefully these next 3 games are also going to continue that.
Yeah, I've been really happy with actually SUDOR Esports. They really stepped up in terms of their aggressive playstyle, especially on the last Sanhok game. It was Kalaris that, before making fun of my anime references, did say they were starting to actually look for blood a lot more. And I think that we got a lot of the teams that maybe a little bit more hidden at the start yesterday have now been able to step up in many big ways. I mean, in their aggressive playstyle, kills are going to be very important for a lot of these teams to try and snatch a few extra positioning points at the end. But now we're going back to Erangel. No more Sanhok, no more bound finishes, so I think Kalaris will be pretty happy about that assessment. But yeah, Erangels, which teams will you maybe be looking towards here as to maybe secure himself a win or a strong performance on this map?
Ooh, strong performance. I mean, I feel like our few Erangels yesterday were kind of different, but honestly, just from today's games, I do think that there should have been a little bit more of a win coming in from the team that got 2nd place of our first Erangel. Who was that? Was that 12-18?
12-18,
I feel
yes.
like, yeah, I believe that. I feel like that game, like, I think that could have been a game that they could have won. I mean, NASR being able to handle that perfectly ended up going on ahead and securing it, but I feel like that might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity. So they're already doing well. We already acknowledged that, but maybe they got to go ahead and get that chicken on the map, Erangel.
Got to go even further and beyond. But you know what? We're going to go high and high into the air for our 4th game of day 2 of the PMPL EMEA Championship. Back onto the good old grassy pastures of Erangel, as Kalaris would like to say. Pretty eastern playing path. Not going to be too fun for a few of the teams that like to drop towards the west. I'm thinking especially Navi. They like their northern George Pole location. But other than that, teams typically, they are very aware of how to play around this map, and even if the playing path is not going to be too friendly, they should be able to deal with it all together. So, of course, SUDOR, they're going to go for the very instant drop onto Novo. Though, if we're talking about teams here, we talked about the teams Span that we saw doing potentially really well. I still want to see that step up of Futbolist. I'm sorry, I've talked about this team a little bit while we were watching those games earlier, but where's Futbolist? Like, come on, guys, you need to try and step it up in these games.
I mean, they're doing okay as of right now. You're right. They're like right in that middle range. They're not doing too hot, but they're not doing amazingly as well, or amazing. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
this could be an opportunity for them to go on ahead and start building up as well. Another team that went on ahead and really came out strong today that we didn't point out is Konina Power as well. They were a little bit on that lower side, and now they've been able to go on ahead and really come back today so far. And uh-oh.
There you go. I saw that for a few seconds. I guess I'm a little bit ahead. But yeah, Eastern Playing Path was a west of phase on circle. So that's going to be forcing teams to, especially Navi, as I just mentioned, to actually maybe elongate that drop location to make access and way into the circle very early on. Though, here we go. Military Island. That is going to be military base already under assault. As Slime 4KT going to be in that position, taking a fight versus Fate. But we saw, as of recent time here, Span, that Fate has been looking like the better team. And Slime 4KT tend to struggle a little bit with the early skirmishes, so maybe not to their advantage to really take that one, and Fate apparently just going to let that one go under their feet.
This is surprising because this is Fate's drop, isn't it? So it looks like Slime, they just wanted to go ahead and take it for themselves. I wonder if they're really committing to an early fight. Maybe they decided that that's what they needed to do in the situation where they are on that leaderboard. But unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, Fate, they're just grabbing their vehicles and just leaving. They don't want to commit to that early fight, which I usually think is the better option because that gives them a higher potential to actually gain some points.
Yeah, Imperium and Kalaris touched upon it earlier. I think it's special on that Miramar game that even if you take early game fights, you might get a few kills, but if you lose one player, two players, that makes it a lot harder to get into that late game and enter the circle if you are forced to take those fights. So I think that's a good call coming up from Fate that has been especially showing since day one. They are a very strong team. They're currently in 3rd position, 78 points, 6 points ahead of Conqueror in 4th, and quite a few more ahead of GUNZ that are currently standing in 5th. So yeah, I think there would be clearly almost the surprise coming into this tournament. People were expecting GUNZ to be this big staple team of the Arabic region. But I'm happy to see that they're not the only one performing well from that region, and actually having Fate do so well on the first day and also a little bit coming into the second day is a very big surprise that I'm happy to see.
Yeah, I mean, Fate, they were on my radar as kind of like that wildcard team, I guess I'll call them, because they're a team that, you know, like I saw the potential and they really went on ahead and came back hard in Arabia region. And now coming into this, they're really, really doing well. I mean, I agree. I definitely expected GUNZ to do well. Fate, I was kind of unsure of what was going to happen and them doing well. I mean, I'm excited to see that board kind of shift up coming into EMEA.
That's going to be an interesting one. And with Ragnarok too, he was the MVP of day one. Intrigued to see he might be the MVP of this second day. I think I've got a few potential players in mind. We'll have to see if the games keep on going. We're only halfway done for the second day of the PMPL. So things going to have to try and wrap up. World of Wonders, as we're seeing them currently in Yasnaya, also really happy of their current performances today. It seemed like they're willing to go for kills a lot more. And I think that Imperium mentioned at the very start of the show that he written on his notebook, go for kills. And I agree. I think the World of Wonders definitely understood that they need to try and step up in terms of kills in total. And they've been doing it so quite decently. Like, they got themselves 9 kills that last game. Well, not last game, sorry, the one before that. So back on Miramar. So yeah, I think that there's the right change of mentality from World of Wonders. They know that positioning points are not enough for a championship position on the rankings. So they're trying to improve on the little bit dark aspects of their gameplay, which was the aggressiveness. And they feel a lot more comfortable in that sense for sure.
That's definitely good because at this point, I mean, I already said it, after these next 3 games, that's really going to be at the halfway point of this tournament. And honestly, I feel like if these teams aren't at least at the halfway point of the leaderboard, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back. I will say that all the points still are pretty close together, but anything that they could do to go on ahead and actually just achieve those few top spots, I think they really should go on ahead and like aim for that for these next few games, because at that point, it's already halfway over and you kind of have a feeling of what to expect for the rest of this. I mean, maybe we'll still get a little bit of surprise, but usually it goes on ahead and sets us up.
Yeah, should be working out just fine. I'm happy though, coming to these games, that Panda tend to play a little bit less split, a little bit more grouped up, especially in Roshok. We saw that happen, especially, I think it was last game where GK first died instantly, which they typically like to go for a little bit of a wider spread onto the western coastal line of Sanhok, but I think they understood it doesn't help them, and they're not a team that typically does well early game if they are forced into a fight. Is not something that they're used to doing. They like to take mid-game, late-game fights if possible. So I like the adaptability coming out from Panda in this PMPL. Not to forget, this is their very first time that they're playing on something of this scale versus this team of this caliber. So I'm really intrigued to see that coming on through.
Yeah, so it seems like they kind of figured it out then. I mean,
yeah,
they're slowly figuring it out at this point. Yeah, so it's good to see them realizing what exactly they're up against. I mean, usually I feel like the first day is a little bit wishy-washy in terms of what these teams are used to and they're getting used to. So like now, really, the team should have, you know, a full day of that VOD review, should have more of an idea of who they're up against inside of the lobby, and they kind of get more used to it. So we should usually be seeing a lot more interesting decisions and fights coming into this once the lobby's kind of used to each other.
Ooh, I like this setup actually from Fate, because they moved away. They knew there was going to be a team on Sanhok Island, and they knew that team would have to cross a bridge or go for a rotation. There's nothing to lose. That position is in circle. And Fate are going to capitalize on that golden opportunity to maybe pick up a few kills along the way without taking any humongous amount of risk. So I like that attempt from Fate. Isawi's going to be a little bit further away, so can't really directly assist it. But Fate, now they heard those cars coming forward, and that might cause a few... Well, it will cause issues for Slime 4KT, because to cross this one is not always the easiest task at hand, I would say here.
No, honestly, and taking a look at this, it looks like they're definitely in it for a little bit of revenge. They're like, how dare you take our spot? We're definitely going to go on ahead and attempt to hold you guys out. It's only, I'd be a little bit afraid of another team going on ahead and getting involved. But as of right now, everything's quiet. We'll have to wait and see. But Pronto might put a little bit of a wrench in things. He's definitely the one that's trying to figure stuff out. And if he spots out Ragnarok, it's not going to be good. But it looks like Ragnarok's standing up. He's realizing that there's somebody underneath him and the shots are already starting to fire.
Yeah, a little bit hard to aim straight down below, so of course Pronto had the advantage for a little bit, but no, be careful, peeked around the wall. They got such good awareness of what's happening below and also on top of this bridge. Fate do not want to allow anyone to make it out alive of this position. I don't know, personally, if I was Slime 4KT and I see myself in this kind of situation, is phase 1 circle can very easily take that tick damage. I don't know what you think, Span, but I would just go back, maybe look for a boat and go for the botation because there's so much water in the west side circle that's in play. I think that will be the easiest option out of this fight with Fate.
Yeah, I would have just left right when I realized that there are people. The thing is that, you know, Pronto would have been alone down there. And right when they realized that there are people there, their tires got popped. I do think maybe their vehicle still has 3 tires. I'm not sure. I know at least 1 got popped. And if that's the case, they could go on ahead and turn around. But also it looks like Laith, he is in a perfect position to shoot them out of that vehicle if he even tries to go for it. So instead, they're all jumping into the water. And really, I feel like that just makes it even easier for Fate to go on ahead and hold them out unless they really start swimming down the coastline.
Yeah, I don't know what's the plan for Slime 4KT here. They just want to try and potentially turn this to fishing simulator for Fate Esports. Though, back onto another fight that's currently going to be happening in Gatka Field. So 12-18, they had an extremely wide spread. One way out of that one is if you know you're getting pushed, just disengage and try and get back as a full crew. I like that from 12-18, not trying to go for the more aggressive approach. TT Sucks did try to extract himself away of that equation, but does get caught out by Lin, as we can see on our kill feed and on the screen. So 12-18 down to 3. And maybe you got to be a little bit quicker when it comes to rotating away because Panda are a team that they always like to pull off those 4-man rotations. And TT Sucks, unfortunately, did pull the short end of the stick at the end.
And back to our previous, bridge fight. It does look like Fate is now trying to just finish this off because the zone did move. They don't have that much longer to take this fight before they really have to go on ahead and get a move on. And that's kind of what they have to keep in mind this entire time. Even if the zone was on top of them, they kind of have to realize we need to go on ahead and finish this up quickly. They already got 1 down, the rest of them in the water, but at least they were able to achieve at least 1 kill. But I mean, I already said, how much time are you really going to commit to this? You need to go on ahead and start figuring out rotations as well. And well, it looks like Pronto's going to be found out too, so it really is just down to the fishes in the water that you mentioned.
Yeah, they're going to try and feed all of that ecosystem in the water currently. I'm very surprised. I do not understand the thought process. You have 1 player on the bridge, 1 player below, 2 players going into the water. They're clearly trying to play the survival game and hopefully have 1 player make it out of that situation, but we mentioned it. Just go back to Sanhok, pick up the bridge. It's phase 1, going into phase 2. You can easily soak up that blue zone tick damage. Didn't quite go that way, so unfortunate. And Slime 4KT still got 2 players in the water. Might be able to get a few little points here and there, but it's not going to be an opportunity for them to secure the win. That is for sure. As Na'Vi popping into the kill feed versus Futbolist. Those are 2 big teams, very clearly 2 favorites coming into this PMPL. They're going to be clashing relatively early. We'll see if that's going to be causing any teams to maybe die out early, but I'm really happy to see we haven't had any team squad wipeouts this early on, except for Slime 4KT might count them out pretty early because of that shift. But because of the playing path and the phase 1 circle, I'm surprised that we had no teams die, so showing that they're very adaptable despite having a relatively hard early game phase to deal with.
You're right. That meant that everybody that were, no matter where they went on ahead and landed. Yeah, well, okay, that nade coming on in. It looks like we're going to have to go ahead and pause that speaking because it looks like 2 teams at once. This radio tower. I mean, this radio tower is definitely good when it comes to trying to find out a bunch of spots around you, a good spotting location. But it looks like Futbolist, they're going to have 2 down as of right now. And Na'Vi, they only have 1. So as of right now, they have the numbers. It looks like they're going to start pushing aggressively, at least to flush out the other 2. And then the rest of them, they're already on the other side of this mountain at this point. If anybody else gets involved, Futbolist is going to be completely out in the open, and they definitely don't have the numbers anymore, especially as the res coming through onto the last Na'Vi member.
Yeah, there's still so much room also to the west of this fight, so whichever team does win this one could have just hold on to this position or can try and aim for a better spot depending on where phase 3 tends to go, because it's still really nice for a lot of these teams. No big need to shift for the time being. Futbolist, though, it's going to be mainly a battle of nades, try and chuck a few, but Lutz and Lovazin already being down. Soke being one of the top fraggers back in the PMGC League stage with the likes of also GUNZ of Konina Power. Really nice to see this player step up eventually, but Miku here, Span, he's trying to create that little bit of an off-angle situation onto Soke. Gonna make that push happen, but no, Tixie's gonna be like, dibs, that's mine. Soke's gonna be going on down. Futbolist down to one player, and he's way further away of this fight in the fields behind the hay bale. Na'Vi, once again, showing that they're one of the most aggressive teams when it comes to playing in this lobby.
And it looks like he might actually be protected a little bit because we can see a Destiny member up to that northern side inside of those invisible compound. Probably just shooting him off for right now. Yeah, we can see that they're trying to search, but they probably don't want to go searching too far inside of that field, especially so close to the zone pop. We'll see where this next one is going to favor and if it's going to be around the majority of the people or if we're going to see a bunch of movement once again. And it looks like we're going to see quite a lot of movement coming into this as this hard shifts down to the southern side.
This is amazing for Fate clearly here, Span. They got such a good access to a little bit of a ridgeline high ground position to play for, and not only is that going to grant them information, but it's also pretty damn easy to defend because it's just fields all around that position. So I think that here, Fate, if they are proactive and they're actually very snappy on that circle shift, they could be in the strongest position so far. Destiny, though, taking that fight versus RICO Infinity, as Destiny already going to be having Mazzaro down, one of the top players for this roster, and in a position I would say very hard to get him back up on his 2 feet, and RICO Infinity continuously going to bombard them with that utility, with those nades to make sure that Destiny can't assist him. They're going to have to leave that position, but even then, they're not safe. They could have a few shots connecting from up above with the M4 spray. Khalid's trying to get a sneaky extra knock from a distance, but I think that the rest of Destiny should be safe, but pretty weird to be on such a wide spread. They tried to get information, but it did not go their way at the end.
Yeah, and looks like they just want to go on ahead and get out of there. So they only have 2 members left. They're not even inside zone, and they got to figure out a next rotation. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go on ahead over to that western side and just make it all the way into the southern side of this zone, potentially. But meanwhile, it looks like just below them, right inside zone, Na'Vi, they were already in huge fight, and it looks like it's going to continue, but this time against 12-18, that team that already showed that they're in it to win it today after some amazing games. And, oh, the push is actually coming through in 12-18. It looks like they actually don't want to fully commit to this. They're just backing off.
CIS fight is going to be unfolding. What an angle from Zakhanov on the side of that building. Gets it right through the window, and 12-18 still up as a 3-man. TT Sucks did die pretty early into this game, but now Na'Vi, they're going to have to give a decent amount of respect the way of their CIS homies, I would say. I mean, they're against each other, but they know each other pretty well. So they're still going to have to try and make sure that they do not overstep each other's boundary. But you can see on the minimap currently, Destiny are going for a pretty wide spread all around the west, because they read the phase on circle and the plane path really well. They know that is the path of least resistance. I love this play coming out from Noshi and Beast.
Really, that's the only way that I really could see them going, especially as a 2-man, especially the furthest point away from the zone. Really, you should try to go for those really wide rotations because you know that there's going to be less people towards that southern side. So I think that is a great option for them, especially now down to half their roster. And I mean, the fighting continues elsewhere. It looks like everybody kind of wants similar situations, similar spots. And unfortunately for GUNZ, it's just down to Hamadi. Let's see if he's going to be able to win this because Conqueror, it's also just down to 1 left. The next one bleeding out slowly here, but will Hamadi be able to go on ahead and win this out? I mean, I've been talking about how GUNZ, I'm used to them going on ahead and doing well, and there it is once again. It looks like Conqueror is going to be eliminated, and Hamadi now is just going to have to play the rest as a solo, which is a very unfortunate situation.
Nice play from Momodi. He actually stopped moving for a few to try and hide his footsteps and trying to give away misinformation to the remaining player and gets it done at the end. So that's going to be Conqueror indeed eliminated in this game in 15th position, right after Slime 4KT that did eventually die in that river position. So very unfortunate run of events for them. And actually great for Momodi here, Span. He wins the fight. His position is dead center. Of course, he does not want to really show himself too much because he is as a 1-man army. But very clearly, he could be a player that could try and play spoilers to a few of the other teams and maybe snatch away a few extra positioning points and kills along the way. We'll see how that's going to be working out, but still the CIS fight still unfolding onto the northern western side. They both need to try and move away, and Na'Vi, being on that high ground position, should be able to do that first. They should be in a way better position to pull off that kind of shift because they don't want to stay here for too long. That blue zone damage is going to start to tickle a little bit more than you might expect.
Yeah, the situation here, though, is, I mean, 12-18, really, this is the direction that they want to go because otherwise they're going to be driving in through a huge field. Half of the zone is field. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. Just going on ahead and completely flying over Na'Vi. And it looks like he'll be able to take down 1, and 1 is left. He knows about where they went on ahead and sent it into, right into the swamp. Will they be able to continue this? It looks like it's a 2v1, though. The rest of Na'Vi already went on ahead and made a move on.
Yeah, Marmalade in a really good angle actually was Tuliko. If they play around themselves properly, that should be good. Consider from a distance, trying to give some information still. Meku from down below could try and play with some utility if possible, but he's going to go for the first aid now. Marmalade, got to be careful how you play around this one. You're getting surrounded by Na'Vi players. The Blue Zone's currently going to be on your feet, and that is going to be set, match, and done for 12-18 as they get eliminated in 14th position. 6 kills to the name of Na'Vi. They are starting this Erangel game off the right foot.
But we can see Panda now right in front of them. They are already going to have a little bit of a difficult situation trying to get in because SUDOR was already in front, but it looks like there's another team in front of them. The last player for Futbolist also now coming down, and we already talked about it. Basically, half of this next zone, well, a little bit less than half, is a very much field, so there's only a few locations for teams to really play out of. So I'm expecting to see at least a few more fights before this next zone closes. And right as we talked about, it looks like Destiny is also going to be eliminated. Panda, yeah, there we go, starting that fight against SUDOR. They're the ones that's holding this position here at this Wizard Tower on this western side.
Yeah, they're going to be the kind of 99 Mafia boss of the West. They're making sure no teams can enter it. Panda's going to be on their radar, especially Na'Vi, as they're trying to enter through the southwest. That it could be a little bit of point of contestment between these two squads. So we'll see how things are going to be rolling out. You still got a really strong compound, and that's so strong because Fate, we talked about it earlier, right, Span? How they had such a good overlooking position. They knew exactly what was happening in the center of the circle. They saw that compound was free, and they struck while the iron was hot to try and get that position under their control. Though SUDOR, they got spotted away by Na'Vi, and they're going to even wider down south to make sure they don't have to take that fight head on. I like it from Na'Vi. They're not taking the risk. Objective, get in circle, then they can look to take fights later on.
Honestly, though, just going on ahead and continuing making that rotation, they're really in territory where they have no idea what's happening here. They weren't able to go on ahead and scout anywhere inside of here. I think that's why they went on ahead, paused up on top of that hill for a few seconds before now trying to continue on. But it looks like they're actually kind of being separated at this point. Meku, he's just completely leaving the other two on that southern side. And it looks like the solo was found. Hamady isn't going to be able to find one before he's taken down. So GUNZ will be eliminated. I was kind of worried about that. I was like, Fate could potentially have one or two of their members be taken down if GUNZ isn't sniffed out.
Yeah, I think Amodi actually ran around a little bit and made some audio cues that did alert the rest of Fate, so that will cause GUNZ to get eliminated in 12. Still a few kills that they got on Conqueror, so it's not going to be that bad of a performance, but they need to try and get some positioning points to be more comfy in the rankings. Big circle shift this time around, going to go entirely up north to the eastern side. Great for the likes of NASR Esports. They won't have to move too much. If they can take more control, that'll be big, but there's not many compounds, so it might be a little bit harder here, Span, to take more control in that kind of circle finish because of the lack of buildings to play around.
There's very few ridges, very few dips now on this southern side of this zone. So really all the teams that are going to be filling into the south, they're going to be in a ton of fighting. Maybe only 2-3 teams can really fit in there peacefully. And otherwise, I mean, Konina Power, they have the only compound left inside of this on the northern side. We can see what they're going to be able to do here. But it looks like another building, a big fight happening. SUDOR Esports, they decided to start just clearing, and that is going to be the end for some of these members from WoW. I still think that there's a few still left. Yeah, they ended up having a big split to the compound down to the southern side. So SUDOR, they're at least going to be able to pick up one, and that will hopefully launch them a little bit further inside this zone as long as the people in front of them are a little bit distracted.
Oh, I got the impression someone summoned a demon. This circle is forcing so many teams to get close to each other in the southern side. Gonna have to force their way forward. NASR straight away, get the information, get the Q. And Na'Vi, they're thinking, especially Matic is just going to be running all around the place and giving so much time for NASR to clap right back. Meku trying to make that way a little bit forward, but he's also getting engaged from the backside. That is World of Wonders. As you said it earlier here, they were on a little bit of a spread, but you know what? It works out great to third party that fight between NASR and Na'Vi. They're going to be in the blue in just a few seconds time now, but Na'Vi, this is looking like it's about to be GG for them. The utility is going to be traded back and forth. Kitsune, the new IGL for the team. There's winning a little bit of a 1v1 on the Sun HP. That's going to be his head blown right off. But Na'Vi still holding on by a thread span in this game.
Yeah, even if they finish this up behind them, though, they still have a huge threat up to their northern side. So let's see. It looks like it might be solo as of right now. Zessie's just tossing over a bunch of nades, seeing if he can catch him out, but unfortunately not just yet. Meanwhile, other teams are falling because we already said that the southern side is going to be a complete aggressive showing, and it looks like Kitsune will be able to win that fight, but instantly NASR, the team that was waiting for that to happen, is going to be taking them down too.
Yeah, while that fight was unfolding, though, north side, we had a very, very important fight that was unfolding. That was between two other CIS teams. That was Team Unique versus Konina Power. Team Unique just lost their entire roster, as now only Konina Power remain in the compound right down south of Chopsticks. So they can play around that position really easily, but the circle, if it goes over the road, that might be hard. But currently, they are controlling most of the northern side. Only RICO Infinity Ragnar will be the one to contest it away. The SUDOR Esports going back in their aggressive nature. They're not a central circle team, but once they get access to the late game, they tend to perform extremely well. As now they're up against Fate, one of their contenders also from the Arabic region. We'll see which will be the best Arabic region to come out on top of this game.
I will say, SUDOR, they're known for being really aggressive, and honestly, Fate at this point is as well. So SUDOR will be able to see how they're going to be able to perform here. Usually that's their strength, you know, being able to take these team fights and really start chain fighting their way on in. But right now, they're kind of sandwiched in between two teams, so we'll see how that goes. And yeah, here we go. This is the compound that we were talking about that Konina Power got in a big fight, and it looks like they took huge casualties, only half of them left. And RICO Infinity team sending one person over. It looks like he's trying to play a little bit of a spoiler position, a little bit of a situation to keep tabs on the rest of Konina Power, especially as the zone now kind of pulled away from them. Just a little bit concerning now because there's only one of them there versus two other people. And obviously those numbers are not too good on the side of that one RICO Infinity member.
I would agree. You know what? 2 is indeed bigger than 1. I think that's a very good point bringing up right there, Span. Hey, Matt. Hey, man. You're going to be the math engineer on this duo, that's for sure. SUDOR trying to trade off a little bit of utility back and forth. The smoke wall will be coming on through. Ragnarok got himself a nade in hand. Potentially could get the advantage. Shave, great push. Does take a lot of damage though, and that will cause him to go down just milliseconds after getting his very own knock. 9 kills already for Fate. Arif and Ragnarok still in the running. Let's not forget, Ragnarok, the MVP of day 1 of this PMPL, to still make things work out. But I jinx it for him. I'm sorry, mate. It's going to be fine. But Fate only having Arif left standing to go. And RICO Infinity, they're going for the third party. They want to take down their counter mates back from the PMPL in the Arabic region. SUDOR Esports track 2 still up and ready to go. The utility will give them a little bit more breathing space. But next Rüya, they're sitting there from a distance. They're not moving into the circle, but they are absolutely raining bullets and hell onto SUDOR Esports.
Yeah, and at huge cost, you can see it's actually working here. And oop, right into the vehicle they go. They know this is something that they want to capitalize off of. They're going to start pushing this aggressively. Meanwhile, that blue zone is slowly on the heels of SUDOR Esports. We can see he has barely any HP left, and RICO Infinity is going to spot him out as well. At this point, everybody is trying to get involved in this because these are the final fights now happening. We can see next Rüya. Here comes NASR as well. They know that they want to get involved.
Yeah, next row, if they can keep on pushing forward, they might have a strong position to play for. There's a little bit of a plateau where they're on the southern side, so they won't be instantly vulnerable to the likes of Konina Power on the northern edge. But Konina still have a small portion of their compound in the circle. If they do not move and let all the teams negate themselves each other in the south, they might just get themselves a few extra kills and extra position points along the way. Though, fight still on coming. That's going to be next row, trying their best to dislocate themselves away from the southern edge. But they're surrounded. There's going to be SUDOR, there's going to be RICO Infinity, and also there's going to be NASR Esports. There's only 3 are still up. Kuda, Nihat, and also Yekta. There's got a little bit of an overhang, a little bit of extra positioning information with that third-person perspective. Confirming the kill, that's Miracle gone and out of the game. This is only going to try and go for the res. That's too long. You've got to stop the res now. You've got to take that fight with the Uzi. Get himself almost one knock coming his way. He's trying to jump around that car and maybe get a 1v2, but he's completely overwhelmed by the Turkish powerhouse of next Rüya, and that is 7 kills to their name, as now only 3 teams remain in this game here, Span.
Yeah, and we can see that Konina Power, they finally realize they can't stay inside that compound any longer. They need to start going on ahead, venturing out, getting on the side of that hill, because if they stay inside that compound for too long, that means these other 2 teams are going to be able to spot them out. It also looks like RICO Infinity team is the team with the numbers. They have at least 3 up, while the other 2 only have 2. So we'll be able to see how that goes on, how it comes into play. They've already have, what was that, 7 kills for next Rüya with the 3 members? I think so, yeah.
7 kills to their name. RICO Infinity have 6 also to Konina Power. Fates, despite going down, that's still 13 points coming their way. Wow. They are looking extremely powerful, and they want to reclaim back the #1 position in the rankings, though. Axel, despite not having his teammate nearby, he's still going to take that fight a little bit overzealous, in my opinion, and that will cause him to go down to the hands of Kuda. Next, Rüya going to take a little bit more control with the 9 circle. RICO Infinity is currently the team that is leading and dictating what happens in this circle, and they are trying to take everyone down as Konina Power lose Axa, as he does indeed get confirmed. No more information, get in the way of Nomi.
Yeah, it looks like he's definitely going to have a really hard time getting across. This is what I was talking about. If you don't leave that compound quite fast enough, everybody else is just going to hold you out. So it looks like Peter, he's definitely there in the position to be holding out Nomi. He only has this little tiny half wall to provide himself some cover. There he goes, slowly moving on forward. But I mean, next year he knows exactly where he is at. So this is going to be a difficult situation for them. Meanwhile, RICO Infinity team, it looks like they're pushing even further. Oh, there we go. There he goes. He gets taken out, which was expected to happen. And now it's down to the last 2 teams.
There was no way that was going to work out for Nomi. Still a 3rd position after clearing out Team Unique. That was an expected decent result, a top 3 podium finish. So still good on the CIS powerhouse. But now is going to be Arabic team versus a Turkish team. Next Rüya down below, got himself first out of their PMPL. So they are trying to live up to the expectations set by the Turkish community. Rico Infinity, Presti's going to be knocked down. Khalid and NASR still going to be up and ready to go into this fight. Nihat's going to be taken down. That's going to be a few more players remaining on both sides. Going to be a close one for sure. Kudo just able to barely survive. He's going up the DP, trying to go for the pre-fire to make sure that they cannot get overwhelmed from that high ground position. NASR, can you make the 1v2 dream become reality? Still a decent amount of HP. The pre-fire is coming through. Picks up one. Now a 1v1 happening coming his way. We've got the heal happening onto the other side. If it comes through, we're back into a 1v2 and he gets the res. Nihat is back on his 2 feet. And NASR has no information as to what is currently happening. This thing are going to be slowing down a little bit, and now that's going to be the push through. The smoke doesn't have too much information. Beast 50% HP, 1 bullet or 2, and that is going to be GG while play as he gets completely surrounded by next Rüya's composition, and Rico Infinity will take the L and will go out in second position. But next, Rüya able to actually get himself their second win in this PMPL, really living up to the Turkish expectations.
That was a huge res coming in through from them. I really thought for a second that NASR was going to be able to finish that off. Honestly, maybe waiting a little bit too long at that tree there. And honestly, that crate being positioned where it was absolutely huge. We saw him trying to spray into that smoke, trying to catch them out to make sure that nobody else was going to appear, but unfortunately it just didn't work out.
2,000 damage coming away of next Rüya Gaming with 11 kills also adding up. They're going to be jumping pretty heavily in these standings, and we're so also early. We're not even 50% done with this PMPL, and it's still to the point where we're going to see a lot of back and forth in the rankings, and teams can jump a few positioning points off the back of one simple game. Though next Rüya, I'm not going to lie here, Span, I was a little bit skeptical for some time because they seem to be a little bit slow to move away from the south, and I thought they were going to get overwhelmed by the amount of teams they were dealing with. But the fact that they had that little overhang and that third-person perspective giving them so much valuable information, they could eliminate all of those teams and actually get one strong position right off the back of that. I was a little bit scared, but they played off the back of that extremely well in my eyes.
Yeah, RICO Infinity team was also just looking extremely strong. And I also thought that the teams up on the north were going to be able to survive the longest because they weren't in that complete mess of teams down on the southern side. But then the nightmare happened. Everybody just ended up going on ahead and holding them out. So it just didn't end up working out for those teams on the north. And next year, they were able to go on ahead, pull it off. They knew who they needed to focus on, and that was Konina Power up there inside that compound.
Yeah, it was a nice try. Of course, Team Unique, if they were the team to actually win that fight, they could have been in third position, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out that way. Well, that's going to be it for our, what is that? That's now fourth game. There you go, my math a little bit slow, but that's 4 games already in the books for today. We're going to head on over to Miramar later on, but before that, we've got to have a little bit of a detour over to the boys on the desk, so I'm sure they've got a lot to say about this game.
Xiaomi.
You probably expected some sort of madness, but we had normal, amazing commentators this time around, and we have an amazing event ahead of us. And this event wouldn't be possible without our fantastic sponsor in Xiaomi. What they're able to deliver here for us is something where you guys can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. So if you're in need of a phone to play your PUBG mobile action and dominate the server like no other, make sure you get your hands on that. Froz has been trying to get his hands on that. They've already moved it further away. You haven't actually touched this though. Do you want to go touch it quickly?
Yeah.
Go. Just go on one time. You got to have your day. There we go.
Oh, feels so good.
For everyone at home, the reason Frost has to keep touching this is because he is going to be taking one of these phones. He's getting an upgrade, making sure his experience is a lot better on this. But the experience we got to see here on Erangel was a very different one. Again, we're starting to see the changes happen. This is actually still a lot more open than what I would have considered it to be at the beginning of today.
100%, and we're seeing so many changes from so many teams, like trying to adapt a little bit here and there, but they're not making the big moves, and that's what I actually like about this. Because making those big moves is going to be hard for you, but making those small moves, you can just a little bit at a time, feeling it, all right, it feels good, yeah, keep on doing it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, small moves is definitely the way to go this time. Then, of course, you don't do anything that major that you can like back off on the next game as well. You're not going to be, if you make some big moves, you might be also ending up giving space for somebody else, like adjusting the area way too much. But yeah, this time it's got to be, well, next to Rüya, getting the second chicken dinner for them, and also being the second team who's going to be making so. So that's definitely spicing up the top battle.
Well, let's see how all the points got distributed throughout this game and who was at the very top. Obviously, Rüya getting away with the win will be sitting quite pretty, but then the rest of it got interesting towards the end. That three-way fight that we had between Rüya, RICO, and Konina could have gone really either way, right? There was one point where we're looking at this where it was very hard to call.
Yeah, it was really hard to call, but one thing we need to talk about is how next Rüya is the second team to actually get 2 chicken dinners so far here. And we saw them yesterday having a really, really rough start, but they ended the day with that win. And then coming in today, it was a little bit rough, but once again, they're getting that win. But we need to see more consistency from them. They can't just like bomb out straight away on 15 plays or get a win. They need to be consistent, get those top 5s.
Yeah, it's exactly the same what Navi did yesterday, getting 2 chicken dinners, and then, well, they weren't on the top of the leaderboard. But anyway, definitely a great game from them. Also, RICO, we have to point out RICO. I mean, they also, second place, getting 20 points, definitely a great result for them as well. Of course, they had a very good situation there on the southern side, but still, I mean, this is definitely going to make some changes on the leaderboard.
Now, we spoke about Fate a lot in the pre-show, right? Now we finally see them grab themselves 4th overall in this match ranking, grab them 13 points across the board. They'll be very happy for that, considering they've been slowly but surely dropping down across the day.
You know what I saw from them, something I really like to see more of? It's how they were playing a 1-1-1 split on the Cat Hill on the south side there. We saw them early on doing that split, making sure that they had so much control. The circle went away from them a little bit though, but that's the kind of things you want to see. You want to see the teams doing that kind of stuff, making sure they have that kind of control, and also owning it. Knowing that if anyone gets close, we know how to deal with that threat straight away. And we saw them after that going, of course, they had to go a little bit more north to get inside the circle, and they did a pretty good job, I'd say.
Certainly, dude. Now let's go on to the second page and see where we're at for the rest of the results throughout this. And again, Panda, I know I'm putting a lot of focus on Panda, but it's because I saw so much promise within this team and I know what they can deliver. But right now, I'm starting to feel nervous. I know we're not even at the end of day 2, but if we come into this kind of performance coming into day 3, they're going to need so many points that I think even Panda are going to struggle with it. They need to make some changes, and it needs to start to happen now, surely.
Yeah, it's also good to remember it's the second day, so it's the halfway of the series after this day. So it's of course 4 days is a long time, but a few days done almost, and that's the half time.
I'm not really sure how they're gonna bring this back, looking at how it's going for them right now, because I'm not seeing the potential of them actually being towards the top. Sure, they could get towards the middle of the leaderboard right now, but right now what they're doing, it's not working, and we're not seeing too many changes. The aggressiveness, sure, it looked good on paper for the first time, but right now it's not working out at all. They need to change that up.
Do you know what I hate in moments like this? Is like when we've sat here and we've bigged other teams have these good things. Not only do I feel like, okay, you've slightly cursed them, but you also feel like I'm just lying to all the viewers out there. We promise you, I'm not lying. We saw them do this before, but this just shows how competitive and how tough this lobby is, right? This shows the difference when you see some of the best teams from each region. And you mentioned it, right? You've got teams that have played against each other before because they come from the same region, but that's only a factor of it to a small percentage. The rest of it, you've still got to be able to work out and deal some serious damage. And right now, that's what Panda's lacking. You mentioned, right, Kato getting moved out, changing players up, trying to swap it around a bit. I don't think that's just the solution now. It has to be a game plan style, surely.
I mean, for the first day, it looked like they were not aggressive enough. They were a little bit afraid of taking the fights. And then today, it's completely different. They're trying to take the fight straight away. Circle 1, circle 2. And I like that kind of stuff. But you got to make it work, though. If it's not working, you got to change it back up. You got to know, you got to figure out what is going wrong and how do we fix this.
Yeah, definitely. And the lobby is different, and that is one thing for sure. I mean, the lobby is different. So we saw them doing great things on the qualifiers when they got here, but the lobby is different. There's only 3 teams getting from that region here. There's basically another 13 teams who are not here, and also this is the top 3. So basically, there's 13 teams who are, well, not getting the same results as the top 3 who made it here, and it's the same for the other regions as well. It's the top teams are actually here, and the strategy which they implied on the qualifiers, that just doesn't work here definitely, because the quality of the lobby is so much better. So you just can't go the same way as you did on the qualifiers, go for the kills, you know, trying to like dominate all the situations. There's so much raw skill on this lobby. You just can't do it.
Well, do you know what, right? There's maybe some people at home, and I know there's plenty of people at home that will be saying, you know what, I could probably do better than these guys. Well, you guys should look at the PMCO. This is the PUBG Mobile Club Open, which showcases the best PUBG Mobile players and squads among the 23 regions across the world. That means so many of you have a chance to enter this. And the PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. So you yourself can sign up together with your team and compete against others in your region. And if you can be the best within your region, you can qualify further, get yourself maybe on the PMPL. Maybe one day we'll be talking about you here on the EMEA Championships, which would be something incredible to see that kind of story and the rise up of new young PUBG stars. And that's what we do want to see, right? That's what we're here for, the future, because this is still such an early time in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, if you don't have a team right now, we're still looking for one.
Yes, we need our fourth. We don't want Kyle Harris.
Yeah, not only can we dance and break dance and tap dance, you know, we can also play PUBG Mobile and open cases.
Anybody who wants to apply for our team, we need to have some breakdancing videos as a proof. So that's going to be one qualifier. So let those videos be coming in, and then we're going to be deciding who has the best moves, and we can decide who's going to be joining the team.
Question though, guys. How do we rate it? Do we put PUBG Mobile skills first, then breakdancing, then tap dancing? Or do we do breakdancing, tap dancing, PUBG Mobile skills? Can we carry them enough?
You kind of need to have like the synergy in the team going, right? So I think that the tap and breakdancing is going to trump the PUBG Mobile skills right now.
Okay, so you guys heard it at home. Tweet at us, drop us a message on Instagram, whatever you want to do. And all you got to do is send us this breakdancing video or a tap dancing video. We'll rate that, and then we'll look at your PUBG Mobile skills, because we'll be able to figure out the rest. We're analysts at the end of the day, right? We know what's going on. But we do want to know what's coming on next as well. We're getting our second dose of Miramar coming on forward, right? And one thing it looks at when it comes to Miramar, this is where I do look to Pandas. We were just touching on before we spoke about the PMCO, is that Panda did find a lot of success. They looked very confident on a map like Miramar before, but it's not been happening in here, and that's been an issue for me. I would love to be the game that gives them this boost, this gives them this chance to make their magic happen.
I wish it would happen, but right now I'm not seeing it. Sadly, I'm not seeing it. I'm
trying. I'm hoping.
I was really hoping as well, but seeing the results so far, I don't see it happening. I really want to, because I want to see them actually thrive in this kind of lobby as well, not just in the PMPL lobby, but we know that they have the potential to actually thrive here as well. We know that they're working so hard, they're trying their best, they're even subbing people out to try to get there. But right now, it's just not happening.
I gotta agree with that. I mean, Panda has been definitely like showing sometimes like small glimpses of great success, but then in the end, on the larger scale, it just hasn't worked. And also, I think Miramar as a map, it's maybe one of those maps which is not best suitable for that kind of playing style, which they try to like do here, because when you go with the kills, you go with, let's say, with the closer action with the teams of Miramar, there's so much space on that map. So I don't think it's the best map for that kind of aggression, which they are doing currently. What I'm really looking forward is how 12-18 is going to be playing on the Miramar, because they can like have not completely the same situation, but as we have been speaking, like playing on the edges, you know, keeping like small distance to the enemies, but not like super long distances. So also Miramar is one map that I want to see how now, after we have seen the early aggression yesterday on the matches and how they did Miramar, how they will be doing today. Can they still do the same strategy here?
And when we're looking at, we're talking about the consistency of teams and what these numbers of people to be able to put up. You say like the top 5 a lot, right, coming into it. Right now, I guess 12-18, they're the obvious ones of being within that top 5 as the most in the other team. Who's the closest around towards them, if you can have a quick look at that? I
mean, look at it. I think it's Conqueror.
Conqueror.
Yeah, there have been a lot of top 5, but what they're lacking right now is they're not having enough kills. They're not having enough kills with those top 5s, and they're not having those wins with a top heavy kills, as you're saying. And that is what's dragging them down a little bit. But they have the potential, so it's all about time. Soon enough, it will happen.
Soon enough, it will happen. Do you know what will happen next? We're going to take a look at the overall rankings. We haven't looked at them today. I'm excited to see exactly what numbers we're going to have up here so far. 12-18, we expected them to be right up there. Na'Vi have also stepped it up to a degree. They've not been getting big wins, right? But they've had a few good placement points in there. The kills are coming along as well. Fate still holding on, still in that top 3 position. Konina jumping right up. And look at NASR, 16th at the beginning of today.
Yeah.
What? They've just gone 10 places up, and they're actually not that far away from being able to overtake some of the other teams within this. I'm impressed.
That was what Skopta was talking about in the start of the day. It was so even between all of the teams that just one win, something, a few good games, that's going to propel yourself up on the leaderboard. And you can see that with NASR right now.
Yeah, they had 19 points when we started today, and they were holding the last place, so getting that amount of points, getting all the way up to the 6th place, and that's a lot of points. That's like a well, my quick math maybe are not as good as what Frost was doing yesterday, but still at 65 points, so that's a lot of points getting only on this amount of matches what we had so far.
We'll quickly look at the second page in here as well. Oh, we were not going to look at the second page, and I saw it over there. I was thinking, cool, I might get a chance to look at it, but you know, we're probably getting too close to that game going forward. There is, there we go, production, I do love you. Sorry for throwing you under the bus. Slime 4KT is what I did want to touch on, right? Because I see this in comments and stuff when people are watching on the streams and watching it all go down. They're like, oh, why is that team here? Like, they're wasting a spot. You guys got to remember as well, like, for a team that's coming from the African region, this is a huge opportunity to learn to play against some other teams within the region, official games and stuff like that, right? This is a team that's getting a good opportunity to be here on the I guess, almost international stage in that sense, right? And they got to make the most of it. It's a big learning curve. It's a big gap.
Exactly. This is one of the first times they're playing on such a big stage here, being up against some of the best teams in the world, not just here in the EMEA region. And they're doing a fantastic job so far. It's all about that experience. They'll get a lot of experience from playing here. No matter what results they get, they'll bring that experience with them. And next time they come back here, they're going to be just stronger.
Yeah, that also applies for multiple other teams as well. I mean, there's so many teams who have their first shot on the international stage now, and this is definitely, for many teams, it's going to be the best learning experience they can have.
And you know what the best learning experience we can get is listening to two wonderful voices in the style of Span Cargo and Maxman. Max, are you happy with that? No shade was thrown your way. Span, just protect little Max a little bit. You know, he does need this kind of mothering every now and again. I used to do it for him. Imperium did as well. Now you're in charge.
I see. Well, he's the one that's, you know, kind of in charge doing all the intro stuff and play-by-play. You know, I'm here learning from them really in this situation. I'm really excited to be here.
Anyway, talking about learning, I've learned how to play the game really well. And earlier, they said on the desk they were trying to put up a team, and they said you wanted to try and submit a dance. I've done Tectonic for some time. You know, I was pretty bad at it, but I did do it for like 5 years at some point. So I'll submit something. But how are your dancing skills, Span? How good are you? Are you going to submit something?
You know, when I was younger, I did take dance. I did contemporary and lyrical, but I don't know about anything like...
Okay, you win.
Like more breakdancing or anything. You know, I'm more of a music person. You know, I do percussion. I don't know. I'm bad at dancing.
That's cool. Hey, you know what? You'll do the music and they'll be dancing on the side. So, okay, you know what, Banks? When you guys are back on the desk, I think you got to try and prepare Span to join the party for the next PMCA because I'm sure she'll be rocking it back on PUBG Mobile. I thought I was pretty good. I guess I'll be a sub or something, or maybe a coach, but you don't want to follow my math anyways coming into this. But you know what? Here you go. Another game that's going to be on the menu, and it's going to be our second Miramar of the day. They talked a little bit about Panda here, and Span, this is one team that is seen as extremely strong on this map of Miramar. Are you expecting them to do a little bit better here? Because they had a decent position last Miramar game, but it just didn't result in a great finish for them.
You know, they talked about that. They said that, you know, previously they did do really well on Miramars, but coming into this one, you know, they're not doing too hot. And I do believe them. I mean, it does just come down to what kind of lobby that you're into. I mean, if this is their map, they should go on ahead and potentially, they're probably trying the same things that they did last time. But if it's not working out for them, then obviously they have to go on ahead and try to find something a little bit different. So maybe at this point, they've realized that their usual strategy isn't working. They might try something a little bit different. So, I mean, the potential is there. But definitely, I think, not with their usual playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, one thing for sure about Panda is that they changed their drop location. They used to always drop in Valimar back in the Western European PMPL. Now they drop around the likes of Trumacera from time to time. That's where they like to play because Konina Power, pretty aggressive at the early stage game. You don't want to give that one a shot. 12-18 though, they like to drop in Puerto Paraiso. They played path, not going to help them out tremendously, so they might have to try and stretch it or go for a secondary drop spot. So that's where Konina Power were on last Miramar game, so they're going to go for that position. But this one is a lot more forgiving, I would say, than our first Miramar game, where it was very focused around the east This one's going to be a little bit nicer for these teams. That is going to be a certainty coming into this. But we got a lot of teams then, and I'm surprised. We were looking at the rankings earlier, Span. 2 wins to next Rüya, and they're still on the second page.
Yeah.
I find that very, very surprising for the #1 team of Turkey in their PMPL.
Yeah, and I'm even trying to like look at it where they're really lacking in terms of kill points or you know, placement points. And for me, they're very similar. Both of them are seriously the same number. So clearly they're just lacking in both overall. So it's not in terms of, oh, they can definitely go on ahead and get that placement, but they really have to go on ahead and start getting both. So they have those 2 wins, but it's just gonna come down to consistency as well. They have the 2 wins, but they got to continue to at least go on ahead and start ending up in those top spots as well.
Yeah. So, okay. Oh, well, no, we're going to have a little bit of action. I was going to make an anime reference. You are safe for now, okay? we'll bring it up later on. You're going to be okay for the time being. So, what do you mean, okay, I'm offended by that. But Ragnarok, though, once again, MVP of day 1. Going to take a mini 1v1 versus track 2. Pick up a few little mollies. Got himself a Uzi, of course, in that kind of close quarter combat and in a 1-on-1. That is going to be the great weapon to have. Track 2's got SKS. Let's say here, Span, not the best weapon in this scenario. SKS versus Uzi at this range, I think the Uzi wins.
Definitely, but it does look like SK Ton has now arrived to try and help out, but we can see he's taken down super low, now trying to heal. He spots out Ragnarok as well. He's trying to catch him out. That was probably called that he's low, but now they're both together. It's a 2v1, and he tries going for it, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get it in that situation, which I'm not quite surprised about. There's just too many people. That was just a basic trade right there.
Yeah, cheating, man. You got to take the 1v1, okay? You got to make it happen. But no. They get himself the backup. SK Ton joined up with a UMP. Very meta weapon once again in the Chinese kind of tournaments we've been seeing happen as of recently. But now the fight's over. Is anime reference time? Next Rüya, of course, you mentioned it. They got to try and step it up in terms of kills and also positioning points, because most of their points come clearly off the back of those 2 wins. They got 1 yesterday. They got 1 today. It's like One Piece. I don't know how familiar you are with One Piece, but Luffy currently, you know what? Gear first, get himself a few wins. Now you've got to try and pump it up, go to gear 2nd. Gear 4th, you're going to use on the end of the tournament. But you've got to try and potentially get yourself into that one later on. Because next Rüya showed it, there's a lot of potential coming their way, and they clearly got a lot of support. I was checking out the YouTube chat. A lot of people saying, hell yeah, let's go Rüya. Didn't check out the Twitch chat, but I'm sure it was full of Keck W's every time I got my calculations and arithmetic wrong. But this is a team that is coming here with a lot of expectations, and they have been able to perform on a few of these strong games. But other than that, we're looking at consistency. We're looking at what, for example, Fate has been able to do. The games where they do not get a win, they get a few extra points here and there. They middle of the table most of the time, and that solidifies themselves in those positions in the rankings, which is unfortunately something next Rüya has not been able to do so far.
Exactly. It really just comes down to being able to perform every single one. I think I said this yesterday. It's, you know, teams are allowed to have like 1-2 bad games, but otherwise you really have to go on ahead and continue to be consistent, continue to get up on those top spots. You need to be aiming for like, I don't even know, like at least like maybe 8 points to really keep yourself in a running at this kind of a level. You can't go on ahead and go out with anything less than that, because otherwise, we already talked about how we just saw how close a lot of these teams were on that leaderboard. Just one game could go on ahead and completely change it, completely jump one team from like a bottom or more middle situation to all the way up to towards the top of that leaderboard.
I just saw Kalaris in our private group for this PMPL saying, what is One Piece? I got my blood pumping right now. Just a little bit, okay? I'm a little bit offended, Kalaris, but that's
He
fine.
said the wrong piece too, yeah.
Yeah, I know. He's really he's trying to get to me, okay? It's something that Kalaris does. You'll know the more you work with him. He likes to get things wrong on purpose just to try and trigger people. I got used to it, so it doesn't work on me anymore. So we'll see. You'll see eventually coming out. Pronto, they're going to be picked up for Slime 4KT and still struggling. But as they rightly said on the desk right here, this is one of their first tournaments at this level, and they're clearly struggling. But also, this is a great learning experience, I would say, Span.
Oh my goodness, it definitely is. I mean, I'm going to bring in some personal experience like I did yesterday as well. You know, when I try to go on ahead and play, really, there's like a huge difference every single time you go on ahead and go up a little bit of a tier, go on to the next level, the next situation, next tournament, next league. Every single time you qualify for the next thing, it's completely different. You can't expect the same things because those teams, they just play the game differently. They like have, it's like, they have the rhythm down. They understand it. I can say that it is pretty difficult to go ahead and get used to. So this being their first one, I mean, honestly, it's amazing that they got here, that they're able to play inside of this. And this is going to be absolutely huge for them. Even if they don't go on ahead and do well, at least they're learning. And in my opinion, that's real success.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing a team from Nigeria at this level. And this is the very start, not only for Slime4KT and also the individual players, but of the region as a whole. They only had one spot from the PMCO. You never know, in the next seasons to come, maybe not this year, but maybe 2022, 2023, they'll get their own PMPL with their own broadcast. And I think that is just so hyped to see it evolve, because you got to think a while back. Europe, they started where they only had themselves a PMCO, and then we only had EMEA League, which was a not even a PMPL, was a lot of regions involved. And Europe is growing, and I think that we're slowly but surely going to have that happen also for the African region. So it's good to see. African region is very mobile focused, and PUBG Mobile, they're just starting to begin their adventure. This is their very first chapter, and I'm just really hyped to see how things are going to evolve for them in the future. There we go. That was the entire segment on Slime4KT with fun stories. I think they're a pretty interesting team to talk and mention from time to time, but now it's time to focus on this circle. We did see it here spanned pretty northern. Shouldn't be too hard for any of these teams. They're pretty aware of how to play this. There's something that happens quite a bit, and in the recent tournaments that I've had the chance to cast there, it happens so much that they should hopefully not see any teams get eliminated early on.
It does already look like there's a little bit of a tiff happening here. Futbolist against Team Unique. It looks like they're kind of split up. And by kind of, I mean definitely. It looks like Sulky, he's definitely going to have to try and play a little bit of a sneaky snake position here, seeing if any of the Unique members run down here. Maybe he'll be able to get a little bit of a jump on top of them, because otherwise I don't know if he'll really be able to make it to the rest of his team. It's definitely important for him to be holding that hard cover as well, but it looks like he won't be able to leave anytime soon, because Team Unique, they spotted out that vehicle and they're trying to destroy it now as well.
Yeah, gonna have to try and move away from that one. I mean, Soke being alone away from his team is Soke. He's gonna do Soke things, so doesn't need the backup for now. But I like this. Unique gonna try and move away. A little bit risky, and then that car is currently fuming. Just a few extra shots, one more clip, and that car is blown up to pieces. They'll make it out just fine. Slime4KT still very spread away from each other. Storm is gonna be the one trying to make sure this compound is free. They're not gonna have to take that fight, but Destiny are just gonna be right ahead of their position. But this is great for Slime4KT Span, because they're in a relatively central position, really high up north. You know there's going to be no point of contestment up on that northern position, so they should be fine if they get rid of Destiny, which Destiny right now, you see Noshi with that Kar 98, he is ready to take that shot anytime.
Yeah, I saw immediately where they were, and honestly, this is one of the best situations that they could be in all the way up here, because if they win on ahead and spread out, they're going to have eyes on seriously every single direction, except to that northern spot. At this point, it looks like Destiny is in fact looming in the distance. This is really the only direction where this compound could become dangerous, where a team could go on ahead and push up onto them, and it looks like they're not going on ahead and spreading out either, so they're not quite going to go on ahead and get that knowledge right as this next zone is going to pop, so hopefully it's on top of them. It looks like it is. So for right now, they can go on ahead and stay there for a little bit longer, but hopefully they're starting to look even further inside this next zone.
Yeah, not too bad. I really like where SUDOR currently standing Hacienda del Patron. I don't know if that's something you do, by the way. Do you say every compound in Miramar? I know with Imperium we do it from time to time. Do you say the compounds in Miramar with the accent, you know, the Spanish accent? Or is that just me and Imperium?
I do not.
You do not? Oh, okay. Okay. I guess it's just us Imperium, man. We're alone. We're alone in the world that's saying it like that. It's fine. It's fine. We'll find someone that can do it with the accent again. But yeah, Hacienda del Patron is going to be an interesting one for SUDOR, because it is a little bit harder to breach that position, especially if you got to play on the rooftops. It's pretty well defended on those roofs, so you can gather that information with a third-person perspective pretty easily. So why is also going to be easy was that shot from Mazzaro. Instantly get himself the knock onto Storm from Slime4KT, and they're going to collapse instantly because Destiny are a bloodthirsty team here, Span.
They were already pushing. Seriously, look at that. All the way on the northern side already. They were ready for this. They were waiting for this team to go on ahead and move out of here so that they could strike. And so far, it's doing them really well. Honestly, Slime, they're now stuck. They're in this little compound. They're stuck for the rest of this time. And that Molotov completely, that was beautiful. He's instantly going to be taken down too. So at this point up, it looks like there's only one left. He is more on that southern side, but he's so out in the open down there. I wouldn't be surprised if Destiny spots him out soon. But at what point do they stop chasing?
Yeah, such a good molly to get rid of EMEA in that bird's nest. Like that, he's not going to be able to grant that any more information for his team. Well, for his teammate now is only going to be Andrew as he's trying to run away. Without a car, this is going to be a real tricky one to pull off. I'm pretty doubtful, but it seems like Destiny are not too aware as where he is right now. But compared to, for example, Sanhok, Erangel, Andrew has a one-man team. You can't snake it. I mean, you got rattlesnakes, but they're pretty damn visible. So I'm not feeling too confident with him being able to snatch extra positioning points. We still have 16 teams in this lobby, so he has to survive for a really, and I mean a really long time if he wants to transfer any positioning points his way.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I mean, we can see that he found himself a little bit of a hidey place to be as of right now, but even still might not be safe enough. If any situation, it would probably be good to send into water treatment or even the gas station below because people don't usually go there. And also, I mean, it looks, we complimented SUDOR's spot before in Hacienda del Patron, and it looks like another team tried to take it for them, but instantly shutting that down and will be able to pick up 2 kills for themselves so far.
You're a little bit surprised. I said that the Patron is not an area you want to push all willy-nilly. You want to have your team there to back you up to make that push happen in the first place, and also because it is so easy to get the information when teams are trying to contest that location. And yeah, SUDOR played it properly. They went for the 2-man push on 1 player, and what of wonders, lose an extra. Though we haven't talked too much about what's happening in the circle right now. We are currently in phase 2, about to transition into phase 3. And this is another strong rotation of Konina Power, very similar to what we saw in last game on Erangel, where they just rotate where they know there's going to be very little resistance to enter the circle. They read the circle and the playing path really well, so they go straight up north, right down south of the mountain next to Oasis. I mean, Matic, hey, if that shot connected, I would have been genuinely surprised, but that's a little bit of a... You're pushing it, mate. But good attempt.
You know, I was going to say maybe he has the ammo to go on ahead and do so, so why not? And it looks like they are going to be able to get away, though. There is one member that kind of got left behind. He's all the way over there inside of Cubs as of right now, so he's going to have a little bit to catch up. And now they're coming behind Destiny, so that might be a really difficult situation for them, so to keep an eye on that. And again, the next zone's going to go, and oh my goodness, it looks like, I mean, Konina Power might just want to go ahead and turn right back around.
I love this position. Also, Conqueror, this is something that I criticized him so much back in the Western European PMPL. They would stem Picardo for too long, delay rotations, and they would gain strong spots on the mountain when the circle went that way to other teams. This time, I think that they learned from those past mistakes, and they actually went for the high ground position right down south of San Martin extremely early on, so that scouting is going to be good. But now teams see how valuable this spot of Conqueror currently is, and Futbolist especially are already going for the push. They drop in San Martin initially. They know something is going on down south. They're going to try and go for the initiation. But for the teams that are currently high up north, there's going to be a lot of teams trying to roam down south, and that could cause now a few teams to lose their life relatively early. This is where things are starting to get really spicy and heated up in this game.
We already saw it. Everybody instantly grabbed their vehicles and started driving down here. That's exactly what usually happens when a zone hard shifts, because everybody knows, hey, the complete opposite side of this hard shifted zone should have barely anybody inside of it, and we want to go ahead and take advantage of that. We need to be the first people in there so we have a spot, so then we can start figuring out where people are in the zone again, because they basically have to start over when a hard shift happens. They're no longer inside the territory that they're used to, and they have to go on ahead and send it inside to try and figure it out once again. So at this point, it does look like everybody is in fact sending it kind of settled down for now, but that also causes a lot of people to run into each other, and not everybody is inside just yet. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see some of that start popping off.
I'm sure we're going to see things pop off a little bit more, though I'm disappointed with the Observer crew. They keep showing me the McLaren, okay? They don't have to keep shoving in my face that I haven't got it in my pools. I get it, okay? It happened in a PMPL. It's happening now again. I'm extremely unlucky. But I tried, and no McLaren for me, unfortunately, even though it looks extremely good, and I want that vehicle in my life. But I have a few little crossovers later on down the line, so I'll try my luck once again, and I won't get anything as always. I'm pretty much used to that. Okay, I'm a little bit salty there, Span. You know what? I'm sorry. I got a little bit off topic, but it's something I hold very heavily in my heart. My luck is just very poor. Though, I mean, I'm always so... I got nothing on value. I got like the worst skins in the game, I think. Okay, Gonzo trying to do a little bit of something just like Copter would be doing, a little bit of dance over on the plateau. Brings his way forward, but no one is going straight for the position of Conqueror, which I like. They know it's a strong position that's really hard to take teams away from, so I like the amount of respect. But if the circle centers up on Conqueror, this is going to be a real hard one for the teams on the edge.
It's going to be really difficult because, one, they have that huge plateau that they're on top of, and everywhere else is kind of out in the open. And on this western side, we're kind of keeping an eye on it. We saw GUNZ going ahead and pull up there earlier, and now it looks like Navi is trying to do the same thing. Unfortunately for Hamidi, you know, he was the last one for frags last time. He's going down this time, and those insane nades coming on in. Frags, they just got fragged there, and now Navi, they're starting to make a rotation on in at frags. I mean, GUNZ, they're just down to 2 people left.
From Tixi and also Kitsune. That was pinpoint accuracy. Love to see those nades coming on through, especially from such a big distance. Normally not the easiest thing to hit, especially on a ridge, but they were perfectly cooked and perfectly aimed. Ralph, I don't know if they know exactly he's in that position. They're going to scout because they know those were only knocks. There's still players remaining in the surrounding areas. They need to clear it out so they can have full control of the West. That's what resulted in them taking the 2 wins on day 1 because they had full control of the West. Ralph picking up a 1v2, get himself to spray with the Scar, but there's nothing he can really do in that kind of situation. He did have himself a knock coming his way onto Tixi with a headshot, but really this is not looking good. Though Freak is giving it his best shot, trying to get a little bit of an upper ground position, maybe get a few utility chucked in direction of Na'Vi, but he's getting the hell out of here. And you know what? I respect that. You don't want to take that fight, but he gets instantly backstabbed by Kitsune, and Matic will be the one to actually close off that kill. GUNZ eliminated in 15th.
Wow, yeah, now Na'Vi, they have a go on ahead and have a full-on entrance inside of this next zone. Meanwhile, looks like up on our northeastern side is now very congested. SUDOR trying to take this position of Futbolist. One of them instantly going down. It looks like they didn't quite spot out another team already in front of them. And then they sent one up a little bit early. The rest of SUDOR, they can go ahead and potentially drive around, but we already know that that's going to be tough for them as well because there's teams absolutely everywhere along the edge of this next circle ahead of them.
Well, I see Mihir was a Groza and a kill feed. That's going to be a dangerous weapon in very dangerous hands, so definitely going to be a dangerous combo to go up against once Destiny starts to get even more involved in this game, especially versus Futbolist. That's where the breach is happening up northeast. He's going to be having a little bit of an overlook over those ridge lines, and Futbolist wants to go for the res onto Soke. Oh, those shots actually connected a few in the air. Luvazan has to jump out mid-air off of that bike. He does not want to get hit by that Groza. But Destiny, now they saw them actually move away closer to the circle. That might create a little bit more of an opportunity for them because the front line is going to be a little bit easier to breach from this on forward.
And they know that this is really the only place that they can go on in. They're holding on to their nades as well for a little bit, as long as possible at this point. I mean, Destiny, they got to start being really aggressive on this, and it looks like they're trying to start the push with a bunch of utils so far, working out for them a bit in terms of damage, but not the next knock that they're looking for just yet.
Yeah, you're on a dip. This is so hard to play around. What an age coming out from Mazzaro. That's going to be a double whammy coming his way. Rom and Lutz on their knees in submission, though. Soke was able to get res back up earlier by Lovazin, so they're going to be able to now be the second line of defense for the circle. But the thing is, they can't move away. If they try and extract themselves away from this equation, Destiny are going to go for the backstab play. This is a fight that's extremely hard for Futbolist to try and move out from. So they are fourth in this position. SUDOR talked about them having a good shot today. Unfortunately, this game not going to go their way whatsoever. Out in 14th. 13 teams remain. What an hate. Oh, these nades are just so on point here. I'm loving it.
Wow. They really are. They're so good. Each of them catching exactly where they want to go. And honestly, every single time that happens, I already talked about it. Util is so strong. If you know how to use it, you gotta use it. And now Destiny, the blue zone is coming in. They're not in a good position whatsoever. Futbolist, you can see this huge ridge. They're just going to be able to stand here and hold them out until they're completely overtaken by that blue. Just one more left. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. Maybe he'll just start healing inside of there, hoping the Futbolist will just start leaving him alone.
Very unfortunate smoke road. A lot of patches going to be left uncovered, and because of that, Futbolist could strike while they had the opportunity to do so. And Destiny down to 2 is going to be Mihi and Beast, not too close to each other, especially going to have me that's going to be a little bit further back into the blue. Futbolist trying their best to now put their focus into the circle, but it's so hard. Conqueror from up above. Soke trying his best to dance a little bit like Frost did over on the desk, but that's not going to be paying any kind of dividends this time around as Futbolist lose another player. Soke is going to be flushed out instantaneously, so will Rom, and I think we're looking at the end of all the teams that were trying to rotate late from the north because that is the hardest shift for them in this circle.
Everything is so out in the open as well. Like Conqueror, they can see just everything over here unless they get those those ridges closer inside. Well, say again?
They're super spread. I'm really enjoying it. It's super confident coming out from Conqueror, and Reeves dead center too. That facilitates potentially later shifts coming their way if they play around it properly.
Yeah, they have a huge split here. They're really in it to try and be controlling this entire zone, this entire situation. So spread out. They're going to get so much information, hopefully third party every single fight that they set eyes on. So they could go on ahead and go away with this super big. They just got to go on ahead and be careful that they know when to condense right when it gets too small or a little bit too dangerous for each of their members.
Unlike in what NASR trying to do onto the east, they're trying to take away the likes of World of Wonders, Team Unique, Fate Esports also. So they're going to be the one trying to be the Futbolist 2.0 of the south this time around. Na'Vi also trying to do something similar, but this time over to the west versus Panda. What a nade, what an off angle coming out from Tixi. He's just clearing out the entirety of Panda almost. That's a double. And Na'Vi going to send Tixi and Meku forward to try and confirm those kills while they have the opportunity. They don't want to allow those reses to come on through, and they also want to get a nade range. That's why they're pushing so aggressively. The Na'Vi, got to be careful. Don't bite down more than you can actually chew. You're taking down 2 fights at the same time. You've got to play together a lot more because that might spread your potential attacks a little bit too thinly.
Yeah, and here we go. Looks like Panda is going to start pulling up. Unfortunately, looks like they chose the wrong direction, kind of up more to that northern side. This other team could go on ahead and start setting eyes on them as well, which is obviously not what they want in this situation. So Smoke's still out, trying to provide that cover. Oh, there we go. Looks like Lynn has spotted them out, so now they realize the situation that they're in. And next Rüya, they're able to catch one of the Na'Vi members. He was the one that was holding out Panda at that rock. That could completely change this.
Yeah, a little bit too far apparently coming out from Meku. He's going to regret that decision later on down the line. Panda trying to full send it. They're just at this point in time here, Span. They're very clearly trying to just weather the storm. They know they're in a horrible position. It's just survival of the fittest. See how long they can remain in this game or if they can get a squad wipeout. But I'm not very confident in their possibility of doing so because this is such a horrendous position to be in. You're surrounded by 2 4-man crews, 2 top teams in their respective region. And this is going to be a scary sight to behold. They're still not going to be moving, but the next circle might just seal their fate in stone.
Oh my goodness. Take a look at that zone once again. Hard shifting up to that northeastern side. Looks like everybody really is just going to have to commit to these fights down here. I mean, right when the next zone is super difficult,
Matic.
You know that you just...
Oh, Matic, there you go. That's going to be the push. Gets the double actually right on top of it. Matic, you must be kidding me. With Kitsune to back him up. That is Panda already out of the game. In 8 and 17s now remain. That was a push to seem a little bit overzealous, but it worked out amazingly well at that moment.
That was nuts. I mean, that's exactly what they needed to do. Clear that out. They knew that they need to get those kills before moving into this next zone because it looks like it's going to be a difficult one. So many teams now in front of them. And also next year, it looks like they're also taking their time. So will they run into them is the next question. This next zone, we can see it's completely open in the middle. So everybody's going to be filling in on these edges.
Yeah, they're going to use the cast to jump on over to not take any kind of full damage and facilitate that rotation. They'll make it over. NASR, they've been on this bridge for the longest time span, and they've been able to clear out the most of the teams that were happening to try and push onto the east. I'm thinking back on World of Wonders. They were in a very similar position, and also RICO Infinity. They got rid of that. It facilitates that transition. But now Fate, they're going to be in the same position that NASR were just minutes ago, and I am very doubtful at the capabilities of NASR to move away because having the low ground in those kind of fights is extremely hard to play around. Kitsune, a little bit overzealous on that position for Na'Vi, will instantly get knocked down, but Conqueror, for the very first time in this game span, are getting contested as 2 players get knocked down on their knees.
Oh my goodness, it's not looking good for them, especially here comes Na'Vi, here comes everybody else. It looks like now they're being completely pinched by everybody around them.
But he did actually so well, and they're just instantly going to be collapsing on the entirety of Conqueror. Tixi onto the forefront, going to try and maybe create an even more of an opportunity in this dip, and that is Conqueror out of the game, despite being in that position for the longest time. And not only is that Conqueror out, that is Na'Vi now on 11 kills, double digits. This is the Na'Vi we saw in the 2 first games of yesterday.
It looks like they knew when to condense, but not in the best situation possible. So many teams around them were able to just get different angles on the nowhere was safe, and now everybody else has those better positions to start taking these next fights. Na'Vi, they're in it. They're serious here. They're in it to fight. Fate down to their southern side. Next Rüya up to their north. Let's see if they're going to be able to play this bull instead of Conqueror, if they'll be successful in this situation. They're just on the inside of this next zone.
One thing I can tell you, they're in it for the win. That is an absolute certainty. Meku and Tixi going to have to try and peek a little bit of information over that ridgeline. The reason why they're not in the center is because they know that they're going to be prone to take a nade damage and any kind of utility damage from that, especially with mollies. So they're trying to play onto the outskirts a little bit more and play around those smokes. And I think that is definitely the best course of action for them. Though having the overlook, the oversight, that's going to be next Rüya as they rotate all around Na'Vi. They did not want to get gate kept, and they found the path of least resistance. And now they get themselves in utility range onto Fate, and Fate, they're just going to get rained upon. This is going to be turning into a mini red zone potentially, as Na'Vi, Meku from the other side of this little shack position is going to be raining it down onto Fate, as Rom of Futbolist is still alive and trying to cap a few opportunities to get extra points along the way. That's a great molly onto Lath, actually. They get a little bit of damage, I believe. No, actually, Lath is not going to be inside it. He's trying to crawl his way out, but Futbolist might be able to play spoilers for a few of these teams.
I think everybody on this eastern side isn't going to be surviving much longer because the zone hard shifted over to that western side. So everybody's going to be trying to hold them out unless these huge fights start happening in the center here.
Oh, NASR, this is unfortunately a call of desperation. They're trying their best to push their way up. They know they're not going to be encircled for longer. So they're trying to get himself back as a 2-man. Next, Rüya, they know they have to go downhill very soon. Not going to be easy. Lathe and also Rom survival of the fittest. Trying to see who's going to be playing the survivalist game. But this is looking such a good opportunity for Na'Vi, but I do believe they're getting actually pushed over a little bit. Futbolist going to lose Rom. That's going to be an extra kill over to NASR Esports. They're second, actually. Despite being in such a strong position, I thought they would have a lot more kills than that, but it seemed like they were not able to convert in the way I was initially imagining.
Yeah, I assume not. I mean, there's so much action over there. I guess they just weren't able to be in a good position to really start closing stuff off. And, oh, is next Rüya, they're actually being aggressive towards Fate. Where are they going exactly? I mean, this road, I wouldn't want to be on the southern side of this road.
What is going on right now? I'm not a fan of this one. What just happened for next Rüya? Well, they tried to send it one by one without the utility. I guess they didn't have any utility. Otherwise, they would have made a smoke road logically to make that happen. But next Rüya, that's going to be the end of their adventure on this Miramar game onto the dunes, eliminated in third position. Now, only 2 teams remain. And NASR were indeed able to get the res. They just survived behind that little ridgeline, avoid detection to steal away a second spot from all the teams who were fighting for position. But that spread here, Span, is amazing for Na'Vi to take control of this circle.
I'm really looking forward to see how NASR is going to go on ahead and traverse this, though, because now they have this huge open road ahead of them. Na'Vi, all they have to do is kind of wait for them to push over that hill if this next phase pulls towards them, and it looks like it is, in fact, going to do so. So NASR, they have to start figuring out either getting a knock or starting to use some use hill if they have any.
Not easy. Not easy. That's going to be a certainty. How are Na'Vi going to trying to approach this one, but NASR, they got to try their best to move out of this position. And without any smoke, I'm not gonna lie, this is almost impossible. They still have some. I thought that they used all their smokes earlier. Maybe they found a few extra crates from the few pushes of the players right on the northeast. So I guess they were able to maybe cap a few more their way. But the utility is put in such a weird position. I think they're just trying to use that as a distraction in some way. But you can see this is just a call of desperation. They know that there's no way out of this one. You need the utility, and they're gonna try and get a little bit wider.
Yeah, the only way that they'll survive this is if they somehow get right underneath, and it looks like Nabo, he's starting to make the move. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it, but we can see that Na'Vi, they're holding every angle.
Yeah, trying to make the push currently happen, but it's not going to be coming on through for NASR. Unfortunately, only Hassan is going to be left alive. And I think he's going to try and move out. Okay, I don't think that's how you get your driver's license. But I respect the attempt. You know what? That's some pretty decent dancing in the car, and he is going to be indeed picked up at the very end. And there you go. Na'Vi from Game 1 and Game 2 of yesterday are back on the board this time, Span. And what a game it was. Controlling all of the West, pushing aggressively, taking control. That is the Na'Vi that we know and love back in this PMPL EMEA Championship.
That was a great showing from them. And honestly, NASR as well, they were playing that really, really well, including this past few games as well. So them going on ahead doing well, I'm not surprised about. And also taking a look at those stats there, Maxman.
Big stats, big numbers. I like big numbers. That's what we're looking for most of the time. 15 kills coming their way. I want to see how many ticks he got. Because I think he was fragging out a lot in that game. But Kitsune too. I think Kitsune is not talked about enough when Kitsune actually plays into this one. Once again, if you guys are not aware, Ada changed name and now is called Kitsune and is the IGL of the team and has been stepping up in really big ways with the likes of Old Boy, who was the old IGL of the team. 2,340 damage on the Miramar game. That's a big number for what normally isn't the most aggressive of maps.
I think definitely the terrain that those last few circles went into really allowed that to happen, because it kind of was more of that normal terrain and that it was kind of out in the open, only very few ridges to really go on ahead and play. There was a lot of visibility coming into it, but really it just came down to the height advantage in the very end. They were just able to hold that situation. That road was just too big of a barrier for anybody to really traverse. I mean, we even saw next Rüya try to make some sort of rotation down to that southern side. And I'm like, oh no, why are they going down there? Because there's no way that that road is going to be able to be traversed later on.
Yeah, it was going to be a very hard situation to play with at the very end. But Na'Vi, what I also like so much about this team is that they always take situations one by one, step by step, not two step by two steps, as Froz would like to say from time to time, but they're just going to approach every situation as its own individual situation. And that's how they got ahead. They took fight by fight. Every time they clear the fight, they get themselves in a stronger position and they keep continuously clearing those spots to get into the late game stage. And it worked out amazingly at the very end there. So I'm hoping to see if this was once again just a one-time showcase from this team, or if we can expect them to be a little bit more consistent throughout this last game and hopefully the 2 days to come. But that's going to be it for myself and Span for this 5th game of the day. We still got one more to come. It's going to be on Erangel, but before that, we're going to do a little bit of a detour over to the desk with the boys to see what exactly I have to say, because there's a lot to break down on this game of Miramar.
Na'Vi finally get another chicken dinner on the board and will be the first team to get 3. And they also hold the 2 games with the most points we've seen so far here at the EMEA Championships. And this championships would not be possible without our fantastic sponsor in Xiaomi, who deliver us these amazing phones.
Enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Not bad. I'm impressed, Frost. You are a multi-talented man.
I can tap dance. I can play PUBG Mobile. I can read stuff.
I can read stuff. Brilliant. Copter can do all of that and a lot more as well. But one thing we did got to touch on is Max said he wants to join our PUBG Mobile team. Do we accept Max? Or does he need to sit?
Have you seen any videos yet?
Okay, Max, sorry, mate. You got to give us an audition. We'll come back to you when we go into the next game. We got to talk about this from Na'Vi, though, right? A 30-point game. They held the highest already going into it. It'd been a bit of a slow day for out of it. Let's take a look at these match rankings, right, and see exactly how all the scoring comes down throughout, because this was solid from Na'Vi. And one thing I got to note on this, they did not have easy rotations again. It wasn't easy at all.
Definitely not. This is what we saw from Na'Vi in the first games of yesterday. And once again, the previous, of course, highest game was 33 points. Now them getting themselves another 30 bomb here. And not only that, but they're the first team to get 3 wins. 3 wins in 11 games. That's a lot. And sure, they had a few downfalls here and there, but after all, putting up these kind of numbers is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, the performance was very good. I mean, there was at least like 5 different teams that they were triggering on the way when they get to the circle. So there was a lot of fighting going on. And of course, that's how they got the 15 kills as well. I mean, you don't get the 15 kills without doing anything there.
Well, let's talk about that, right? Because what they did is they went through Panda first of all, and Rüya were there, and they were almost sandwiched at the time. Then Panda didn't just show aggression, they like full sent it with cast. First Lin, then the whole team turned up, and they found themselves in a worse position than what they would have been. Like, because at the moment, Na'Vi were in the middle, and then they put themselves in the middle. I didn't quite work it out. And Matic just rolls across and gets 2 kills, no problem at all.
Yeah, it was kind of a three-way fight there going on between those 3 teams, Na'Vi, Panda, and Rüya. But the whole thing was how Na'Vi was playing out. They knew that they didn't need to aggress anything. They could just take it easy, make sure that they don't get themselves knocked, and just keep the other players away from them. And eventually, they'll have the upper hand because they were a little bit further into towards the circle, and they just took their time because they know they dictate all this. They're not the ones who need to take the first action. They can just sit back, relax, see what they need to do, and then act on it. And that's what they did. And that got them very far because they didn't like overstep anything. They didn't overpeak anything. They took it very easy, very methodical, and did it by the book.
Yeah, and the next Rüya, who was like a little bit more on the northern side on that situation, they were a little bit like trying to engage that situation, but then they just left actually from the whole situation. They wanted to have Na'Vi in a tight spot there, but then when they like realized that okay, that's Panda, Na'Vi fighting, yeah, maybe we'll just gotta back off a little bit, and then kind of like the whole thing with the next Rüya didn't start right away after that one. They kind of like probably got some placements because of that as well.
And then afterwards, right, we saw Na'Vi go up against Conqueror, who we got 2 parts to touch on this. First of all, the Na'Vi just rolled straight over him.
Yeah.
But Conqueror at the time had such a good position. You were praising actually how they'd split themselves up. They were up at the north side of the circle. They were taking control. But then the individual skill and ability of his team didn't shine enough for them to hold on to this position.
Yeah, I really like what we see from Conqueror. Like, a lot of times we see them like grouping up 4 people, then they see that stuff is happening around them and they adapt to it straight away. Just go split up 2-1-1, take care of everything that's happening around them, take control of the situation. But then suddenly they grouped up again and they were just getting forced by all the teams to just group up. And when that happened, we saw, I think it was Tixu that just came over there and basically just 3 versus 1 the Conqueror, and they had nothing to say about it at all.
Yep. Short time before that, actually, they had the benefit of the circle, Conqueror, so they were kind of like a fat cat sitting on the middle, happily, you know. They're just waiting things to happen. And then, of course, we had Na'Vi coming there. And just like Frost said, there was a great individual performance from Tixi. He just made absolutely, got those couple knocks immediately right away. And then they just didn't have the firepower anymore.
Yeah, and then you can see it right here. He just rolled up on them, basically, and Conqueror was just down there in that dip, and they couldn't do anything because they were getting shot as soon as they peeked over anything. And Tixu, he took advantage of that, just rolled up, had the high ground, peeked over, took 1 knock, took 2 knocks, backed off a little bit, reloaded, and then took the last one.
And that was the position that Na'Vi were then able to win from, right? So they took that spot away and did it correctly. Because what you notice is, you spoke about that dip that was in there. That's where Conqueror sat. Well, what Na'Vi did was they just played up above it. And as the circles left, there was less teams going in. They just patrolled and they were split out, right? There was 3 players all individually sat there, ready to deal damage for anyone that would actually show their face.
Yeah, it was a good place, definitely. I mean, there was a lot of action happening on the, let's say, the northern side of the area, because there was the ridge there on the southeast side of it. So there was Fade and 12-18, for example, who actually, when the circle hard shifted on the south, was phase, well, anyway, like 4-5 actually, phase 5, when it hard shifted very heavily on the south. There was a couple of teams who were actually on the east and south side, on the downhill side of the ridge, and those teams were fighting. NASR was having the high ground at the time, and of course Fate was there as well. So those teams were, well, of course, welcoming the guys who were coming from the eastern side, and these guys were fighting. And then when the circle shifted on the north and a little bit on the west side, like away from that ridge, then the place which Conqueror and then Na'Vi was holding, that was the best place.
And one thing there, right? I know this has been very much the Na'Vi discussion here, but Old Boy, not seen him, you know, and that's one thing that's the MVP performance you normally get out of him. He's the player that's very well known within this roster, but him not being there and them still able to get a win like that, you'll take that any day of the week.
Sometimes that's what happens. Like he might not be feeling it. It might not working out right now. Then you sub him out and you take someone else in. Miku, and this time is coming in instead. And I mean, they're doing a fantastic job getting this win. That just shows like this team can do this without Old Boy, but they can also do great stuff with Old Boy. And that's what you want to see. Not the whole team depending on one person.
Yeah, definitely. At the start of the day, we saw immediately there's a change of the dynamics and how they are playing the game. And now getting this chicken dinner, I think it's the result of all the matches before this, because they have been kind of like, you know, getting the new lineup, working with this lobby, and that they have been fine-tuning small things probably all the way on the way. And this is just the prize which they get from that.
A prize that many teams would be very happy for, and it puts Na'Vi in a great spot now when it comes to those overall rankings. We also got to touch on NASR Esports. They've had this great day. We've constantly spoken about them and what they've been able to do. They shut down in that ridgeline, and it was quite a good play overall coming out from them.
Yeah, not too many kills, but they didn't need too many kills because they knew they had a disadvantaged spot to play the end game itself if they would get there. But having that spot, they would basically just guarantee themselves that endgame spot, a top 5 position, because they had that ridgeline you were talking about earlier, how they could see look down on everybody else down below, but also they knew that they had a little dip they could play around so they wouldn't get shot from the people that had the high ground on them. But also today, from NASR, what we've seen from him is just amazing. Except for one game where they bombed out on 11th place, they got themselves a first place, a second, and a fourth place, which is just insane to see that consistency. And that is something we might not have been expecting from a team like NASR, but maybe more from a team like Na'Vi instead.
Exactly right. That's what I was going to say. That's more like a Na'Vi style of what was needed to come back in after you were not happy about the last few games you had. But with NASR, this is like showing that it didn't matter what happened in day one, right? They came in headstrong and ready to fight.
Yeah, definitely. There was also Fate, like I mentioned earlier, they're right on below NASR, but then there was Unique as well, crashing on the situation, and then kind of like Fate got busy with the Unique, they lost some people there, and then later on when we got to the later circles, of course Fate was still there in the play, because it was like now he was shooting basically everybody there, Fate included still at the moment, but then of course Fate having few members only alive anymore at that point, then they were took out of the equation, and then kind of like NASR had the only team on that area anymore remaining, and that's kind of like, gave the keys, and then of course we had those solos as well, but yeah, they got dealt with.
A very good Miramar game though overall, right? A very interesting Miramar game we got out there. Not too much of the wildness going through, some solid like structured play coming out from these teams. Now we go for the final game of the day. We're going back to Erangel again. We're getting this over and over again to see what happens. I want to see Na'Vi now bring back that form again, you know. I want to see them be able to get them double chicken dinners back to back and give themselves the confidence boost to take it into tomorrow, because yeah, okay, they're sat good in the points right now. They don't need to go out and go all guns blazing, but they saw this on the opening part, right? Then it slowed down. I feel like after speaking to some of the players yesterday that now I want to see them, if they have this good ending, that's going to elevate them a bit further, because it's been like a slow, steady rise across the day at least.
Yeah, I feel like that. And something we were talking about earlier in the green room was that how Na'Vi hasn't had any luck with the circles today. A lot of the circle has been going away from them, and we talked about how you need to be able to play when you don't get the circle as well. And this last game, that's where they showed us that they can do it without getting the circle. They just need to keep on doing like they did there. Take it easy, take those rotations, but make sure you don't overstep it. don't just blindly fully send that rotation and then run into another team.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I don't remember any circle that would have been like good for Na'Vi in a way that they would have been sitting on the middle. It just hasn't been happening. One thing that I also want to see in the last game, what 12-18 is going to do, because they were leading the matches just a couple of matches ago. But then the two last games haven't been that good for them, to be honest. I mean, this game wasn't at all good for them. So I want to see how will they be able to like get back to the performance which we saw at the end of the day yesterday and also at the start of today, because that's definitely one of the points as well. Can Na'Vi be surpassing them, or what's going to be the case?
I mean, if you look at their statistics from today, they started off with a win, second place and then a win and then a third place. But then in the previous two games, 14th and 12th place. That is not too much to play around with the last two games. But with that good start that they had, I mean, that's still putting them up there on the leaderboard, and that's what's important. They have the potential. We know that. They've shown us time after time. So I wouldn't be too worried. I wouldn't be too worried if I were them.
Yeah, I guess the points which they currently have, it's enough for today, but still like getting, you know, the last glimpse of positive attitude on the games, you know, getting a good result. That's a good way of ending the day. But still, of course, they have plenty of points and they still have a lot of games to go as well.
Well, let's have a look at this Na'Vi versus 12-18 head-to-head, because that's quite an interesting one. Both CIS teams coming out through, dominating the leaderboards at the moment, and this is where we see them get throughout this. And look at the damage right up there and the kills right now. Although 12-18 have been doing so well, their position points, right, have been so much higher. But it's always with Na'Vi. It's kills, kills, kills. These guys will fight, and when they win big.
Yeah, they win, and they win big. I mean, just from the first game of the tournament and this last previous game here, Na'Vi got himself 33 kills. That is a little bit less than half of all the kills in just 2 games alone. But if we keep on seeing that consistency, of course, it's going to grow even more. But I really like what we've seen from 12-18, though. Even though not getting that many wins, only 1 win, they're still consistent with those top 5s. They're not getting too many kills, but that's the next step, and they're getting there slowly but steadily.
Yeah, and one thing that we have to also understand from this, even if we take the 15 kills away from Na'Vi from these statistics, they're still leading 12-18. So it's not only about getting the 3 chicken dinners and, of course, having a massive game that's going to be adding on these statistics. Even without the 3rd chicken dinner, they would be still leading on the kills, for example.
You know one thing that they say? It's 1 big chicken dinner a day keeps the other teams away.
Oh.
That's all Na'Vi need to do, you know?
Is that why you eat so much chicken?
Yeah, see, it's all starting to make sense now. I'm just keeping everyone at bay, you know, pushing them back down, making sure that can't happen. I do want to look at the overall standings as well and see where we're at, because as the day goes on, as we go further throughout this, we start to see the change-ups come through. And Na'Vi, they have now grabbed that first place, 131 points, the only team with 3 chicken dinners. But look at this, for all of our teams within the top 8, they at least have 1. That's the kind of level we're bringing right now here at the EMEA Championship.
This is so interesting to just look at. There's so many things happening on this leaderboard itself. Look at next Rüya in the bottom there on the 8th place with 2 chicken dinners. Everyone above except for Na'Vi has 3 chicken dinners. But also look at the points, how spread it is, how top heavy it is right now with Na'Vi and 12-18 being so far up.
Now, when it comes to this, we need to go into our Erangel game. We need to see what's going to be happening next, right? Because there's 1 more game left to see who will be ending today in that first place and see how some of these other teams will need to jump on up. So let's get back with our amazing commentators in Spancargo and Maxman to see all of this unfold. And guys, we've seen Na'Vi domination, right? We've seen CIS domination right now, but who are you rooting for in this game?
Ooh, I mean, you're talking about CIS domination. I'm going to root for Team Unique. Like, we haven't seen them too much. They're currently, I believe, in 15th position. So not all the CIS teams have been doing amazing so far. That's the one I'm expecting to see a little bit of a step up in this final Erangel game of the day. But how about you, Span? What are the teams that you're hoping to have a little bit of a rise on this last game of day 2?
A little bit of a rise. I mean, I'm really surprised with the location of a few of the Arabia teams. I know I'm going to keep talking about them, and it looks like SUDOR Esports. I mean, yeah, I know, right? I mean, they're the teams that I've definitely been following, but I feel like SUDOR, I mean, they made it up into those top positions because they are a really aggressive team. They can go on ahead and really make some big stuff happen. And as of right now, we have seen that potential in them, but it looks like they're not being consistent in it like I know that they can be. So as of right now, I mean, they're sitting in that 10th place spot. Definitely not the worst place to be, but definitely not the place I kind of expected.
Yeah, I mean, most of the teams, and we saw all the teams on the first page, all got himself a chicken dinner minimum, except for next row, they have 2 and 3 in the name of Na'Vi. So it seems like the factor that could set ahead the likes of RICO Infinity would be, and SUDOR also potentially, especially SUDOR, is to actually get those wins. They need to try and convert it in. I remember we go back to the PMGC League stage and also the finals. I'm thinking of Class Digital Athletics, that they would be extremely consistent, get himself a really good amount of kills and positioning points on a game-per-game basis. but they would not turn into a win. And the wins is what clearly in this tournament, we can see it right now, sets you ahead of the rest. So I don't know for you, but I think that if they can convert some wins, we might actually see them be on the first page at the end of today.
Well, it just makes sense, right? If you're able to go on ahead and continue to stay alive longer, you'll obviously get higher placement points, and also you'll be in more fights, so you'll hopefully go on ahead and pick up more kills as well. So you really can't go on ahead and start just willy-nilly start really taking a ton of fights earlier, doing something that's really going to put you in that danger zone, because you need to go on ahead and continue to stay alive. You need to be getting in that end game, because it'll just, the profit is just bigger in general anyway.
Try your best to convert it into wins in these games. I'm talking about game. We're going to be diving into game 6 of day 2 of our PMPL, or you can say game 12. That works out also. Back onto the grassy pastures and see how things are going to be unfolding this time around. Playing path, not going to be too fun for a few other teams. I'm thinking World of Wonders likes to drop Ineos Night, Polyana, even potentially the likes of Slime 4KT that typically like to drop onto the east, but they did drop then in Fate's position right last game span on Erangel, and we'll see if they're going to do that again, or if Fate are just like, you know what, it's not worth it. We're running currently for the #1 spot. Slime 4KT's got nothing to lose, and I would say sometimes the teams that have nothing to lose are the teams that are the scariest coming into this, as they're just trying to get a little bit more experience and test their limits, and I don't think that is something that Fate really want to try and mess with.
That's very true. And honestly, I feel like we usually start seeing that a little bit later. But at this point, I mean, I guess if teams are finally realizing, hey, what we're doing isn't working, we need to start doing different things. I guess I'm not surprised that that has already started. So yeah, I'm interested to see if that's going to happen again, because we already know that that ended up messing them up a ton. And also another thing I'd like to point out is, again, this playing path, you already touched on it, super far over to the western side. We haven't had a zone where it's kind of been over the majority of Erangel. And I think that kind of has been contributing to some of these teams and not being able to potentially do as well in terms of rotations or getting into zone. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but it looks like this zone is going to be really neutral.
Like this. Thank you very much, Circle Gods. We appreciate your doings into this game. Though we did see for a few seconds that the top players on the right of our screen, and Tixie's back up there, was 27 so far. Yesterday was a little bit topsy-turvy. It was a little bit up and down for Tixie. He got himself, I believe it was 11 kills on the very first game, and then he got 1 kill the game after, 1 kill the game after that, and he kind of fell into irrelevancy very quickly on the first day, but he's back in it once again to secure himself those kills, secure those points. So good to see Tixie, Mr. Top Frag of CIS, back on the ball once again. Though, there you go, Slime 4KT seemed like they were the team this time that did not want to go and contest it, but NASR, right off the bat, Nabo's going to be knocked away, and also Batika. So I'm not sure that's something you want to try your best to get the reses on. As with the SLR, Kati's going to try and confirm it. But yeah, NASR, that is not a fight you want to try and take.
No, it looks like they're caught super out in the open. And I mean, both of them, I watched their little pluses appear on that map screen. I'm like, uh-oh, there we go. They were doing so well. And it looks like this game isn't going to start off as well. And I guess now we know why. It looks like they tried grabbing that cart early on. Usually it's good to go on ahead and do that to try and, you know, pull it into your compound so you don't have to worry about it later. But it looks like Panda was already ready, and they caught a second one as well, which is not ideal. But they got the res onto one at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised by Lin there. Actually able to get those shots with the iron sight, and same as Miracle. Yeah. If I would be in their situation, I'd be like putting the screen to my nose and like squinting like, is that moving pixel? I have no idea. I don't know how they do it. You know what? They're younger than me. They got better eyesight than me. I got the eyesight of like a 60-year-old man, so that's maybe not going to help me at all in my experience of trying to become a PUBG Mobile Pro. That's why I'm here casting, because I can sometimes see things happen on screen. As Nabo, yeah, that's the kill confirmed. Lin gets it done with the Mini 14, but they're still trying to push it at all. Another one with the Iron Sight from Lin on the AKM. I mean, Iron Sight on the AKM, I would say, is the best Iron Sight in the game right now, at least for me. I know other people might think otherwise, but it's really easy to take those shots sometimes.
I think they're downed. I mean, Batika, he didn't even have meds to go on ahead and heal. Lin going for this vehicle now. I have a feeling, I mean, why wouldn't he go on ahead and push that aggressively? I think so, right? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, YOLO. Let's go.
They should.
Panda in a position where they know they need to change something, and I mean drastically. They're not a team that typically like to take early game fights, and Batika here's he's like, I think this is the nail in the coffin for us, mates. They're going to go for the kill, confirm them one by one. They know exactly where Batika currently stands. By the way, Span, didn't they talk on the desk about NASA? Didn't they, like, is this the desk curse a little bit? Like, it's just not just casters, I believe.
Oh, man. I swear that happened before as well. What team was it? It happened in, like, the game before as well, so potentially. I mean, I do always joke about caster curse, so I guess, yeah, it is. It does seem like a little bit of desk curse, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. We got you guys in our sight. You got to be careful. Though NASA still got one player that tried to move away. But this is not the best stop. But still, and we were talking with Imperium during the break, right, Span, and he said that they are currently the top performing team on the second day. They had the most points on these 5 games so far, and now coming into this 6th game might drop off a little bit. They might be able to retain that position at the end of this one if they are able to play a little bit more of the survivalist game. But I say that I think that they're going to go and chase him down, and I do think that NASR will be going down very soon. But still, they had a really good day. No one bad performance happens to the best of us. You can't be consistent every single time. As they're going to park their car forward. Does get one knock. They're going to go for a second. Hassan. Oh, yeah, the AKM shot does not come through to close it off. And a little bit of a shot coming extra there. He's feeling good. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm proud. We finally won a fight in the early game. It rarely happens, so we're going to celebrate.
I mean, honestly, good for Panda at that point because they need to go on ahead and start really getting that mentality back. Because going into this, I already said it, halfway through, you really need to start feeling yourself, getting that confidence back to continue to perform well. Anything that you can go on ahead and grab onto to continue to do well. They need to start doing it.
Yeah, happy for Panda, of course. They're going to be in circles, so no need to move whatsoever from that kind of position, even though it would be decent for them to try and center up. Nextra has already tried to do that. They are currently standing in ruins, one player into Sunken City. That's an interesting one.
I'm sorry, I said wait because I just realized Slime is now on that bridge and Fate is still in military.
Reverse Uno card.
They literally, it really is seriously a reverse Uno card. I really want to know what's going to happen there. I mean, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for when that rotation is going to come through, but oh my goodness, I'm already waiting in anticipation. And I can see the other team here. We're looking at SUDOR there, the other team that's down here, Military Island. I would assume they're going to be taking that eastern bridge into safety. If Fate, hopefully they go on ahead and take that bridge as well, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know what I'm hoping for.
It's like in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, Kaiba, you activated my trap card. Now it's me. I'm going to take your spot. And maybe they got this Spidey sense tingling into this one, so Fate's going to be a little bit careful. And we talked so many times, right, about rotations that could be pulled off, and we haven't seen too many teams actually try and lean into that. This could be an option. If you do not know what's on the other side of that bridge, you are taking a pretty decent risk, and they are one of the few teams that are currently running for that #1 position, Fate. They're currently standing really high up in the overall rankings. They're currently 4th. They could be #1 at the end, so they got everything to lose if they take a big negative performance this last game of day 2. So they are going to try and take the more secure approach, and I think that a rotation would not be a bad idea whatsoever. I would enjoy it quite a bit, actually.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, except I'd also be worried right when you hit land. Really, in the first few circles, you need to have a vehicle. You need to have something that's going to help you on these next few rotations. So taking a boat that's going to go on ahead and already wipe that option away from you, they'd have to pull into a spot where they know nobody else would go so they can find cars. And in a zone, in a plane path like this, I don't know if they could really expect to see anything there.
Yeah. I mean, we're trying to talk about ideas that could work out for them. We talked about the boats, talk about the Western Bridge. How about you go for the Eastern Bridge? Hey, you know what? I'm not against that. They're going to try and move in that position, though. SUDOR, they play around Novo, and I think that that's something that Fate are extremely aware of. That is a position that normally SUDOR play very regularly throughout all of these Erangel games in this PMPL Championship. So they're going to approach it being very cautious of their approach, and without trying to do too much audio cues. SUDOR have Scythe in that building. Not sure what weapon he had in hand there. He's playing with the M4. The secondary weapon, I believe, he's got himself an AKM on top of it. So that's going to be pretty decent at this kind of raid. Fadan's going to try and move his way down. They both want to try and move away from that bridge, but Fate getting back into the cars. You know what? We're not going to take the risk. That's not how you drive the car, but nice try, Reef. I'm trying to move away. You know what?
They move.
Yeah, they don't want to take that fight, and I respect that coming out from Fate.
Yeah, but it looks like that means that bridge over on the eastern side isn't going to work out for them. So now that they know that that is contested, are they going to be going back to the one on the west end? Is Slime still holding it? I guess we'll just have to hold our breath and wait to see. Meanwhile, everybody, it looks like they're starting to try and fill in this very central location. We see 2 teams here now kind of rotating around each other, trying to find a good place to play and figure it out. And there we go. Now we can take a look at that map. It does, in fact, look like Fight might be going over to that west bridge.
Yeah, that might be the attempt that they're going to be going towards. As you said, the boat rotation could be a little bit of a risk, so they're going to look to try and make that rotation happen by foot or by wheels, as they are looking for an opportunity to make it over to that position. They may be also waiting to see the circle where it's going to pop. It does center up pretty nicely, a little bit more towards the southeast, but it's not going to be too bad. Most of the teams, I'm thinking 80% of the teams are already in that position. Also, Jagger from Slime 4KT was a little bit higher ahead of the team onto the plateau up north, so that could facilitate that transition if needed be. But yeah, I'm not expecting really too much to happen on this circle. It's pretty typical, it's pretty easy on these squads, so we should wait for the later stages to see the big action actually unfold.
Exactly. At this point, yeah, this is so typical. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's centered up, basically. Everybody that already had a good position is just going to continue to say that. Yeah. So everybody should be fine. It should be seamless unless somebody's just going to be, you know what, like this is the last game of today. Let's just go on ahead and have a party and crash something. But I mean, I doubt that that's going to happen. So everybody should be quite content with what they have. They should have already had their scouting figured out. It's really just those few teams now that have been stuck on those edges, specifically down on the southern side, that are going to have to try and find their way on in.
Futbolist going a little bit of position on Everest. Good in terms of scouting. They did get contested a little bit by Destiny. I believe it was the last Erangel game. So Destiny not here this time around because they're still trying to move out from the northern side above the river. They know the circle's not going to go up there, so there's no really big reason as to why you want to stay there any longer and elongate your position in the northern edge. So I like that. Destiny are trying to move out from that position. Might have a little bit of back and forth with Na'Vi, as Na'Vi were pretty close over to the east of northern George. So RICO Infinity and Conqueror going to be taking potentially a few little shots onto these Pachinki Hills. High ground position over to Prestige. A few little shots going back and forth, but RICO Infinity are very far apart from each other.
They are. They do have a little bit higher up on top of the hill, though, but it looks like they're actually disengaging. So that means that Conqueror are going to be able to push up on top, and that's not going to be a good situation for RICO Infinity team. I guess they don't want the top of this hill as badly, but they're not even actually leaving. They're still here. And it actually looks like Ragnar, he's not even on top of the hill. He's at that compound way behind them. But it also looks like maybe Conqueror doesn't want to mess with it either. This Pachinki Hill is big enough for that two teams could be on top of either one. So they're also going to be backing up.
Yeah, a little bit of a zigzag left and right to make sure you don't get backstabbed. So Conqueror trying to get access. And you said, when you are playing on this position on Pachinki Hills, you got two very obvious high ground positions with a little bit of a valley in between them. If you want to have two teams hold on to that position, I think that's fine. And Conqueror are just, they're calculating what could be going their way and what could be going wrong. They just think that the negatives outweigh the positives. And I think that that's a good call from Conqueror, that typically like to play aggressive, but they put more thought process behind their rotations and how they play the game. So big thumbs up to Conqueror. That's a big mark of improvement in my eyes from the PMPL into this championship. So I'm hoping to see a lot more improvements on their side. The circle's about to go towards phase 3, and this might be a shift that will start to heat things up a little bit, but if it centers up, we still got a lot of room to play with. So I'm not really expecting anything to get out of hand just now.
No, not at all. So we'll just have a couple more seconds to go on ahead and watch that. We can see that these teams on the southern side are in fact still driving around trying to find a place to set up. It looks like Unique might be grabbing this compound here. I wonder if that's going to launch them into that hill right above them. And it looks like I was looking to see if I saw Fate anywhere, and I do. Actually, they're all the way up by school, so it does look like they took that other bridge on the eastern side. They're inside, and the next zone is about to pop. Where are we going to have our next zone be?
I was about to ask for a school finish, but okay. Guess not. That's going to be going down southwest. Pretty decent for teams like Futbolist too, because they were playing Everest, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago. So they got very easily a lot of information coming their way. Lutz and Soke already on the move to facilitate that rotation and the move from both Rom and also Lovezin. So I have a good, I like what's currently happening from Futbolist side. That's going to be also very helpful for Destiny. They're rotating a little bit late. If it did go down southeast, that could have got a little bit heated for them. But yeah, they're going to make it work out, and seem like all the teams already on the move. They're all on the car currently on the minimap. So they're going to make their way forward. There's a lot of compounds in Gatka fields you can play for, but the moment that there's no more compounds, you can have breach after breach after breach, and that's where things are going to get a little bit more enticing for these teams to try and aim for kills.
Exactly, especially because, I mean, this next zone, it's super out in the open. There's so many fields, there's so many sides of the mountains that don't have that much trees or rocks or opportunity to really get yourself some cover. So it's really just going to come down to a bunch of fighting. Who's going to grab these best positions first? And just in the end, just gunplay. Where are they going to be able to set themselves up for success?
That's going to be the name of the game. Who's going to be able to set themselves up for success and a victory in this game? One thing for sure is not going to be NASR. Their name stands for victory normally. Well, hey, you know what? Happens. A little bit off-brand, I'll say NASR. Okay? It's been pretty good so far today, but you know what? You can't keep it up all the time. Speed's going to have to move out. Zakanivor will be able to strike at the opportune time from a pretty decent distance too. Beast will, like, where did that come from? Well, now you know. Destiny will not. I don't think they're going to go for the res onto him unless they get some smokes coming out. Maybe, but Tulik is nearby. He's going to be in nade range. This is not the best way to initiate your rotation. The car does explode, puts Beast decently on low HP, but it seems like there will not be enough to take Beast out of commission just yet.
I would not want to be where that Destiny is right now. You can look how serious he is. Prono now, he's trying to get those shots in there. The rest of his team now pushing ahead. This is the best situation for them to be in. And wait a second.
12-18, what are you guys doing? Did they not see that Destiny just got knocked because of where you were? There was a team right behind you? Did they not? Okay, I'm a little bit questioning that move from Destiny, 12-18, because they know a player just got knocked from one of this direction.
Yeah.
You're not sure where the shots were coming from, and Destiny are like, well, we know you're going to be in a bad spot. Now we just got the res onto Beast. We are going to be going onto the aggressive side of things. And 12-18 understand that mistake instantly. I'm surprised that 12-18 tried to make that work out in that kind of situation. Now the utility is going to be traded back and forth. Mihi is going to try and get a bit of utility thrown the other way of 12-18. Surprising. Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of that push from 12-18. It was a weird one.
I mean, for a second there, I was like, oh, I mean, this might be a good position for them. They know that they're kind of stuck at one of those vehicles. Potentially they can turn this into something. But yeah, I kind of went on ahead and flipped around. Oh, I mean, that was a really good nade coming in from one of the 12-18 members, but unfortunately not quite catching. At this point, I feel like this fight, they're also spread out. I don't quite know how successful or advantageous it's going to be, especially now. We can see that our map went on ahead and shifted once again, even more into those fields. It looks like we're actually going to get a chopstick ending. I'm so excited.
Yeah, chopstick finishes are some of the most interesting ones in Gatka fields. I really enjoyed to see how teams play around that one. We had a lot of circles actually ended in that position in PMPL Western Europe, so the Western European teams got some experience into that one. I'm expecting big things from you guys. No pressure, of course. As a team that's going to be center up, it's going to be GUNZ, already a pretty good position. They're going to go for the more northern side of Chopsticks, as you just mentioned, Span. So they're going to be in that position really early on, but now the teams are going to get on top of each other. Now we're going to see the action start to unfold. As World of Wonders, they're going straight for one of the Eastern Chopsticks, and they're going to get themselves all parked in that spot. But you got to be careful. The longer the game goes in that position, the more you're prone to taking nade damage if teams get close. So all the compounds are getting crashed upon, and yeah, that's going to be Fate versus Futbolist currently unfolding.
And it looks like a bunch of these nades are actually catching some of the members of Fate, and another one actually just went on ahead and got caught. Ragnarok downed. That obviously is going to have the push go through. They know how many members they were taken down. They're just going to finish that off, and that means there's just one left versus two members of Foot. No, three, actually four now as they get that res. So that is entirely a bad situation. I mean, honestly, though, that was a good crash if they won it. I mean, that's quite obvious. This compound could have been pivotal for them.
Yeah, they're going to do a little bit of guarding now. Checking out the bushes, going to cut off the edges. Lutz has no idea, but Reef, he's got that nade in hand. I don't know if he's going to go for Maiwa Mushinderu kind of play. He got spotted out, and there you go. That's the spray coming out through from Rom, and that's going to kill. Going well, Futbolist. Fate. See you later, Alligator. That's going to be a 14th position. Still had a relatively good performance so far in this game. Same for 12-18. So a lot of the top teams that were doing pretty decent fell off really early. This is maybe an opportunity for the teams on the lower side of the table to rise up and get extra positioning points in this game.
Yeah, they can go on ahead and catch up a little bit, probably set them up for some more games tomorrow. And it also looks like Panda, they're definitely on a roll here. They took out NASR, and they want to go on ahead and continue. And it looks like Destiny is currently in their sights. There goes down another one. I think there's just one left. And yep, there we go. The fire goes through. Both of them taking a lot of damage, but they know exactly where he's at. The push is going to be quite soon.
Oh, that nade had a pretty good idea. That's going to be the... Okay, he's going for the full-on crash. Beast is surrounded. He knows he's going to be in a lot of trouble, but though, he's got to be careful. XD, got it. Okay, I was a little bit skeptical. Katu gets the angle from a distance. I was thinking, you're going in one by one. You're playing up against Beast of Destiny. He could definitely upset that entire push. But you know what? They make up for it. Katu's got the perfect off angle. That's kill number 8 to Panda. Was definitely by far, I would say, Span. Their best game so far in the entirety of this PMPL. We got to see if they can now convert that strong game, that strong early performance into an actual win later on down the line.
Let's see if they'll be able to continue that. They are currently alone up there, so maybe they'll be able to get reset a little bit while everybody else is getting in a fight. Or alternatively, I mean, they don't have a better spot inside the zone. They're super far on the edge, and they need to start figuring out what's in front of them. Meanwhile, we can see that RICO Infinity got taken down and Conqueror. Oh my goodness, they were inside that shack, but it looks like World of Wonder. I mean, Zessie, he knows exactly where they are. All of the nades inside of there. 2 of them are out. There's just one left. I can't even see his HP. Nope, and there he goes as well, Conqueror. They're going to be eliminated as well. They tried getting there, and unfortunately they weren't successful. So it looks like the early crash right in there from World of Wonder really is successful for them so far.
Yeah, that shack most of the time is going to be a death sentence if you have a team already in the Eastern Chopstick, because it's just a bunch of utility. You can't hide anywhere in that. And if you're trying to make a makeshift compound with your cars, if you haven't already exploded the cars, they explode, and that's an instant death after they explode in your face. So there was an attempt from Conqueror. I would say it was a call of desperation, very clearly. They had no other options. You've got no compounds to play around. It's very hard to do. And yeah, it didn't work out. And World of Wonders holding on to it really well. I do enjoy how they're holding to the Eastern Chopstick, though. GUNZ into the north side of Chopsticks. They're going to play that position and making sure that the likes of Futbolist can't make it in. But that's it. That's the push of Panda going straight towards GUNZ here. They're going to have GK first onto the front line.
I mean, this is the only location that they can really push into. They're all the way up there on that northern side. So really, it's just Na'Vi that's kind of holding them out here. The rest of GUNZ, they're inside that big bowl down to their southern side. I'd be interested to see if they're going to be pushing out or anything. But honestly, everybody else are inside the zone will probably go ahead and be aggressive there as well. And actually, it looks like 2 members of Na'Vi, they're staying in Gaka as of right now, trying to get a little bit of overhead knowledge there. But I'm interested to see what they're going to be use of it.
This is how Na'Vi won every single one of their chicken dinners. They clear the west, they get control, they play wide, get the information, and off the back of that, they just push step by step by step and win the game. Though this is a little bit of a different one because we're talking of a field finish in Chopsticks. They do not have priority in this current location, and I think that they know it. So they want to try and avoid detection, play things a little bit slow, wait for teams to try and take themselves out one by one, and once the teams are down to a lower number, that's when they might want to try and get involved. But I think that this is Na'Vi. They found the recipe to success, and they're going to try and use the exact same playstyle that made them win 3 games so far in this PMPL. I like it. It's a good attempt, but this might be a little bit of a trickier one compared to the other ones in the past.
It definitely will be, especially because of the spot that they're currently in doesn't work out. They're going to have to try and figure something else out, and there aren't that many options unless they also want to go on ahead and show that chopstick that GUNZ has, which honestly might be their next move depending on where this next one shifts to. But as of right now, they're happy with their hard cover. They're just going to wait for all these fights to happen because 2 teams as of right now are looking at Panda. It's the team over to their eastern side and the team directly to their south. Both of them trying to spray inside of here, but at least they have some smoke. At least they have a little bit of a ridge to protect them for now.
Are you seeing that huge spread from World of Wonders? Currently, they are still up as a 3-man. Recent did go down pretty early in that game. And they got 1 in the center, 1 up north, and 1 down south. I don't know what you think about that. I find that to be a very original take on holding that position. But also, if a player tries to jump in and surprise you, you've got 2 players on the opposite sides. You can just rain it down, and you cannot hide from those shots. So it's original, and I don't see it very often. But I actually really enjoy that position. I don't know what you think, Span.
I'd just be a little bit worried that another team is going to go on ahead and send it inside my chopstick, and then we're going to be too split to really do anything if they figure it out, of course. So, I mean, on the other hand, maybe the split location could help them out and that they can, I don't know, nade or shoot from either side, but not much support. But it looks like on this one, they are going to condense. Yeah, they got it on this one.
Yeah, of course, that circle's going to be forcing them in that position. I like it. I like how World of Wonders instantly snap their way back into reality at the view of that next circle. Lin going to push that one forward. Solo. There's a Panda. Maybe not solo for too long. The utility is going to be traded back and forth, playing a little bit of game of ping pong so far. He didn't take some pretty severe damage. Going to have to get prone. That utility is keeping him up and ready to go. But Socket, that looks like a good nade. And that's going to be Lin instantly knocked out. Panda, the rest of the team is not there to back it up. And they instantly convert that into a kill. Panda were looking so good before this game. They're still looking great. But now they're going to get gate kept by GUNZ currently in the dip. And they're also taking a fight over to the northeast with Futbolist. Panda, they need to come out on top of this fight if they want to even just fathom the thought of making in the next circle.
The thing is, they had to take this fight with Futbolist. They had nowhere else to go. They knew that they needed to clear it because then they could go on ahead and focus on GUNZ. So that is just a really rough situation for them to be in. And there we go. Futbolist is going to continue to push here. They're about to be out in the open, and spray comes through. But there's only a few left. But honestly, whoever comes out top here, GUNZ might just be able to clean up.
Socket had the perfect little angle there, just enough to actually take the shots while also hiding a lot of his hitbox. They're going to full send inside the dip now. Oh my god, right above the head of Lord, and they're going to crash their way into that dip. But unfortunately, nothing comes out from it. Panda are going to be down to 1. It's going to be GK first, solo versus an entire team of GUNZ and also of Futbolist. And I think it's just a matter of time before the Panda do lose their life. Gets himself an extra knock actually onto the side. The kill feed is not shown up. There you go. Loverzen going down to the hands of GK first, but Panda will buy down more than can actually chew. It was a hard one. He said it, they had no option, and Futbolist died just a few seconds after. There was an attempt, but the circle shift was not really in their favor.
And it looks like, I mean, GUNZ are able to go on ahead and clean all of that up with all 4 members still alive, which is definitely the best situation for them. And we can still see that the rest of their chopstick is still free. So GUNZ, they're going to be in a really great position here. Meanwhile, a ton of fighting was happening on the southern side as well. So now we only have 4 teams left. And you can see here, next Rüya Gaming, they can hear World of Wonder in front of them as well. So these fights are continuing. And actually, next Rüya, they're not even inside of this zone just yet.
Yeah, since we passed over to Erangel 2.0 just a few months ago, now you can actually, the 2 chopsticks are actually connected, so you can walk down. It wasn't like that beforehand. So World of Wonders, they don't really have to leap ahead of that, though that's going to be an amazing grenade coming out from Sun HP. Run to Kudo, explodes the buggy, and that's going to cause Kudo to go down on his 2 knees in submission. Yekta still in the shack. The moment those smokes dissipate, that rotation is going to be a lot harder for him to pull off, and he's going to be engulfed in the blue. And I think he knows this is just going to be a little bit of a game to try and survive as long as possible. But Na'Vi still in this game, able to just leapfrog every single time from compound to compound, from building to building, and now send one player inside of chopsticks. They are holding on to an extremely good position to maybe once again get another back-to-back win in this second day.
We'll just have to wait and see. As of right now, it looks like they're trying to use that over up on top of that roof position to really take shots at a lot of things as of right now. There we go. It looks like they're sending another member over because they've identified that there is a team right in front of them inside of chopstick. The zone pushing up there as well. Na'Vi, they want it, and here comes all the util. I mean, we've heard them fighting early. They obviously have 6 kills, but they need to go ahead and clear this up so that they can take advantage of it. Wow.
Meku, Tixi, you guys are absolutely shredding it in this position. They're going so aggressive. Get himself 2 knocks. GUNZ onto the other side. Down to now only one. Hamodi, Ralph, and Lord on their knees. As Freak is going to get surrounded. And Matic gets it from the back end, and he completely clears out the position. What a play from Na'Vi, as now they got the control of the chopstick position, and the circle comes their way. It keeps adding on top of it every single time, and now the circle's closing off. World of Wonders will have a second position bare minimum, but what a game from Na'Vi. Was double-digit kills, 10 so far, and maybe looking to close it off with 13, as Kitsune already being proactive and pushing it away in the fields.
I mean, they knew they needed to take that position. They did exactly that, and now they're kind of spread out. They're waiting. They should have some knowledge of where World of Wonder is, and now they're going to go on ahead and try to hold them out. And I believe they might be successful in this, unless they really start losing those gunfights because of their splits.
This is the thing that I love here. Na'Vi went extremely wide. Same for World of Wonders, but they got spotted out by Na'Vi. They know exactly where these players currently stand. So it's a little bit harder to try and move out. Na'Vi, the spread is making it so hard for World of Wonders to find any kind of coverage. Even if you have a crate, even if you have yourself a hay bale, you're not going to be safe and sound in these finishes. Enjoy 7. Instantly getting me knocked and converted into a kill by Kitsune with a sneaky headshot. 9 kills to World of Wonders. Still a strong performance. One of their strongest so far in this PMPL EMEA Championship. But let's see if they can get any more onto the Bloom shot. Sun HP going extremely low. What a play through the smokes from Kitsune. And now they know they got the man advantage even more so, as only Zessi is going to be left up and alive. He's sneaking his way into the smoke, but Na'Vi seem a little bit unaware as where he currently stands.
Yeah, now they're going to go on ahead and be a little bit more careful, I would assume. Yeah, there we go. Kitsune right on inside of the shack. He wants to try and play careful. They're all condensing. They know it's just one left, so they're going to start sweeping together, which is the best case scenario. You don't want to turn this into a bunch of 1v1s.
Okay, can he get the surprise to Kitsune? Kitsune jumps right behind that shack, and he's going to get surrounded. Meku going for the side, going a little bit wider. And it's going to be a mini 1v1 currently unfolding here. Goes for the spray, puts him so low, but it's not going to be working out. And that's going to be Na'Vi making it once again a back-to-back game happen. And we said it, Span. They get control of the West, they go wide, and that's how they get the wins every time. Another back-to-back coming to them name. I mean, Na'Vi are just surprising us, and they are running once again for that #1 position in the rankings.
They were not happy with yesterday, so they just had to go on ahead and show us today what they were made of, it looks like. And 25-41 damage inside of that one match is absolutely insane. They're just bouncing around in compounds over on that western side the entire time. That also made them pick up 13 kills. They're just really good at going on ahead and chain moving, chain fighting until that very end.
So clean from Natus Vincere. 2,500 damage. You know what? They had a few little weak performances at the end of day 1, but when they get a win, they get the big numbers. 2,500, 13 kills to their name. Intrigued to see if Tixi got a lot of those, if he's going to be able to retain that MVP position so far. I think that he might be in the runnings to be the MVP of this second day of the PMPL EMEA Championship. But there you go. Na'Vi making it happen once again, and they were coming into this tournament as a favorite. Sure, a little bit inconsistent, but at the end, if you're inconsistent, when your lows are low, you got to get some really big highs, and every single time they got himself a win, it's been double digits, it's been confident finishes, and able to once again climb the rankings even more at the end.
Yeah, and a little bit of a jab towards Imperium or the desk. I'm not even sure. It looks like, I mean, he was talking about that check, but maybe question mark. I mean, it does look like a bunch of these teams were being able to give Na'Vi a little bit of a run for their money, literally, but it looks like Na'Vi a little bit upset with that. Might be coming back. We'll just have to wait and see, really, because now we've officially hit that halfway mark, and I don't know about you, but it's just setting me up for even more excitement to see what's to come.
Yeah, of course, now that we're going to be at the 50% mark, that means that every single game you're going to have is going to be a little bit harder to jump from position to position. So you need even better performances and better consistency to potentially making it to the next stage. That's going to be it for our 6 games today. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you, Span, on these games. But you know what? We're going to send it right back over to the desk to break down not only this game, but the entirety of today, as we had some really big shots from a lot of the teams. So we'll see you guys on the desk.
Xiaomi.
There is no stopping the Na'Vi Nation as they grab themselves their 4th chicken dinner and absolutely dominate from start to finish. This time around on the last game of the day as they stretch their lead in a big way. But before we talk about this any further, we should also thank our amazing sponsor in Xiaomi. They deliver these amazing phones that give you a chance to enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. So make sure you're grabbing yourself one of those. And you know what? We've harped on about Panda Copter over and over again. We've spoke about them many times. And you know what? It has to get to the point where we just need to tell them every now and again, can you do something? Come on.
I just did.
Finally. You know, we've been waiting this whole time for you to wake up and do your job. You're supposed to be one of the top teams here. It's about time. Thanks for just walking in front of me there. You know, you see okay in that, Froz? Yeah. Pretty good view.
I mean, we did good in this game. We got ourselves a lot of kills. We got ourselves a 6th place. That's all you need. I think it was 8 kills, right?
Yeah, definitely. It was a good game. I mean, they showed the aggression straight from the start. Of course, there was unfortunate events happening for NASR, and then later it was Destiny. But anyway, they have woken up. And now also I do know what the Frost is meaning when he's telling the teams are poking the other teams with a stick.
They really have been, right? But we also got to touch on the fact, okay, Panda did a bit better. This is starting to look good for him. But there's only 2 days to go. We're over the halfway mark now. The main thing here is Na'Vi. This is a bounce back. I kind of joked and memed a bit about like getting another chicken dinner off the back of this. Their Kings have taken the momentum from one game and moving it on forward.
I mean, basically they started off the whole thing with 2 wins and now ending it halfway with 2 wins as well. That's 4 wins. And we said that after the last game, they are the only team who had 3 wins so far. And now they got themselves 4 wins. And the closest team has 2 wins behind them.
Are you out of breath under there? It's very warm.
No, it's not. I don't know what you're talking about. This is what I normally look like.
Well, it is an improvement. I will say that, Frost. We'll have a look at this game standings, though, and see how it all went down from start to finish. Because overall, Na'Vi managed to grab themselves another 28-point game. So 30-point game on the previous match, 28 on this. World of Wonders, though, 22 points in there. You guys were mentioning them a little bit. Copter, we're starting to see some signs of life from these guys.
Yeah, well, of course, they did some aggression at the early game as well. But of course, on the end game, they had a very good place on the chopstick when the circle actually came there. So they kind of like took the advantage of that situation. But also, there was a lot of other teams who wanted to take that position as well. So then, of course, they used the position, got the kills, were able to eliminate the enemies who actually wanted to take that place. So they got the kills from there. And of course, when there was Na'Vi holding the west side stick and they were holding the east side stick, then of course there was only one battle to go. And when the final circle finally came to Na'Vi, then World of Wonders, of course, well, they had a rough job to do.
Look, I'm just saying, there's only one thing to focus on this leaderboard here. It's the 6th place. It's 9 kills. It is me.
13 points in total, you know, like, okay, as you're here, Panda, let's go through this. PMPL, EU West, very easy, you guys dominate.
Yeah.
What's going wrong now? You know, like, I've been trying to praise you guys, I've been so happy, I enjoy watching you guys, but, you know, it's been a slow start. Is the EMEA really that difficult?
No, we're just giving everybody else a head start. We'll catch up. You'll see tomorrow.
Oh, okay, so you're going to bring the pace, it's just like a slow rise, right? You want to be like the roller coasters that's building up and then getting to the top?
Yeah, exactly. But you don't want to, like, we talked about this. Having the aces in the sleeves. They're coming out tomorrow.
Okay, I like to see it. We'll take a look at the second page and see where we're at for the rest of the teams within the lobby this time around. And Conqueror, okay, 4 points is not the end of the world. Destiny alongside him as well. But the thing I'm not too happy about with these guys right now is that Conqueror, they started the day in 3rd place. They're slowly but surely dropping on down, right? It's not been a great time for them. We also got to touch on 12-18 because this team started off so strong. Everything was looking good for him. The CIS domination we're talking about, another 0-point game.
Yeah, there was a Destiny actually who was fighting with them on the northern side of the circle, and Destiny actually won that battle. And then, of course, this guy from the side of me came there and then took down Destiny afterwards. So that's how it went down. But definitely, I mean, 12-18, they were looking so strong, and well, they're still strong. But I mean, they are not just getting the results right now. And of course, that early engagement with the Destiny, I don't know, maybe it kind of like backfired a little bit for them. And regarding the Conqueror gaming as well, they have played pretty much in the same places. I mean, they haven't been like escaping the circles. They have been there on those places, but there has been just way too many, well, not too many, but more teams on that area. So they haven't been able to establish that safe ground around them, which they did yesterday, for example, that they were like, you know, keeping that place, shooting the teams around them and kind of like hold the area. And even if they would split a little bit, like having a 2-2 or 3-1 split, they were still able to do it. But today they have been, yes, going to the right places, but then just the execution hasn't been on the same level.
Well, Na'Vi certainly have executed well today and a step up from what they showed us yesterday overall, right, when we look at it. I'm going to be interested to see how many points they got in each day overall and compare it all when it comes to it. But I want to take a look at the players and see how well they did this time around, because we know the individuals can step up. But the important thing here is this is, again, without Old Boy. Old Boy praised so heavily for what he's been able to do within the PUBG scene. He's a legend of the PUBG mobile scene. But right now, in these games, he's not been needed. They've been able to split in and fire in some of their other players and still find success.
But look at what we were talking about yesterday. It was all about Tixu.
Yes.
And we saw him early as well in the previous game. It was all about Tixu getting that important kills. But now, coming in here, he only got himself 2 kills. And Matic, of course, getting 5. But also, Miku, who has been standing in for a while, getting 4 kills. That's a good show up.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job when they were like flushing down the west side chopstick. Definitely, I mean, there was a lot of teams on that area, of course, because the circle shifted there, and they were holding the buildings on the southern side of the chopsticks. And then when the time came, when the circle finally shifted like completely away from the building, they just went there. They didn't care. GUNZ was there on the other side, and they just had a perfect execution as well, and they got a lot of kills from that situation as well.
Now, we're getting towards the end of the day, right? It's the last game's gone all this through. We're now at the end of day 2. We're over the halfway mark. NASR Esports, they stepped it up for sure, but one thing I want to look at for them is if they can now continue this going forward, right? They've shown that they can compete. They've shown that they can be competitive, but this is a team now that needs to deliver in a big way on day 3, considering how bad their day 1 was.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what Panda has to say about it, because Panda was the guy who actually took them down on the last game.
Meanie.
It was an easy task to take them down. I'm not going to lie. We needed it. We did it. And we're going to show up big time tomorrow as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sure? Not going to let me down?
No, of course not.
100%. I love the confidence, but I had this faith and confidence in you guys before.
Well, I mean, we don't want to let you down.
Thank you.
And we're not going to let you down.
Yeah,
and
just
we'll
might
show you
call
that
a
tomorrow.
zookeeper.
While we're doing all this, though, we should take a look at the PMCO, right? Because the PMCO is the gateway here for you guys at home to try and become some of the best players within the PUBG Mobile regions that you're all from. Because the PUBG Mobile Club Open showcases the best PUBG Mobile players and squads among the 23 regions across the world. PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. So make sure you're signing up together with your team and compete against others in your region. 23 regions, that's covering so much ground, so many competitive players in each region. And some people are probably watching this right now and thinking, okay, look, I can do this. I want to be a professional PUBG Mobile player. Well, guess what? This is how you get into it. This is how you go and start things off. And we might be accepting Max. We're still waiting for his audition video, you know. I haven't seen it yet.
No. We need to see, can he dance? Can he break dance? Can he tap dance? That's a big question.
Yeah, we can also take one Panda easily. Like, Frost is somewhere, so we can take the Panda as a fourth.
Oh, there we go. We're doubling up.
You're just going to leave him?
Yeah, Frost, you know, not so needed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with that face, you got the job.
I think I prefer Panda to Frost. It's much better on the eyes. Good style, though.
Can you feel it?
Let me touch. Come on. Oh, it's soft. Soft
Good
and fluffy.
boy. Good boy.
And you got to look after pandas, you know. Endangered animal in the world. You got to look after them. Don't want to see them going out very early in the PUBG Mobile games at all. I've enjoyed having him here.
Yeah. Here on the studio and on the server as well.
All right, so overall, right, 12-18, they're sitting in a good position. Fate, they dropped so far down. We discussed Fate so much at the beginning of the day, similar to what we did with you guys on Panda at the beginning of day one, and now we sit in a situation where everything's flipped once again. But the point differential is very difficult now, right? It's gone a little bit higher than what you're saying. It was 19 points at the beginning of today?
Yeah, it was something like that, but... Well, it was 19 points actually for the last game, for the last team when we started today. The point difference when we started today, I don't remember it. But anyways, of course, Navi with this victory is going to be getting some more points. Probably going to be increasing the gap a little bit. So, I mean, of course, I was hoping that 12-18s will be getting some points more on this game. So definitely that's going to be Navi getting huge gain, 12-18 getting almost, well, nothing from the game. So that's, of course, going to make a huge difference. But also, on the other side, I mean, now... 12-18, they have to go back to the drawing board because yesterday they had a peak performance at the end of the day, started well today as well. So I think that they probably didn't like change that much. So this is time for some self-learning for them.
I mean, you can talk all about 12-18 and Navi as you want. But I'm looking at NASR, I'm looking at Next Rüya.
Okay.
Two teams that has been doing really good here today, especially Next Rüya. We've seen in the past 3 games here. Sure, they won one, they got a fourth place and a third place. And same, I mean, with NASR, we've seen them dominating earlier today as well. Two teams that have stepped up enormously coming in here to the later stage or to the middle stage of the tournament here. And I mean, we're just halfway. So showing up big time now, that's what we want to see. And now it's time to start the sprint almost.
It is, right? It's the sprint to the finish line if you can make it happen, if you can get the last 2 days looking very successful for you. I do hope we can get the overall standings for today as well before we close things out, because when you're talking about Rüya and NASR, right? Rüya at the end of yesterday, things started to look a lot better for them. They carried a bit of that momentum over, but it's NASR's story, which is unheard of, right? Going from 16th place, it looks like you could be doomed and gloomed when it all, and then they just completely turned the tide on it. Whatever they've done today, you don't want to change too much. You may just want to review a little bit and say, okay, what other teams do I need to be cautious of around us? And also, maybe start looking at some of the teams that are very close on the points. This is where we start seeing the mind games come through on it all.
Yeah, when we started today, yes, NASR had 19 points, definitely. So that's one thing. So they have been making a huge amount of points. Navi was having 66 points. We had Fade on the lead. And then we had 12-18, actually only 9 points behind Navi. So that was the gap before we started today. And kind of like when we actually see the overall scores, then we got to be, of course, like seeing how much these differences have been changing.
Well, before we get to the overall scores, let's take a look at NASR Esports and see what scores and points they've been able to put up, because their numbers and statistics are going to be quite interesting, I feel. And up at 8k damage, 4,157 on the heels, 99 points in total, with 42 kills going their way. NASR Esports came out the gate hot and heavy here today in day 2, and they really made it up for what happened on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, they started off with that win, of course, and then they had themselves 2 second places, a 4th place, and then 2 games that they bombed out a little bit, 11th and a 16th place here in the end. But at the same time, what they put up today, that's great coming in from the bottom line. I mean, it is really rough when you come into a tournament like this. You're down in the bottom and you need to step it up. And it is extremely hard. If you've never been in that spot, it's really hard to like kind of explain it.
It is certainly hard to explain. We've been talking about CIS dominance. First of all, Na'Vi, then obviously 12-18. But Unique, they've been on the struggle bus. Max mentioned them, right? That we want to see some more from these guys. But it might be too hard for them. When you're like maybe not one of the very top teams within that region. Okay, they got the 3 slots in there. It's not like they weren't a top team, but it's like when you go up against the very best in each region, there's always going to be one team that can't quite hit the mark, right?
I still got to touch on the NASR points a little bit. I mean, 99 points in one day still. So that's a lot of points. And of course, we had the yesterday doing the Mr. Panda was doing some quick math on the studio. So this is more than 15 points per game today, just today. So there's a lot of points.
Certainly is a lot of points. We're going to take a look at our daily winners and recap everyone that won across the 6 games we had here. It started off with NASR, who we've just been talking about there. Then 12-18, Konina Power came through, Rüya as well. But this, again, just day after day, seeing back-to-back Na'Vis, that's what is most impressive. And 15 and 13 kills as it comes through. That on its own right is just solid stuff coming out from. That's why they're fragging out like crazy. And like I said, you only need one of those games a day and you're looking pretty good. So the fact they keep getting 2 like this says a lot.
Also getting those high kills on top of the wins itself. It's not just them getting a win with 5, 6, 7 kills, but we're talking about 10 plus, 15 and upwards. That is huge. Not only are you getting that little boost from the win itself, but with those points from the kills as well, you just rocket propelling yourself up there.
And Na'Vi, of course, with these chickens, 4 chicken dinners. We have one team with 4 chicken dinners, then we have one team with 2, and everybody else with 1. So that's the situation now. And even though Na'Vi, like, yeah, they showed yesterday, then we had basically 8 matches between when they didn't get the chicken dinner. Of course, they were having a different kind of showing. But still, these chicken dinners, that's like 1/3 of all the matches.
But if you look at it, one of the biggest surprises is how they're able to do that, subbing out one of the star players from yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So yesterday, getting those 2 wins, that was kind of expected, I'd say. But coming in today, subbing out one of your star player and still be able to perform to this level and being able to get 2 more chicken dinners, it's mind-blowing.
I mean, they had the curve all the time, just going all like upwards all the time. They were having great performance from the start, then of course getting the chicken dinner, and then they just opened up the valves.
Now, you really got to understand, right, when it comes to these teams that we've had here, exactly like when we look at numbers and the points they've been able to put up, but also some of the key players within it. You guys just spoke about Old Boy obviously being subbed out. To me, that shows the depth of the roster of Na'Vi. And I actually want to see more. We saw it, right, when we see all the lists of the teams. There's multiple teams who have got 5, 6 players on there. If you are struggling right now, now is the time to make a change like that. Bring someone fresh in. Maybe he's got new ideas. Maybe got a new way of playing. Maybe that will benefit in this lobby more. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, 100%. But at the same time, you have someone like Miku coming in, stepping in Old Boy's shoes. That is some big boy shoes to step into and try to take over and perform to this level. It is one of the hardest things you can do. And you're coming in as a sub as well. So you're already cold. You didn't play anything yesterday. You weren't playing in these games. Sure, you were watching them. You know exactly what you guys were doing on the team and so on. But it's a totally different thing watching it and actually playing it.
I think we need some information about this change. I mean, I hope that somebody will be calling these guys and kind of like trying to figure out what was the... I mean, because they probably had an idea why they're doing this. So I want to know what's behind this move. And I really love the fact that there is sub-players actually on PUBG Mobile. You can do exactly these kind of things. We saw some other teams changing players as well. So it's definitely bringing more depth. And just like James said, it's definitely it's big shoes to fill. And the depth of the roster that you have, like so many good guys, you can just do that. It's amazing.
Well, I'm going to hit up Na'Vi tonight and see if I can find out exactly what's going on. But let's take a look at our overall standings now and see how it's all panned out over today. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what we want to see. And right now, 159 points. Na'Vi sitting pretty at the very top of it all. And now they've gained quite a significant lead over 12-18.
Yeah, they got 31 points ahead right now. That's a good lead, but that's kind of what we saw yesterday as well. But now we're halfway through. You got to remember that. And that is a big waypoint, because if you're down towards the bottom right now, it's really rough for you, because you know that all the other teams, you were all even in the start. Now it's gone so far that you're so far behind. It might be a little bit rough.
It may be a little bit rough. If we go on to page 2 as well, right, we'll get to see how big of a gap it is. Because if you look really between 8th and all the way up to 3rd place, it's not a huge amount of difference in it all. So it's not the end of the world. Conqueror obviously dropped down quite a lot in there. They were in 3rd at the beginning of the day. NASR gone from 16th to 4th. That's one of the biggest like placement jumps I've seen in a long time when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, that is, well, 99 points in total now, so that's a lot of points. So definitely getting 12 places up all the way from the last place. That's going to be a huge confidence boost for these guys as well, even though they had some misfortune on the last game, but still I think they're going to be very happy after today. And tomorrow I think they're going to be having a very positive attitude when they will be coming to the server. And usually we know PUBG and PUBG Mobile, it's a very momentum game as well,
Yes.
like when you have the momentum going on. And I think that these guys had the momentum definitely. And I just hope that this last game, as it didn't go as they hoped, it's not going to let them down.
Now we see the second page and the final 8 teams within this lobby. And right now, Slime 4KT, they are still struggling. They're having a difficult time to adjust to everything that's going on right now. Destiny not quite up there at the same time. And Panda?
I mean, remember that we said that Navi had a 31-point lead to second place, right? So for third place, down to me right now on 14th place here, it's 40 points. So it's not that far of a gap there either. That means that it's still possible. Anything is still possible. We got so many potential big hitters here coming in tomorrow as well.
They are certainly some big hitters.
Yeah, there was like so many changes today on the scoreboard, and all these results, of course, now having the overall scoreboard after today. And yesterday when we spoke about the overall leaderboard, I think I said that if you are like 10 points away from the, let's say, from the top 7, top 8 teams, you're still on a striking distance. And these guys all the way on the 14th place, I mean, one good game, and we saw what it was on the upper half of the scoreboard. One good game, and you can be challenging the top 3 after that one.
The big thing here is that none of these teams from 9th to 16th have a chicken dinner. Everybody on 1 to 8 has a chicken dinner so far.
Yes.
So basically what we're going to see, if any of these teams will win the first or second game tomorrow, that's going to boost themselves up. That's 15 points just to win itself. And then you got to add all those kills on top of that. And they're going to rocket themselves up there on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they really have to. Now, it is the end of the day. It is the end of the show. We move on to day 3 coming up tomorrow. Copter, any thoughts, anything you want to see coming out tomorrow?
Well, of course, I'm hoping that some of these teams from the lower half will be getting those chicken dinners and kind of like jumping up to the battle. Destiny, they did pretty well today. I mean, better than yesterday, even though they still have some way to go. But I mean, one chicken dinner for them, that could do some huge things. I mean, I could easily, well, grant one chicken dinner for this guy as well. I mean, why not Panda getting one as well? So, yeah, only thing what I'm not going to do, I'm still not going to write a check for Navi.
Panda.
Oh, I have something. Oh, is that Ace? Oh, no, I'll put it down. I'll take it out tomorrow.
He's saving it. All right, I like your style. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Panda. It's good to see you actually come on and give us some of the insight into what's going on with this team. And hopefully, you guys will find the success tomorrow. But honestly, you're not going to be beating the Navi Nation. We are done for another day here at the PMPL EMEA Championship. It's been fantastic action from start to finish, and it is still so competitive. It can go either way. There's plenty of points up for grabs, but there's only 2 days to do it. So some of these teams really need to step it up again if they want to find some success and grab the big prize money that's available. We're not signing the checks just yet. That's going to be down on Sunday, but make sure you're joining us to watch it all happen over the next couple of days here on the PUBG Mobile Esports channel.